and gentlemen, a fresh week takes stance on the Lal Street, and as far as markets are concerned, it's not looking so good as far as the equity side is concerned. Oil is now above $90 a barrel. That's because the West Asian conflict has now escalated further. Iran, it seems, is hitting energy as well as water infrastructure across different countries in the West Asian part of the world, as also the US has escalated its response on Iran. So that's bad, and oil is now above 90. It's a sentiment breaker as far as the Lal Street is concerned, but Nifty is strong and you need to buy the dip if at all. So the GIFT Nifty now is pointing to a 30-35 point downtick, which is nothing to be worried about. I'll request the PCR to show us the long-term chart of the Nifty. Remember, on Friday, ahead of earnings from Reliance Industries and 8 banks, the Nifty rose 261 points and closed well above 24,330. That's a very positive outcome, and that has changed the structure of many charts. Shorter and longer term charts on the Nifty are now both bullish, as also Bank Nifty. So any dip because of this surging oil prices is an opportunity to get back into the markets. Now, what are the support levels on the Nifty? Well, the first one is 24,280 and then 24,230. Ultimately 24,200. I'm not very hopeful that you will get that kind of an opportunity. So keep an eye out on the Nifty. Buy on dip will be work there. As also the resistance, we are looking at 24,380, 450, 470, and hopefully 24,500, where we will again reevaluate the process. So Nifty is strong. We take this opportunity if the market gives us to buy the dip. Now, earnings at many banks, including ICICI, HDFC and Reliance, have been good, and that is a cause of celebration as far as the Nifty is concerned. All three of them are index heavyweights. Apart from that, the IT index is showing signs of strong short covering, so that should be helpful, and the Nifty private banking index is in top shape. So please keep an eye out on all these points that we look at. Apart from that, there are bullish breakouts happening in Nifty auto, Nifty infra, Nifty mobility and the EV indices. You have strong stocks in the form of Bharat Forge and Sona Comstar as far as the forgings slash infra and EV space are concerned, and two suppliers to EVs, which are Gujarat Fluorochem and HSCL, Himadri Specialty Chemicals. They are in strength, apart from Federal Bank. We are also seeing strength in Bajaj Finance, ICICI Bank and Titan as far as the markets are concerned, and we are now joined by Ms. Vaishali Parekh, Senior Vice President for Technical Research at Prabhudas Leeladhar. Namaste Vaishali ji, and a very warm welcome to you. A bit of a issue with oil. Otherwise, how are you tracking sentiment on the Lal Street?
Namaste and very good morning to you and all the viewers. I think market is somehow factoring in all these issues, what the geopolitical issues are giving us. But I think, having said that, the way market closed on Friday, it gives us an expectation that market is factoring everything and we are gradually progressing higher. So I would say for the weekly range, 24,100 should act as a support. And once we sustain clearly about 24,350, we are heading gradually towards 24,500 and higher. So my view is positive and buy on dip as long as the support levels are held on. Likewise, if you see, even Bank Nifty gave a very good strong close. Of course, we were expecting good results coming from the banks, and I guess ICICI has been an outperformer in the banking stock. It should continue to do so. So my view is positive for Bank Nifty as well.
Okay, perfect. We'll also request the PCI to kindly show us the Nifty private banking index. This is in top shape. Look at the very sharp breakout that happened on Friday, and that has put the Nifty Bank private sector banking index somewhere at its highest since February 27th. We will be reacting to earnings from ICICI Bank, HDFC Bank, Kotak Bank, and 2 or 3 other small private sector banks. So please keep an eye out on Nifty Bank. Let's look at some other structures in the market, Vaishali. A view that you may want to offer on Bharat Forge. This is a stock that is coming repeatedly in many scanners, irrespective of the sectoral play. Yesterday, which is Friday, it rose 4%. What are the charts telling you?
So Bharat Forge has been doing very well since a very long time. And of course, as on Friday, we saw a good strong bullish candle once again in the formation. So I would say now 2100 would act as a support. It was a robust candle. So I think gradually we would look forward to a target of 2250 to 2400 levels. So yes, 2100 should act as a very prominent support. And these are the levels to watch for an entry to those who wish to buy.
Okay, fair point. Vaishali, in terms of strength, as far as mid caps are concerned, what are the spaces that you're looking for?
Well, there are quite a few stocks like, I mean, of course, we saw Federal Bank, but I think it is definitely not a new buy strategy because already in new price high and done very well. But this is one of the stocks which one can look for. Along with this, one can also look at Bandhan Bank. Then there is I think metal sector also, as far as steel is concerned, we may see some good pickup coming in. But I'm also looking at Exide. I'm looking at Sonacoms, which you just mentioned. That is another stock. And I would also now look at SRF. So chosen stocks coming from almost quite a few stock sectors would be the stocks that I would be looking at.
Actually, Vaishali, because you mentioned Sona Comstar, I was initially hesitant to mention the Nifty Auto Index against the backdrop of a $90 crude oil ticket price. But lots of strength coming in. We've discussed Bharat Forge and Sona Comstar. I'll request you to take a look at Bajaj Auto as well, and maybe Eicher Motors. They're also showing signs of strength.
So definitely, in fact, to start with, the two-wheelers, we were focusing on TVS Motors and Eicher just on Friday. If you look at Eicher, I think ready for a lot of upside potential because the two-wheelers have really not participated. We saw in the heavyweight, actually, it was surprisingly Hyundai, which did very well, and now followed by Maruti as far as the other stocks are concerned. But now, if you look at two-wheelers, I think all these are ready for a momentum. Eicher Motors, if we talk about, I think 7200 is a cluster of support where we see, and I think this can go towards 7800. Likewise, if you look at TVS Motors also was showing good strength, a beginning of a rally in all likelihood, and again, this too has a cluster of support at 3500 levels. So I'm looking at all these stocks. Even Bajaj Auto, Hero Moto is a laggard, but technically very well placed. So I think all these stocks are looking positive for a good run up to come in times to come.
I'm glad you mentioned Bajaj Auto, strength across the board, 10,443 as far as Bajaj Auto is concerned. And as we have been mentioning earlier, a very strong rally in Ether Energy, which is the pure EV space in two-wheelers, is prompting a re-evaluation of the entire EV space within the other ICE engine two-wheeler makers. So that's a big plus as far as markets are concerned, and all of them are in top shape, including battery makers, Exide, suppliers of parts to the EV chain. Vaishali, a view on Himadri Specialty Chemicals?
Yes, so as a disclaimer, this is one of the stocks which we had recommended last week, and this is already given a breakout. It is already in a new price territory. So I would say now to those who wish to get into the stock, I think it is yet showing a lot of upside scope because even on a monthly chart, it has given a breakout. So I would say now 640, 630 would act as a support, and not a buy at these levels, of course, but mentioning the support levels are closer to that. I think this stock is ready for targets of 800, 820.
Fair point. Anything on the small cap space which might have come out on your weekend research?
Well, sorry, I missed out. I haven't got a chance.
I said anything on the small cap space that might have come up in your weekend research?
Well, I think few stocks. I think no, not much actually, because whole sector has run up. So I think I'm focusing more on frontline right now.
Okay, fair point. Where do you see weakness within frontline?
So well, one of the stocks which was a disappointment was Patanjali. If you have a look at that, that is one of the stocks which is showing a lot of weakness. But sector-wise, in fact, even so to say, pharma should take a breather, and we can see some profit booking. So I was looking at Laurus Lab, I was looking at Apollo, which we did speak about some time back, but I think I was too early to talk about it. But if you look at Laurus Lab, if you look at Apollo Hospital, maybe some profit booking can emerge. And if we see some support levels breaking, then maybe that could call for a sell strategy. In fact, even BSE has shown some signs of weakness. If you look at this chart, BSE also is into a profit booking mode. So this is one of the stocks. If 3500 levels break, then it could go to further downslide. But Patanjali was definitely a sell call last week, as we saw.
Yes, I agree with you as far as the Patanjali space is concerned, down about 40% year to date. And while the company has come up with all sorts of, examples, but the market refuses to accept. You mentioned weakness in BSE. Would you care to look at MCX?
So I guess all these stocks would move in sync, and MCX also has come down below the moving averages. So I would say it's making the higher levels are showing restrictions. So I would say 2700 if it breaks, then I think 2600, 50 could be the next target. So yes, MCX, in fact, even Angel One was showing some profit booking. So this pack on the whole is showing some signs of weakness.
Fair point. What else catches your interest as far as markets are concerned? A view that you may want to offer on the rupee?
So I think rupee is once again getting into the weaker zones. So I won't be surprised. New upward move has already begun. So 97, 98 rupees is the level that I think can be seen again, and perhaps higher. Because if you see the channel, if you see an upward channel, it's back to reaching the 97, 98 levels, and maybe can reach for some time.
A lot of internet stocks are doing pretty well. Paytm announced a bonus. Eternal, Swiggy are showing signs of strength. In this space, is there anything that catches your fancy, Vaishali, on the long side?
So yes, Paytm is good. I think for a long-term perspective also, even if you see, I think 1450, 1500 could be the next level in Paytm that one can look for. Eternal has done with its first round of momentum. We should wait for next momentum to start. But for a longer-term perspective, I think I would be looking, once this crosses 295, 298 levels, we would be looking at 315 to 320. But Swiggy, if you notice, look at the chart, it has not been performing, but it did make a double bottom at 240 levels. And in an effort of making higher bottom, I think 260 acts as a near-term support, and this can go towards 290 to 300 levels for now.
Okay, fair point. A view on Dr. Reddy's?
I'll just have a look. We have a system as we have a lot of internet issues, so I'll just take a while. 1 minute, yes. So, Dr. Reddy currently at
Is it raining in Mumbai?
Well, it's just been drizzling, but I don't know, our IT department has not been able to, solve this problem since a very long time we are going through this. Yeah. Anyways, okay, I'm back on the chart. So I think Dr.
No
Reddy, again,
worries.
as we spoke, it is showing some corrective move, but near-term support comes at 1180. So that should be the level to watch if we see bounce from there, or are we going further on a downward side?
Okay. Vaishali, you also track oil as a commodity. What are the charts telling you?
So, oil, I would say, you're talking about Oil India, right? That is the stock that, or oil on the whole, Brent crude, you're
No, I'm talking about oil.
So 72 was the
I'm talking about
support.
crude.
Then from there on, again, we have seen a bounce coming in, if you're talking about Brent crude. So I think once again, it is going higher, 95, 96 can
Yes.
happen. Yes.
Okay, fair point. We are waiting for the market to open 10 minutes. As far as prices are concerned, they'll take in pre-open. Remember, we are looking at strength in the bank Nifty. Out of 8 banks, the earnings that have come in are by and large good. The Nifty private sector banking index has already shown signs of strength, and we are also going to react to RIL earnings. Let's take Vaishali's view on RIL, which has been a stock that hasn't delivered much for long-term shareholders over the last 2.5 years. Vaishali, what are the charts telling you?
Well, so we witnessed a very good strong bullish candle on Friday itself. So that was a hint that yes, we may expect some good results coming from Reliance. But now talking about purely on technical levels, I would say 1290 would act as a near-term support, and all likelihood the near-term target resistance could be achieved of 1370. Above that, one can look for a target of 1400 levels. So it is a good favorable risk-reward ratio to consider this stock as a buy.
Okay, fair point. A view that you might have on stocks such as Lenskart?
Yes, so Lenskart, of course, compared, we don't have much of data, but yes, there is a lot of clarity as far as the chartical formation is concerned. It's gradually surging high, currently sitting on a support of 530. I think this stock should, because we have been seeing good volume and good momentum on and off. So 530, 520 should act as a support. The near-term target that one can look for is 570. Above that, it can go higher towards 600 plus.
Mm. 850 as far as markets are concerned, 852, we are looking to react to a series of very high profile Nifty earnings, in particular HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank and Reliance Industries. These are 3 out of the 4 heaviest weighted counters, and that's a plus that all these earnings have been pretty good. While oil goes above $90 a barrel, that's a sentimental negative for the last trade. What really is sensible is that the GIFT Nifty is not showing any signs of a downtick, just a 30-35 point downtick, which should sort of work in the favor of those who want to buy the market, especially Nifty. Remember, on Friday it added 261 points, closed at 24,334, and all charts whether it's the short term, the real short term, as also daily charts are showing strength, primarily on the back of a very strong bank nifty, as also a fairly decent short covering that's happening in the IT space. Vaishali, are Infosys and TCS out of the woods?
Well, I am looking at Infosys to start with. So gradually, this is showing some sense of revival. I would not say out of the woods. It needs to cross 1100, to see that yes, there is a confirmation of a further uptrend likely to come in. But for now, I would say it is very well placed for entry for a trading strategy. 1050 should act as a support, and for a long term perspective I would say 980, 990, which was the previous low, that should be taken as a support to look for a target of 1250, 1350. So for a trading strategy purely, it needs to move past 1120. Now talking about TCS also, I think TCS is also making an effort. I think comparatively and surprisingly, it has already come out of its consolidation. So I would say 2100 now acts as a support, and gradually we may see this stock going towards 2350, 2400 and higher. So yes, TCS is well placed as compared to Infosys right now.
8:54, 6 minutes away. Vaishali, are we seeing short covering or are we seeing value buying in
I
IT?
would say both.
Okay. Okay, fair point. Let's look at some other spaces which are doing pretty well in the markets. And the first thing that comes to my mind is, of course, the strength that we are observing in J&K Bank and IDBI Bank. J&K Bank, of course, fresh record high, 182, 183 is what we see, 2.8% higher. Vaishali, what are the charts speaking to you when it comes to J&K Bank? This is the SBI equivalent to Jammu and Kashmir. What SBI is to Indian economy, J&K Bank is to Jammu and Kashmir.
I totally agree. So at one point of time, we were always worried of this stock, but it has now, with thankfully, with all things stabilizing, this stock is doing very well, and it has got into a very good uptrend. So for near-term purpose, I would say 170. We have seen an upward rally taking place. Now a small consolidation. So I would say 170 should act as a support, and this upward move should continue because I don't see any exhaustion even in the indicators right now. This can, in all likelihood, again go towards 200 to 20 levels. So J&K Bank is a positive view.
Okay. A view that you might have on, stocks such as BPCL and HPCL. Now oil is flaring up again. That's a negative for OMCs. What are the charts telling you?
So, well, they are not breaking the lows that have happened in the recent past. And in fact, till Friday, well, the stocks were surging and making an attempt to go high. So I would take this as purely a trading bet. Like if you talk about BPCL, then 300 is the support and target resistance comes to 330, 340. Similarly, IOC, technically, we saw a low being made at near 130 levels. And from there on, it is managing well. So not much of a view, but yes, it's not making new lows. That is one positive side.
Fair point. We have been discussing strength in stocks. What are the charts of Oil India telling you? This was the stock you wanted to discuss, but
Yes.
we diverged into the actual oil. What are the charts of Oil India telling you?
So oil also, Oil India, I would say it is attempting again because we saw good erosion right from 530, and now once again when crude is going high, I think this should do well. Take 420 as the support because that was a low which was just done some time back. From there on, we see an upward move and once again consolidating. So 420 should be the support, and this can go towards 460, 470 again. Again, a trading bet because all these stocks are going to be very vulnerable and volatile as per the oil prices.
because you bring this up again, a trading bet, where are you betting your horses as far as a fundamental change in the underlying chart is concerned? What is buy on dip for the medium to long term?
So one of the stocks that I do like is Indian Bank. If you have a look at it, already a very good chart, and we saw good momentum post very good results. Once again, retracing. So this is one of the stocks that I do like. Besides that, I would talk about, well, as far as we did speak about Astral pipe stocks. So Astral has done with pretty much done its corrective move, and I think now it's on a road to recovery. So Astral is Astral Pipes, Astral Limited. Yes. So I don't see the stock going below 1300 levels, and this would gradually go towards 1500. Likewise, even if you look at CDSL. CDSL also a chart which is showing a lot of strength. We do see some retracement on and off, of course, but I think as of now it's holding on very well. We spoke about Eternal. I do like that stock as well. And as far as the cash category is concerned, I still do like Lloyd's. If we were to see this chart, Lloyd's Metal, that is another stock which looks very positive. So yes, quite a few stocks which do look good at these levels. And then again, we do have the power stocks, power ancillaries. If you talk about Voltam, so that is a good fundamental stock even at these levels. Again, if you talk about GE Vernova, so these are the stocks I think one should look for buying. In fact, Larsen has come back to its support levels. So yes, quite a
Right.
few stocks which have got a good trend, and they're holding on well.
Okay, please allow me to mark prices in the pre-open space. Nifty flat, it's a positive thing, showing signs of maybe moving in the green, which is really good. We'll just look at the major ones. Reliance, ladies and gentlemen, 2.5% higher after a stunning set of numbers, 1359. ICICI Bank strong, 2.3% higher, 1476. HDFC Bank is down, 3.6% lower, 790. That's the reason why broadly the index is slipping, but nothing to be worried about. I'll just mark banks first. Let me just look at the Nifty bank in terms of contribution. ICICI, HDFC we've marked. Federal Bank 1% lower. Bank of Baroda 0.6% higher. I want to see what Kotak is doing in the red, 0.76% lower. Indocent in the green, PNB 2% higher. So it's even Stevens as far as banks are concerned. ICICI is strong, which is really good for the Nifty, but its weakness on HDFC Bank, and that's sort of souring the trade. Strength in Reliance, which is good. Geo Finance is 0.6% higher. That's also pretty good. Let's look at gainers. Top gainers are in the form of Poonawalla Finance, 2.6% higher. National New India Insurance, 2.39% higher. Balkrishna Industries, Bharti, Hexa in strength. The Nifty is now down 50 points. What's slipping lower? Nuvama Wealth, 4% lower. HFCL, 5% lower. Carborundum Universal, 2.6% lower. Jupiter Wagons, Motilal Oswal Financial Services slipping in trade. We'll be back shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Vaishali, as always, thank you so much for this wonderful exposition on charts. We'll be back in touch with you as well. A quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back.
A planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Bikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today, achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for every one of our country.
First time the private company in India built our rocket, brought the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big sorry moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is truly a sorry moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment for me.
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Skyroot CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत-बहुत बधाई.
This investment, Guru Steps, will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said! Well said! Well said!
SEBI and NSE advise, consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Very good morning, dear viewers. You're watching the Business Today show with me, Sakshi Batra. This is where I get you all the opening action on the Lal Street. But first up, let's take a look at what's hot in the corporate and the financial world. Crude oil prices surged to $91 a barrel after fresh attacks between US and Iran. Bonds fall across the US and Asia, also on inflationary concerns. Gold and silver prices also slip globally. Air India slowly emerges from the economic turbulence, has been seen adding 50 to 60 aircraft in the next 18 months. Retrofitting of existing fleet is to be completed by March. 90% of Air India Express Gulf region flights have been restored and full operations expected by October. Indian banks step up the race for NRI dollars. PNB, HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank and Axis Bank are using higher returns, leverage and overseas partnerships to ramp up FCNR deposits. The centre cracks down on service charges by restaurants again. Action taken against 41 restaurants, Consumer Affairs Ministry says. Practice rampant in metros despite High Court orders. D Street gets earnings booster. Reliance Industries Q1 performance and a flood of banking results from ICICI Bank, Kotak Mahindra Bank, HDFC Bank, Yes Bank and PNB will all set the tone for today's trading action. Viewers, we'll straight away look at the big breaking news coming in with respect to the Indian rupee. 96.40 against the dollar as per the last close of 96.28 per dollar. Yet again, some more weakness being seen at the fresh new and week that we are seeing at this point in time. The rupee has weakened by 12 paisa against the dollar at the start of this fresh and new week. We're also going to be looking at how gold and silver prices are going to be looking at the start of this week. We're already getting an indication that gold and silver prices are further slipping on the back of fresh escalations between US and Iran. But let's also welcome our guests on board. We are joined by Shail Bhatnagar, our internal expert for markets. And we also have Ajay Bagar, the senior market veteran, joining in as our external expert for the day. Warm welcome to both of you and thank you so much for taking the time out. Good morning. We're again going to be seeing some more pressure at the start of this week. US-Iran, fresh tensions, the crude oil prices surging above $91 a barrel. As the key concern for the markets, we're looking at 24,190. That's where the Nifty has settled at. Mr. Baga, we'll start off with you. Help us understand how are you looking at these fresh concerns and yet again, crude oil prices crossing that $90 a barrel mark. How concerning is that for the Indian markets and emerging markets?
You know, Swati, till now, the markets were holding their ground, basically thinking through what happened in March and April and thinking that there will be a scramble for a ceasefire. What has now muddied the water is 3 American soldiers being killed. And now, obviously, Trump, for his domestic public opinion, could escalate the war further. And the Iranians are continuously attacking US Gulf bases as well as they have attacked infrastructure in Kuwait. In fact, yesterday, one Iranian fringe media outlet carried a plan that Iran could probably do a ground invasion of Kuwait. So a little bit of escalation. Oil is showing that. And we must remember in March, we had seen a sell-off in global markets. We had seen oil going to $123 and we had seen more than 1,20,000 crores being pulled out by foreign investors. So that is the risk we run. We are not there yet. We are still about 30% away from that. So hopefully saner voices on both sides will prevail, but there is a risk of this oil price.
There is a risk, absolutely. We'll get Shail also into the conversation. Shail, do you think the domestic earnings may provide some cushion today? We've had big earnings from Reliance Industries, from 5 big major banks over the weekend. There's been a strong showing on most accounts, just NIM pressure for some of them. How are you looking at this, these stocks performing today?
Sakshi, good morning and a very warm welcome to Ajay sir as well. The markets, knee-jerk, they are down about 144 on the Nifty. Remember, we added 261 on Friday. So typically, we are still above. Sakshi, I see this as a buy on dip kind of a market. Yes, oil is above 90 and yes, absolutely agree with Ajay sir when he talks about the pain that can be inflicted. But markets have their own sense. Banks are very strong. So let's hope that today we close in the green. That's, you know, the maximum that I'm hoping for. And that would buttress the strength that I'm talking about. But Bharat Forge, Sona Comstar, ICICI Bank and Federal Bank are 4 stocks that I'm looking at on the long side. Sakshi.
Okay. Ajay sir, we'll come to you and try and understand on Reliance Industries post the quarterly numbers. We've seen the OTC business particularly show us a 4-year high in terms of the EBITDA performance. You know, we've seen 3 lakh crores of a revenue figure coming in, the first quarterly figure at this level for RIL. We're also looking at the ARPUs for the Jio business increased to 215 rupees. And of course, the upcoming trigger of the Jio IPO. How are you looking at RIL, which has been an underperforming stock ahead of the earnings so far in this year, already losing about double digits in percentage? How are you looking at the stock and the performance post earnings?
Yeah, Sakshi, because of compliance, I can't give a view on a particular stock. So I'll defer to Shell on that.
What about the banks? How are you looking at the banks' performance? We had 4 major banks come up with the earnings. What are they indicating in terms of the performance going forward?
Yeah, see, credit growth has grown well. Credit deposit ratios were high. That's showing deposits are not growing as fast as the credit growth. And there was a little bit of a NIM compression. But overall, if you see well-capitalized banks, well-capitalized corporates, credit growth happening both for retail, in the housing sector and in the corporate sector. This is pointing towards a very strong performance in the year to come for our banks. So banks stay a very strong buy. And amongst the banks, I would say the leading private sector banks and the leading public sector banks. Those would be the top picks within the banks.
All right, we'll quickly look at the bullion prices also edging higher today. Now, MCX gold has climbed 400 rupees to 1.41 lakh rupees per 10 grams viewers. The MCX silver prices are now looking at gaining about 3,100 rupees to now trade at 2.19 lakh rupees per kilogram as well. That's the gold and silver prices for you right at the start of this week. And we're now going to be shifting focus to the markets, just about seconds away from the markets to open. 9:14 right now, 24,190 at this point in time. You're again going to be looking at IT, metals, banking names as the spaces that one should be definitely looking at. Even pharma and FMCG could be showing you some take on the higher side. Yes, we've opened lower. Again, 24,200 we are able to quickly look at this point in time, although almost 100 point of a cut onto the Nifty right now. The private banks are in fact losing 1.71% in the session today. The Nifty Bank down by over 1%, financial services down by 1% as well. And you're looking at some more pressure build up in the real estate and even the broader markets for now. But IT stocks look positive, 0.7% higher in the session. Shell, top stocks on your radar right at the open.
Sakshi, I'm looking for the Nifty to defend at 24,200. The first 15 minutes will be very crucial. As far as volume buzzers are concerned, we'll keep an eye out on Poonawalla Finance, 1% higher, 488. This is in strength, but for the moment, 24,200 has been defended. This looks to be a buy on dip. Let's look at gainers. ICICI Bank in strength, Reliance in strength. HDFC Bank has slipped, and rightly so, 4 percentage points lower. PNB in strength, SBI in strength, Infosys flat, and Tech Mahindra in the green. So broadly, it's a good market, Sakshi. We'll wait for the first 15 minutes candle on the Nifty.
Right. Ajay, so we'll come to you on the IT pack that Shell just highlighted. Yet again, we are seeing some uptick despite the mood being sour on a broad-based basis. So what is really pulling up the IT space? Is it the large, long-drawn underperformance consolidation that is giving way to value purchase in the IT stocks right now? Or is there more to it? Despite the kind of risks that still are big overhang on the entire space, we still have an AI disruption. We still have the client's purse strings tightened. So how are you looking at the IT space right now, and what's moving the stocks higher?
Yeah, there are now multiple triggers. You're very right. It's an under-owned, very underliked kind of a sector for the last 2 years, and mostly foreign investors have largely exited. In large portions, they have exited. What is happening is there's a rotation from the hardware to the software globally. If you see the semiconductor index in the US market, that entered bear market, it has fallen more than 20% from its recent top. So there has been some money rotating out of the hardware side. For India, what is happening is software is being looked at as a contrarian call based on the limited earnings numbers that have come out. There have been a few M&A talks of buying out AI software companies, and also some AI order flow that has come in. One company got more than $1 billion over 5 years kind of a contract, which is a big contract. So there is a change in mood on IT, and we think over the next 6 months, we will see more and more use cases coming out of our Indian IT services, and that's where the money is taking a contrarian call. So I would back that. I think we have seen the worst of IT, and now the application and the revenue generation on all the investments that have gone into AI is happening, and our companies will be very center of plate in that.
Okay, fair point. So the worst is already in the price, and now people are looking ahead, and there could be a lot of value buying at this point in time. You're looking at Tech Mahindra up and about in this session, that's leading the gains, and of course some broader market movers like Persistent and Coforge up. Reliance is up by now 1%, viewers, 1340 right now, you can clearly see that. But on the banking space, it's only ICICI Bank that Shell pointed out that was up, but we have the other majors, HDFC, Kotak Mahindra declining in the session today. From the private sector banks, that's the top laggard in the session now, 2% lower because of the heavy weightage there. But a clear contrast, PSU banks are the top moving sector, and we're looking at private banks as the top decline right now. Shell, how do you see that contrast play out?
Well, Sakshi, as Ajay sir was pointing out, credit growth is far faster in the PSU setup, and the market is looking at that. Remember, PSUs were beaten black and blue, so that's value buying resurfacing in the PSU banking index. HDFC Bank has been disappointing, and that's the reason why you see this downtick on the Nifty bank, as also Nifty to some extent. Let me just point this out to you. This is very easy to find out how much is HDFC Bank contributing in terms of negativity on the Nifty. It's 119 points out of 125 points are because of HDFC Bank. So that's clearly the case. Apart from this, the Nifty is in fine shape. And Sakshi, I'd like to point out Tattva Chintan Pharma, 13% higher, 1623. It's a blowout set of earnings, and the market rewarding it very well. 55 crores traded so far, Sakshi.
Okay. Let's also look at the Indian banks that are stepping up the efforts to attract NRI dollars now, viewers, through the RBI-backed FCNR deposit window, which remains open until September 30th. And PNB says that it has already mobilized around $425 million, and it's working toward a $2.5 billion target, with the additional funds expected to help replace the expensive deposits on the balance sheet as well. Remember, HDFC Bank is also betting on a three-pronged strategy involving attractive deposit rates, leverage funded through its own overseas borrowing, as well as support from the foreign partner banks. Similarly for ICICI Bank as well, we are also looking at Axis Bank stepping up its game there too. Let's in fact welcome my colleague on the program, Nachiket Kilkar, to get us more details on the same. Nachiket, what are you looking at in terms of the strategies that these leading banks are adopting at this point in time? How are these strategies helping them overcome the deposit challenges that they were looking at for some time now?
Absolutely. Good morning, viewers. So, there have been deposit mobilization challenges in the domestic market. That's when the RBI opened this special FCNR window. And one reason for opening up this special window was that they could shore up their foreign exchange reserves in the country. Now, what has happened is banks have since raised their interest rates on such loans. They are offering upwards of 6% interest rates, some even more than 7% to attract NRI deposits. Banking sector executives point out that the rates are very attractive, and even small ticket NRIs are showing interest. Most banks have pointed out that the interest in FCNR deposits in the last few weeks has been very strong. If we compare the US 10-year bond yield, for instance, is around 4.5% mark. So these are 6.5% interest rates, or slightly more than that the banks are providing, is very attractive. Now, banks are also taking various measures to reach out to NRIs. We spoke to Kalyan Kumar, the MD and CEO of Central Bank, on Friday. He mentioned how the public sector lender is targeting NRI meets in various states. So when there is Onam in Kerala, for instance, upcoming, they will do a meet there during the Ganesh festival. They are planning a similar meet in Maharashtra, and then again another one in Janmashtami in Gujarat. Banks have raised, the banks have opened up special desks and helplines tasked with reaching out to NRIs and mobilizing deposits. So multiple ways that banks are looking to raise FCNRB deposits. What is interesting is public sector banks are fairly open in disclosing the amounts that have been raised so far and the kind of targets they have. So central bank is targeting some $400 million in FCNRB deposit rates till the window closes on September 30th. Union Bank, Indian Bank, etc., among other public sector lenders are targeting around $1.5–2 billion. Private sector banks, on the other hand, have been tight-lipped. Neither HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, nor Axis Bank, the top three lenders, disclosed their FCNRB numbers during the post-conference calls over the weekend.
All right, Nachiket, keep an eye out on all those numbers. We'll keep coming back to you for all of those details as well. But Ajay, private banks vis-a-vis PSU banks, how are you looking at the balance sheet strengthening, at the steps that are being taken already to pump up the money back home? Of course, PSU banks, like my colleague Nachiket said, that they are already talking about higher targets, but private banks have been tight-lipped. How are you looking at the scenario?
Yeah, you both will remember 2013 and how we got the NRI deposits, and HDFC itself got, I think, more than 24 billion, if I'm not wrong. So I'm expecting a bonanza, and I have seen some of these term sheets. At the lower end, 9 times leverage is being offered. So if you have $1 million, you can get a 10 million deposit. And it's a back-to-back full funding at about 5.15 for 3 to 5 years, and you get a 5.5 to 6% return on the deposit. So dollar returns of 12 to 13% on the bottom end, and on the top end, foreign banks are offering 19 times leverage. That's what we had done in 2013. Where for $5 million minimum, we were offering $100 million deposit. And at that time, people had made 18% in dollar terms. So it's a no-brainer, Sakshi. I think money will come. What you are taking the risk, the NRI has to think, and NRIs are comfortable with the India risk. So it's only the country risk that the money doesn't go back. You're holding rupee deposits at the worst case. But India has never done that. In all its decade of existence, we have always paid our loans. We have never had an issue like that. Macros are very strong. So it becomes a no-brainer for getting a 12 to 16 to 18% dollar return. I think most NRIs will cluster there, and the foreign banks will give a higher. Yesterday, I was reading a news article where in Gift City, one of the British banks was offering 19 times leverage already. So it started. Let's let it heat up a bit. There was this question that it's very slow to take off because the window is so large. In 2013, actually over 5 days, RBI kept calling us back. Every day they would say, okay, at what rate will you get how much? And we had to actually give a target. And whatever target we gave, that morning we finished. That was the kind of interest in the...
Very interesting.
Now,
Very
since
interesting.
September, it's taking time. But I think it will pick up, and then there will be a competition within the banks to get this. Banks get 6% funding. We must remember that. They have to cover the dollar risk on the interest, which is not a big deal.
Fair point. So we'll look forward to all of that play out. But there's another breaking news on the IPO front, viewers. 7 IPOs are all set to hit the Lal Street this week. 5 new listings are lined up for this week. SBI Funds Management definitely lists on July 21st. Alpine Text World debuts on July 21st. There's Millworks Tech to also list on the BSE SMEQ Highways InvIT IPO that opens on July 22nd. And 5,000 crores Cube InvIT issue also is in focus. We also have Indo MIM IPO that opens on July 23rd. The Loya Corp Extranet IPOs on July 23rd, and primary market is set for a busy week ahead. So all of you IPO enthusiasts, get speaking to your financial advisors on all of these IPOs that are coming up. But it's time to wrap up this special edition right here. Thanks a lot, Achiji and Shell, for being with us on the show. We wrap up the show here, but do not forget, viewers, to tune in back at 3 or 5 p.m. for all the closing action on the Lal Street on India Today.
Look, this investment Guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Ladies and gentlemen, the first 15 minutes of trade has seen the Nifty slip 150 points, 0.6% lower. Nifty Bank is down 875 points, 1.5% lower, and that's primarily because of the 5 percentage point downtick that you see on HDFC Bank post its earnings. Remember, Nifty is down 142 points, and out of 142 points, 136 points are because of HDFC Bank's sharp fall off. Axis Bank is down 5%. Kotak Bank is down 3%. So this is the negativity that is there in the market. Reliance propping the Nifty up 1% higher. Bharti Airtel 26 rupees higher. ICICI Bank 0.6% higher. SBI 1.1% higher. They're helping the Nifty on its way up. Overall, IT is 52 points higher. So that's a big plus as far as markets are concerned. The breakout is happening on the Nifty PSU banking index, 1.6% in the green. Market completely defensive. Nifty Pharma, Nifty Health, Nifty Metals are in the green. That's the structure of the market. Let's look at how volume is shaping up. Already on HDFC Bank, 827 crores is traded. On ICICI Bank, 800 crores is traded. On Axis Bank, 660 crores is traded. And on Reliance, 473 crores are traded. In strength, Himadri Specialty Chemicals, in strength PNB, 5% higher. And in strength, a stock called Tattvachintan Pharma. Now, amongst the top traded, 17% higher, 154 crores traded at 1676 rupees. Ladies and gentlemen, that's because of a stunning set of numbers that has come in from Tattvachintan Pharma. Net profit 155% higher at 16 crores and sales up 43% at 167 crores. This is a specialty chemicals maker in super top form. It manufactures chemicals, and it has been a very sharp outperformer. 1 year the stock is up 51%, but it also has a troubled history. Over the last 3 years the stock is completely flat. So be that as it may, you need to look at the latest performance post earnings, and that is what is moving the star as far as markets are concerned. Let's look at all-time highs. Himadri Specialty Chemicals I have already marked. Solar Industries 1.5% higher. You have these are the names that I'd like to mark. I'll keep away from others. What are the stocks in terms of gains? It's a fairly IOLCP 6.3% higher, 158. PNB I've already marked. There is Menon Bearings 5% higher. PC Jewelers I'll avoid marking this stock. SPL Petro 4.4% higher, 724. So that's the state of play, ladies and gentlemen. E2E networks 4% higher, 421. Mr. Lakshmikant Shukla, Senior Technical Research Analyst at Yes Securities, joins us. Namaste Lakshmikant ji, a view on HDFC Bank, down 5%.
Hi, good morning. HDFC Bank has seen a gap down opening in today's session, and once again it has failed to sustain it to of 845 to 50 kind of range. So today's sessions, as it has given already gap down opening, so further sentiment tilted on the bearish side, and now it hold to the levels of 790. I think we will remain bearish and we will see some more selling pressure in HDFC Bank toward the levels of 760 to 750.
Okay. Any stocks that appear to be in strength to you on the charts? What are you looking at?
So I think in today's sessions, I am seeing some sort of pullback move in the PSU banks. And if we look at the structure of the SBI, so SBI since so long holding its crucial averages, and yesterday it has also surpassed the levels of its previous level that placed around the zone of 1050. So I think that would be the level to watch it out for SBI. If it sustains above the level of 1050, we will see positive momentum in SBI. Even from the current market price, risk reward ratio is quite favorable. Since last few days, it has been trading above its long-term moving averages. So we can keep this stop loss of this 200 DMA that is placed around the levels of 1115 and can expect upside move in SBI toward the levels of 1110.
Okay. Would you want to comment on Axis Bank? That's also slipped 5% lower.
See, Axis Bank already underperforming the benchmark index as well as Bank Nifty, and today again it has slipped below its 200 DMA levels. So now this level could act as the strong hurdle for the Axis Bank that is placed around the levels of 1280. So on sustaining below this level, further correction could be seen in Axis Bank. Now upcoming support is seen around the levels of 1230 to 1220. So that would be the levels to watch it out for Axis Bank. If we get some kind of pause from its the selling pressure, and Axis Bank made any reversal kind of pattern, so there we could think from initiating any long position from these levels in Axis Bank.
The Nifty now 155 points lower at 24,183. It's now taking support at the lower edge of the band, 24,180, and let's see whether it bounces back from here or not. But this is the structure of the market as of now. In 936, SBI in top shape, you've already marked that. 1056, the Nifty PSU banking 1.3% higher. A view on PNB 111 and a very sharp move sustaining itself for the first 15 minutes. The stock is also in super strength as far as the daily charts are concerned. Lakshmikanji, a view on PNB?
Yeah, PNB is another stock from the PSU bank space which is showing strength in today's sessions. It has also surpassed its previous swing high of 109 and reclaimed its 100 DMA levels with the formation of positive candle. So from here on we could see positive momentum in PNB toward the levels of 115. So that would be the I think that would be the upcoming hurdle for the PNB due to the presence of 200 DMA. So if it able to surpass this level, then after we will see further positive momentum. Otherwise we will see a pause and further consolidation. One can initiate long position even at the current prices by keeping the stop loss of around 109, where we have seen the coincidence of this 20 and 50 DMA levels. So till it hold this level, we will positive, and if it get breakout of the levels of 115, then further positive move we will see in PNB banks toward the levels of 120.
Okay, 937. Let's look at how stocks are shaping up. A 20% Now on Tattva Chintan Pharma, 1703. 261 crores have been traded, and the volume is so far the highest since 4th of November. This is a blowout. Let's see if Lakshmi Kanji wants to comment on Tattva Chintan Pharma. A gap up and then a 20% circuit.
See, by looking at the chart of Tattva Chintan, so I think, can you spell it out? TATVA, okay, Tattva Chintan Pharma Chemical Limited. So this stock has given a strong breakout on the daily chart with the formation of bullish belt hold candlestick pattern. And even if we look at the long-term frame time of chart, it has surpassed its previous month swing high of 1,610. So overall expectation is on the upside. Now this previous prior swing high could act as the strong support for this stock, holding the levels of 1,610. We will see further positive move in this stock. Probably it could extend higher toward the levels of 1,820 to 1,840.
Okay, fair point. 940. Let's look at some other stocks that are doing pretty well in the markets. There is Tips Music, 7% higher at 718. There is BEPL, 121 at 7% uptick. And there is strength that is coming into stocks such as Turtle Mint, 9% higher, 148. Advanced decline is fairly strong, 1424 shares in the green versus 1362 that are in the red. It's the banks, ladies and gentlemen, which are creating a pain point for both the Nifty and the broader markets. HDFC Bank, no respite, 4.8% lower. ICICI Bank, flat. Axis Bank, 5.3% lower. And of course, it's the PSU setup which is showing strength. Kotak is 3% lower, and of course you have a weakness coming into stocks like Poonawalla Finance, BSE, Infosys and Federal Bank. So that's the structure of the market, ladies and gentlemen. We'll pause it here and again get back to you when it comes to the market. The Nifty, well, in the last 20 odd minutes of trade is slipping lower and now at 24,165, well, breaking down on the intraday charts as well, and banks are the reason behind that downtick. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back at around 11 and looking forward to maybe 24,100 being retested and then moving back up. Thank you for watching.
Well, hello and a very warm welcome to Business Today. I am Chetan Bhutani. Well, Mercedes-Benz has enjoyed 3 consecutive years of record sales in India, even as the broader automobile industry navigates shifting consumer demand and the transition to cleaner mobility. So what's driving that luxury market? What's next for electric vehicles? And where does India fit into the Mercedes-Benz global strategy? Joining us in the studio is Santosh Iyer, MD and CEO of Mercedes-Benz India. Santosh, welcome to Business Today TV studio. And of course, record performance and growth drivers. Mercedes-Benz has again delivered record growth in the first half, retailing close to 9,800 vehicles. What is the reason behind this flagship sales and maintaining the leadership position in India?
So thanks, Chetan, for having me in your studio. I think quite happy with the way the first half of the year has come up in spite of all the challenges that we all know about it. But I think 2 things, if I talk about the macroeconomy, the GST reduction end of last year, that really helped to lower down the pricing for cars. Of course, we had subsequent price increases. We have almost gone back to the pre-GST level of pricing, but still I think that could absorb a lot of shock that was there and also generated a lot of momentum and demand. But I think the biggest factor also for us was the new product launches. start of the year, we announced that we will localize the new GLS Maybach. We introduced a new V-Class that helped us to drive the top-end segment. 20% growth in cars costing 1.5 crores above. And here now the share of our portfolio is 28%. And then, of course, in the entry segment, which was also where we didn't have a portfolio there, we introduced a new CLA. Quite happy that it sold out in the first 2 months itself, driving a strong double-digit growth, and that drove BEV penetration also to around 14% in quarter 2. So clearly product offensive from our side on the top end, on the entry segment, that really helped us to fuel this growth momentum for us.
Right, well, nearly 60% of your revenues now coming from cars priced above 1 crore, while the top end portfolio accounts for about 30% of total sales. Does that mean that a luxury car buyer is now not becoming a price sensitive consumer, or it's just it's not a well informed choice for a consumer to buy a luxury car above 1 crore, or what is really happening in the India's luxury car space?
I think it's a good question. If you see, there is a premiumization that we can see happening in the luxury car overall market as well, but more so for Mercedes-Benz as a brand and as a portfolio, because if you look at our growth, predominantly driven from top end, and of course after the CLA also you can say in the entry segment, but the way we define entry generally is price points of 50 to 60 lakhs or sub 50 as well. But in our case, our entry starts from 50 to 53 lakhs with a GLA to a CLA at around 60. So in a way and manner, Mercedes-Benz customers are ready to pay a bit more premium for the content in the car. So we therefore see clearly a value proposition for the customer, and they are not as much on the sticker price asset. So when you see the overall market, I think different brands, some of them are growing in entry, but for us as our proposition in the market, I think we can see premiumization. Today the average selling price for a Mercedes-Benz is going upwards of 1 crore. I think that really shows. So therefore I keep saying, just don't look at only the absolute volume growth which is happening, but also look at the way the average selling prices are going up and the premiumization is happening. In fact, India is a top 5 market for Maybach in the world. So that speaks a lot of volume of our customers and how they prefer top-end cars.
Right. Also, we've been now seeing a trend. We spoke to the competition as well about long wheelbase. You of course have a whole lot of options with the long wheelbase, but traditionally now consumers are now focusing apart from the sheer driving pleasure. Also, they were wanting better rear comfort, which of course you are one of the finest leaders in the world. I want to ask you, what are you learning from this trend that not only driving, the same customer who drives the car will also want to sit behind and enjoy the comfort. So I want to ask, what's really changing in the consumer's mind here?
So, India is very unique in a sense where most of the luxury customers have drivers, and that's primarily for parking purposes, also traffic situation, and therefore the rear seat comfort is super critical. We were the first to launch the new E-Class long wheelbase way back in 2016, and the success of that car clearly demonstrates the preference. But on the other side, many of our customers love to drive. They love their cars. They want to drive on weekends. Also to do with privacy, all times they don't want a driver with them. Sometimes they want to enjoy the car as well. And therefore, when we look at a car for India, it's both, I would say. Rear seat for the weekdays and the front seat driving for the weekends. And therefore, we need to give, even at the driver's side, memory seats to ventilated seats on the front. And we can't just only focus on the rear seat comfort as well. So I think that's what makes the market a bit unique, and focus as much on rear dedication, but also on the front seat for drivers for the weekend.
Before I move on to of course, other part of the business, I want to ask you on competition. You've always maintained this stance that you're not here chasing volumes. You want to give that customer and the experience of a Mercedes-Benz. I want to ask you, but recently the numbers that we saw, we see the gap narrowing down with the competition. But eventually, at the end of the day, we are always looking at the market share, and that's what businesses also focus on. So what is your strategy when it comes to, again, leading that position in the luxury car segment?
So frankly, it's a very valid ask by a lot of people when they look at the volume as one of the key criteria there. And I think this is not the first time that we are seeing, I have been with the brand for last 17 years now. Way back in 2013, we had similar approaches. Brands came up with lower priced cars, entry segment cars, cheaper models. Some of them succeeded for one or the other years. And then you could see what happened in the last 10 to 12 years. So for us, we would never have shifted to direct to consumer retailing model if we wanted to push volumes. I think India is a market, if you you look at the price of the cars that we are selling, they are at the top end of the spectrum compared to other markets in the world, and therefore it's clearly in the luxury space, and luxury cannot be defined just by price competition and volume. I think we need to give that customer experience, and therefore we clearly decided we will run a different treadmill. We will give powertrain options to customers, we will give the luxury of choice, customization, product offering, and also a direct to consumer model where prices and discounts both are standardized so that there is no haggling and the customer experience is better. Now with this, we can proudly say that Mercedes-Benz cars have the best residual value in the market when you go out to sell. So maybe the initial purchase price is a bit more expensive, but at the end of 3 to 5 years, the consumer still gets a great value from the purchase. So we are more sensitive on the brand. Our customer who has spent a lot of money in purchasing the car, we don't want to devalue it. So we will run the different treadmill. We focus on value over volume and customer centricity as one of our key focus for what we want to do in India. Volume is an outcome. It was for the last 10 to 12 years now that we are in numbers, even as we speak now as well. We lead the market, but I think that transient, as I said, it can change, but that doesn't affect our long-term strategy for the market.
Understood. Well, in 2024, 2 years back, we saw about 3,000 crore rupees investment that Mercedes-Benz announced for the country, largely for localization, capacity expansion. I want to ask you, how much of that has now been executed? And with 2 years down the line, I'm sure a whole lot of must have been spent. Are you looking at further capacity expansion or customer focus or assembly localization? Give us that plan, sir.
So Chetan, it's very relevant to the earlier question. If you look at the investments, there is no luxury car brand in India which even comes close to the 3,000 crores of investment that we have done into our facilities in India. Not only that, if you look at the R&D facility in Bangalore, more than 10,000 people working there to make, as we proudly say, there is a India in every Mercedes across the world. So there is a set of engineers working there, and that shows the commitment to the market. Start of this year, we localized the V-Class, we localized the GLS Maybach. So I think investments continue to pour in, but it's again based on we have enough capacity. So investments are not for capacity expansion, but more for new products that we want to introduce. We will introduce new electric vehicles to the market, also locally producing it in India. So we will continue the investment journey and we won't stop here.
A very valid point, sir. Now, with the coming to the first half, we saw robust sales, double-digit growth, 20% aggregate for the entire industry. How does the second half of the year look like? Because would you think the growth would eventually taper down, the demand would be a bit on a flattish note? What is the outlook there?
So, at start of the year, we always maintained a single-digit growth prognosis. Quite happy that the last quarter was a double-digit growth. So that actually slightly exceeds expectation, you can say. Having said that, our prices are going up, not because we want to, but because the exchange rates, you saw today morning, is almost 110 to 111. Prognosis it goes to 114. We have to wait and see. And if that happens, prices further go up, which has an impact on demand. And that's something we tend to mitigate with our financial services arm, giving lower EMIs, extended tenure, so that the customer doesn't get impacted. So we need to wait, but if you look at the factors, let's say the inquiries are all-time high, customer interest is all-time high to own the car. I think the tax collections, if you look at the overall macroeconomic setup, we don't see any letdown on the demand side. So hopefully if we get, because some of our cars are also sold out, I mentioned the new CLA, the V-Class, so if we get the supplies on time, and of course we are able to also slowly but surely mitigate the price increases, we should continue to see a very strong growth even in H2, and also it's festive period. So hopefully the demand momentum continues for all of us.
But a higher base, currency volatility, global uncertainties, evolving consumer sentiment, do you think we would still be able to maintain, for that industry now I'm asking, the industry would be able to navigate that path and waters and eventually come out in a higher single-digit growth, or a sufficient double-digit growth would be less, considering in the second half of the year the industry sees a festive period, which of course is a very long festive period in India. How about that?
So as I said, it's better to be cautiously optimistic with a single-digit prognosis and hope for a double-digit than being disappointed on the other way side if it doesn't happen. So I think we are geared up for the festive period. Last year, post the GST cut, you could see a huge demand. We had around 2,000 cars being sold in a short period of couple of days. So therefore, you are right. The base effect is significantly higher and we need to outperform that high base this year. But we are still confident. I think product launches, driven by strong customer sentiment right now. Let's remember, even during the peak crisis a couple of months back in the West Asia, the oil prices in India was still not, we kept the inflation under control. The pricing didn't go out of control, and that really helped consumer demand to continue. So we feel that the second half should still have a strong growth momentum to continue.
Now coming on to the electric vehicle strategy, we see the CLA EV pricing starts about 60 odd lakh rupees, whereas the competition has the EV luxury EV starting at about 50 to 52 lakhs pricing. What is the reason behind this higher pricing? Because eventually a customer who actually wants to go into luxury is also a bit, is an Indian and is price sensitive also. So don't you think you would see some issues with the volumes or number of EVs that you sell, because that would eventually go to a competition?
So no, absolutely. But on the other hand, if you see the car CLA, there is no car which has an NVIDIA chipset inside, which is ready for, I would say, the AI generation and also for use cases related to AI. The technology, the generation is next generation. So we are still selling the latest to the consumer. And that's why I say it's value over volume. We know. But if I look at the pricing of this car, even if you Google anybody up and see the price in Europe, it's close to 55,000 euro to 60,000 euro. So a consumer in India is still able to get this car at the same price that is sold in Europe. And I think that speaks volumes of our commitment to get new first-time customers into our brand. But now, should we take out, say, a couple of screens out of the car and try to make it not an AMG line, try to make it even cheaper? Maybe it can be a strategy. And as I keep saying, there's no right and wrong strategy, but we feel Mercedes customers demand the best. They need content and value, and therefore we would give the latest technology in the car. And that explains the price point, why the car is closer to the 55 to 60 and not near the 50 to the 52 mark.
Also now, before I move on to the policy bit, I want to ask you on the luxury EV adoption. A few years back, we were not anticipating such a huge penetration of EV into the Indian automobile space, but now, yes, it's happening. What are the biggest barriers you feel are for luxury EV adoption in particular? Because mass market EVs are, of course, surviving and, of course, thriving. But a luxury EV would need a different, consumer set of consumers that you will cater to. So what are the biggest barriers you see right now for a luxury EV ownership and, of course, with the charging standards and other ecosystems? So give us 2-3 points on that, sir.
No, I think firstly, if you look at the positives, and I will come to the barriers as well. Today there is a price parity of EVs compared to ICE in the luxury segment. So most of our cars, if you see, are very well priced on EV, fundamentally because the GST on EVs are significantly lower than combustion engines. So the benefit we are all passing to consumer, and therefore you can clearly see a demand. The narrative has changed. When we localized the first EV in India, EQS, we were asked, why are you bringing an EV? Will it work? To now, which EV, what is your share and what is your percentage of penetration? And as I said, if I look at the top end segment where we have a product for the last now couple of months, the penetration is as high as 20%. If I look at the entry segment, now with the new CLA, the penetration has gone up to 14%. So still, there is a large segment of, I would say 80% of consumers who are not buying an EV. So one way to say is that we are doing extremely well if you compare it with the mass market EV offerings or mass market total adoption of EVs. But on the other side, there is a large segment of luxury customers not shifting. Primarily, the reasons have not changed. One is anxiety of range. The hassle of charging, because if many customers who have a home charging or office charging, they don't feel the need to go to public charging. But public charging infrastructure not only is a problem of number of chargers available, but are they reliable? When I go to charge a car, are they available even at remote locations, and is the uptime, downtime being there? And last not the least, the residual value. I can buy the EV at a cheaper price, but when I go to sell the car, what price do I get? So, and consumers are very smart. They look at total cost of ownership. So as long as their maths in terms of your daily driving charging infrastructure is there, they shift to an EV. And that continues to be the barriers, but I think it's changing. Wherever we are launching a car, we can see a significant adoption to EV. So if I talk about the top end segment, penetration growing more than 20%. If I entry now with the CLA, again the penetration growing. So it's a matter of time that you could see a significant shift. But we always are been advocating that let the customer decide. We should not now push on a certain technology or powertrain. We will offer gasoline, we will offer clean diesels, we will offer plug-in hybrids on select models, and we will also offer EV. And let the customer decide based on their driving style, total cost of ownership, and the convenience that they want to do and experience, and then let the market decide the pace of transformation.
Now you must have seen, Santosh sir, that the CAFE 3 norms were announced pretty much in line with CAFE 2. We are also seeing industry and the government stakeholders consultation going on very well. And are you comfortable with the timeline proposed by April 2027 for the industry or for you? Tell us about those norms, sir.
See, there are two lenses. Firstly, I think it's commendable the way CM and government have collaborated and they have come to a consensus view. And I think we should be aware that, when you talk about emissions or fuel efficiency, these are also unique strategic objectives for different OEMs, different powertrain strategies. And so for all of them to converge and really agree on certain proposals, I think that itself was a very great step. And it shows the strength of CM as well to get consensus and discuss with the government. Even from the government perspective, they were very pragmatic, and I think the consultations are still on. It is not closed. Coming to Mercedes-Benz, for us, we are already ready. In fact, we always tend to be ready before time. So if I even talk about the current discussion about ethanol, we were E20 ready with BS6. I can confirm today that we are E25 ready across our portfolio in India. So I think we don't wait for the regulatory setup to come in. As a brand, we feel we need to be ready with our cars, with the emission and with the prognosis. So, but it is for the larger industry to decide their strategy when it comes to CAFE and powertrain. But we are comfortable with what's been communicated, what's being considered, and would support these proposals as well.
Of course, I think you understood that my next question would be on ethanol, and you very nicely put it into place. But of course, I want to ask you on the whole public debate of availability of fuel. You mentioned it before also. I would like to ask you, there are demands of pure petrol going on in the market, and there are demands of E20 being rolled out. What do you think? The customer should be given that E20 choice, or should there be a choice of probably a pure petrol also? What do you think?
No, firstly, there is nothing called pure petrol. Of course, we know the 100% octane and those things which are going on. But let's say that India was on E10 fuel, right? And then the transition to the E20, E12s, gradually to the E20, whichever is the case. Let's get some facts straight. Number one, cars are compatible. Once the OEMs are declaring their E20, which means that there is no risk for a consumer buying a car or utilizing that car. So now comes to the fuel. If the standard fuel is being available, the car should run and that should not be a...
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is What's Hot, a show that focuses on the biggest buzz on the D Street. As we start this fresh and new week, we're looking at a softer start for the D Street. We're looking at 24,189 onto the Nifty. That's 145 point of a cut. That's coming in from the pressure that we are looking at as far as the Nifty Bank and the private sector banking names are concerned. Remember, the Nifty Bank is down by 1.5%. It's still trading below the low point of the session. You can clearly see see that the pressure built on right from the word go today in the markets, but private sector banks have lost even further momentum. You can see about a 2.5% cut on this one. This comes in right after over the weekend we have seen at least 5 private sector banking names come up with the earnings, and there has been slight pressure on the NIMs too. On the gaining front, you do have names like Trench, JSW Steel post the earnings, that's up. Cipla, NTPC, Power Grid are some of the other stocks that are rallying in the session. Remember, within the gaining sectors, you have PSU banks, which are, in fact, contradicting the kind of decline we are seeing in the private sector banks, pharma, metals, oil and gas. Those are the pockets that are declining. But you have all of these big, names from the banking pack that are declining. HDFC Bank, Axis Bank, Kotak Bank. These are the ones that are declining. Even auto names like Maruti and Eicher Motors are declining in this session. Let's welcome our guest on board. We have Mr. Avinash Gorakshakar, our market expert of the day, to help us understand with his take on the markets. First up, Mr. Gorakshakar, good morning to you, and give us your sense as we kickstart this week yet again on a nervous note. Over the weekend, the tensions escalated yet again as far as the West Asia front is concerned, and we've seen crude oil prices once again cross the $91 per barrel mark. Will this again deter and spoil the mood somehow that the market had gained some momentum in the last week? Will that again be checked?
Yeah, good morning, Sakshi. I think markets are likely to remain volatile, Sakshi, largely because overnight, crude has gained significantly. And I think now with the result season on, I think there are going to be a lot of stock-specific moments, specifically about the banks you mentioned. I think HDFC Bank and Axis Bank were results which were slightly below the market expectations. But if you look at the ICICI Bank numbers have been steadily in line. So I think today what you're seeing is a little bit of profit booking, a little bit of weak market sentiment. That's why it's like sell-on news, which is happening in all these stocks. My sense is the banking sector has performed decently, but not up to the expectations of the market. And I think today also there are a lot of companies which are going to put out their Q1 numbers. So markets would be looking at their numbers, their commentaries from the management. And I think it will be more stock specific today. As far as the index is concerned, I think until the geopolitical situation now improves, because it's got drastically changed in the last few days and weeks, it's not going to result in any immediate upside movement for the index. So as long as we maintain 24,000, the markets will remain in a solid positive territory. Once it crosses below 24,000, there could be a little more panic. So I think we'll have to wait. But the crude and the rupee, these are going to be very important near-term factors for the market.
Okay, got that. Let's actually look at some of the earnings. We'll come to the banks that you alluded to in a bit because we'll discuss them deeply. But let's talk about Reliance Industries first. That also came out with the earnings over the weekend, and we've seen on a consolidated basis the profit has grown 6% to 23,196 odd crores. The gross revenue has soared about 24%, now crossing 3.4 lakh crores as well. We're also looking at EBITDA that's jumped by 10% to 54,067 crores. And we have seen that the Jio results continue to post strong numbers. Profit here has risen by over 9% odd to 7,764 crores. Revenue has increased by 11.8 odd percent. We've also seen the EBITDA jumping by 15%. In fact, Jio's ARPU has also crossed 215 rupees odd, and margins have expanded about 150 basis points as well. And of course, the next big trigger will be the upcoming IPO of Jio 2. Your own sense, Avinashji, on the earnings that you've seen from Reliance. The stock is slightly higher after the earnings, but the stock had gone into the earnings after a long haul of underperformance and consolidation that played out. This year entirely, we've seen about 12-13% odd of a cut on RIL. What's your own suggestion post the earnings? What did you like in the earnings, and where did you feel that there is a miss even now?
No, I think clearly, with rising crude prices, the possibility of GRMs coming under pressure is one concern, but the results were mostly in line. I think numbers from Reliance have always been important, but I think the commentary is very clear. We now will be looking at, possibly some sort of value unlocking, from the Jio Telecom business. I think where already some news flow has come to the market. So I think we'll have to take a call based on the next 6 to 12 months. At these levels, the downside seems to be capped. And I think if you look at the next 12 to 15 months, hopefully if crude prices settle down, the retail business grows, the telecom business grows. I think Reliance definitely has got a lot of value triggers. Our near sense is that, one could look at a price of 1550 to 1600, but this will be a slow kind of mover. So markets will obviously reward this kind of value unlocking, but it will take some time. So stay invested for the next 12 to 15 months.
Okay, let's now focus on the banks particularly. We are seeing, at least we'll start off with HDFC Bank, cracked by about 4 to 5 odd percent post the earnings. We've also seen, brokerage houses also looking at some pressure built up even going forward from here. The stock is now down 4.5% odd. We've also seen that the earnings has missed estimates, especially when it comes to the NIMs. From most of these banks have looked at some pressure build up there. There's a clear contrast in the stock price momentum. ICICI Bank vis-a-vis HDFC Bank. HDFC Bank is down by 4.5%. We've seen, although ICICI Bank see an uptick of almost 1% today. So let's first talk about HDFC Bank vis-a-vis ICICI Bank, the earnings that have come in and the price performance, and what do you expect from here, Avinashji?
No, I think very clearly, ICICI Bank has done better than HDFC Bank. I think the markets are not happy with the numbers from HDFC Bank. And, the problem with HDFC Bank is now the balance sheet size has also become very large. So incremental growth on this large balance sheet is definitely going to take a long time. At least in terms of ICICI Bank, we saw a good amount of disbursal growth, good amount of asset quality. The profit was also up by about 15-16%. So I think definitely, in case of ICICI Bank, also one of the near-term concerns is the provisioning number. The provisioning number has actually increased for ICICI Bank. So I think, we'll have to wait and watch. But I think the commentary which came out from these banks has been pretty steady. We'll have to see the July to September quarter, where I think the pickup in credit growth will actually help the banks grow much faster. So net, we have a hold on the banks. I would say that ICICI Bank, if it corrects in this kind of weak market, it's a good opportunity to accumulate, but HDFC Bank should be avoided.
Okay, let's also talk about the tier 2. We have Kotak Mahindra Bank and Axis Bank next as well. We've seen Axis Bank crash by 5% as the margin pressure again offset the Q1 profit beat that the company has reported this time. Although for the long term, many brokerage houses still believe the stock has a lot of upside to play on. Whereas on Kotak Mahindra Bank, we have seen that the profit has zoomed 25% odd to 4,123 crores. NI has also grown by 9% odd. We've also seen a provision fall of 45% odd here. The gross NPA and the net NPA have also seen a contrast there. Gross NPA has declined, whereas net NPA slightly increased to 0.27 vis-a-vis 0.25% as well. But we are definitely looking at Axis Bank, which is seen a decline today. The stock had gained about 1.5% going into the earnings on Friday, but today it's down by about 5 odd percent, and so far in 2026 it's been just down 1%. So you can see no kind of a momentum is what we've seen here. And Jefferies, although continues to believe that a buy rating with a target price of 1700 can be seen on the stock. So brokerage houses still have a higher outlook in the long term. So how should one be approaching Kotak vis-a-vis Axis now?
No, I think Kotak Bank definitely delivered a much better set of numbers, and I think the commentary also was pretty good. I think Axis Bank markets were disappointed on the margins, on the net interest margin front, and I think going forward, the market will look at these numbers very closely. If at all the second quarter also there is some pressure on the net interest margins, then the Axis Bank stock is unlikely to be re-rated in a hurry. Although we do have a long-term positive view on the stock, we would look for better numbers. As far as Kotak is concerned, I think Kotak is definitely ideally placed. We should see a stronger growth with net interest margins remaining pretty steady. And I think going forward, you could possibly see a much stronger run in Kotak Bank. So we have a positive view on Kotak Bank, but again, it's a buy on decline, not at the current price level.
Okay, and how about Yes Bank? How are you analyzing the numbers there? We've seen a net profit uptick of 33% odd. Better interest income has definitely led to this growth as well. We're also looking at higher loan growth for the company and, net profit of 1,071 odd crore rupees, asset quality improving as well, and the loan growth remains strong. So how would you look at Yes Bank? Of course, we do know what has been happening with the stock prices for some time now. Is there confidence that is slowly and gradually trickling back into Yes Bank, or will it still take a lot of time and therefore you'll be cautious here?
No, I think we'll like to see another couple of quarters of steady growth from Yes Bank, although the numbers, Sakshi, have been quite good. But I think there have been some reports that possibly Yes Bank could be looking at raising fresh capital, and that could possibly dilute the book value. So we'll have to see how the capital structure, pans out in the next, say, 2 to 3 quarters. Because if they at all dilute, then I think the current market price is not very significantly high. That would obviously dilute the book value. So I think, it's better to wait for the September quarter and then take a call. Although on the face of it, numbers have been good. I would say that, at these levels, the downside is not there. But anybody who wants to buy in should at least look at the next 2 years. So it's a good bank with all, problems sorted out. But for the stock to outperform, it would take at least 12 to 18 months.
Okay, let's stay with the banking space. There's another update, viewers, that we want to share with you, and that's with regards to the Indian banks stepping up efforts to attract NRI dollars through the RBI-backed FCNR deposit window, which remains open up until September 30th. And we're already looking at both PSU and private sector banks looking at this space to be able to cushion their own balance sheets and overcome the kind of pressures that they had been facing on the domestic deposits. Let's actually go across to my colleague Nachiket Kilkar, who's been getting us all those details on this edition, and give us an understanding, Nachiket, how are you looking at which are the banks that are already looking at heavy flows coming in through this NRI FCNR deposits, and how will this really help them overcome the current pressures on the domestic deposits?
Look, absolutely. The main reason this special window for HCNR deposits was opened by the Reserve Bank so that they can shore up their foreign exchange deposits. To that extent, most lenders have become extremely aggressive in tapping into their NRI client base. Now, three things work in favor of them. One is they have offered attractive interest rates. Some are offering around 6.5%. Some are even the smaller finance banks are doing even 7% plus. If you compare that with the US 10-year bond yields, which are around 4.5%, then obviously this is extremely attractive. On top of that, the RBI is hedging the costs completely. Plus, the RBI has allowed these banks to offer leverage against these FCNRB deposits. So these things are making it extremely attractive for banks to raise these kind of deposits, and banks are going all out in tapping into their NRI client base. Interestingly, private banks, although they point out that the demand has been strong, and in the HDFC Bank, for instance, said in the last few days they have mobilized a significant number of FCNR deposits. They are not actually sharing the actual numbers that have come in. Public sector banks, on the other hand, have been very aggressively pushing FCNR deposits and also very openly talking about the kind of fundraise that they want to do in this case. The estimates from the banking industry are that so far around 15 odd billion dollars may have come in through this route. Economists and banking analysts have estimated earlier that close to $50 billion or even slightly more could be raised by the time the window ends on September 30th. Again, this will all depend on how interest rates pan out in major global markets, the kind of leverages banks can manage over the next couple of months. So we'll have to keep a watch on that.
All right. Okay, Nachiket, thanks a lot for getting us all of those details there. Avinash, would you also, look positively when it comes to the banking space? In fact, PSU banks are being more vocal about how much they are already targeting through these FCNR, deposits. What does it mean for PSU versus private banks, and how balance sheets could improve in the coming quarters?
No, I think most of these banks are going to benefit because obviously a lot of foreign money by FCNR is going to come to the Indian banks, both for the public and the private sector. My sense is the effect of all this would get reflected partly in September quarter and maybe in the second half in a much better way. I would say that these funds are definitely more cost effective, and I think deployment of these funds would result in a better yield for the bank. So we are positive on the larger banks like SBI, Bank of Baroda, Canara Bank, and of course large private sector banks like ICICI Bank. So definitely a good move, and I think the effect of these numbers would get reflected in the second quarter and the second half of this financial year.
Okay, fair point. Let's also look at some of the other earnings as well. We've also seen JSW Steel come up with the earnings, and the stock has been upgraded by Kotak after Q1 results. Many other brokerage houses have also raised the targets as well. While Kotak expects JSW Steel to its margins to moderate in the September quarter due to the seasonal weakness and elevated coking coal costs, it believes the ongoing capacity additions that the company is focusing on the higher margin projects should support the growth going forward as far as the earnings are concerned. to the medium term. And the brokerage has also said the recent correction in the stock has in fact given investors a good risk reward opportunity to enter. The stock is at the day's high point. You can see a 2% uptick coming in on JSW Steel, the steel maker, on stronger than expected performance, and brokerage houses positive take as well. Metal space for you, Avinash ji, how are you looking at, and players like JSW Steel which are already reporting strong numbers?
No, I think the metal space should do well. I think there was some apprehensions that possibly there could be a little bit of margin pressure because globally prices have corrected for both ferrous as well as non-ferrous metals. But looking at the way JSW Steel has put out numbers, we feel that Tata Steel, Vedanta, Hindalco, the market should now look at these companies in a much better way. Q1 has always been a slower quarter, but I think if prices have not corrected sharply and the volume growth continues to be good, then I think all these metal companies are likely to put out a decent set of numbers. We continue to be constructive here, but we like to take a positive view on largely on Hindalco as well as Vedanta. I think Vedanta now has split into 5 separate companies. So I think Vedanta Iron and Steel can be a good kind of opportunity, provided the investor can wait for the next 12 to 15 months.
Okay, fair point. I hope that this has helped you out as well. Let me also look at the new age companies that are in focus. Paytm is in focus today, viewers. Remember, the board meeting is happening today and that could decide upon the first ever bonus issue in Paytm's history. And this could happen as the record date and everything will happen post the shareholder approval. But as along with the earnings, it is expected that 7.5 lakh small shareholders of Paytm stand to gain some bonus announcement that could come in today's meeting as well. 197, Mr. Avinash Korakshakar, has been one stock that has tested a lot of patience and yet given a breath of fresh relief to a lot of investors, in the latter half of its listed journey so far. What exactly, would you see in Paytm at this point in time? Are the ghosts of the past buried now well deep? And do you think the company is now focusing on just the right path to bring back its glory days and, of course, instill more confidence in investors? And how would you see this bonus issue now?
No, I think, Sakshi, the bonus issue is not important because finally what ratio the bonus comes is going to be very critical. Yeah. I think the market should look at the fact that core earnings are now going to improve, and I think that is going to be the focus area. So, the Q1 numbers with the overall top line, with whatever margin improvement they do, and the kind of swiftness in ensuring that losses are minimized are factors which are more important than the bonus. So, I would say that let the bonus issue come out. I would not be surprised that it would not be a 1:1 bonus. So if it's a 1:3 or maybe 1:4 bonus, that is something which is not going to excite the markets in the near term. So I think the operational numbers would be more important going forward.
Okay, fair point. I hope that this has also helped you out, viewers, in understanding how should you be approaching Paytm at this point in time. But let's also talk about pharma story as a whole. Today, I think there is a smart rally on Tatva Chintan Pharma. The stock has moved up about 20% odd in the session, and the pharma index itself is up by about 0.7% odd. Yes, there is a 20% circuit there. The Q1 net profit has risen to 16 crores. Revenue comes in at 167 crores odd. Profitability has more than doubled. In fact, revenue has also jumped by 43%. There is a 200 crores capacity expansion that has come in there as well. So that's specifically to Tatva Chintan Pharma, but pharma sector as a whole is also what we want to discuss with you, Mr. Korakshakar. From last couple of months, there's been a clear consensus on the pharma pack. How are you playing this team, and what are the early numbers indicating?
No, I think pharma is going to be a stock-specific kind of case. Tatva Chintan, as you mentioned, is a specialty chemical player, and I think in the pharma space we continue to be positive, on the larger cap companies like Torrent Pharma, Sun Pharma, and of course the allied, areas like hospitals where I think there's a lot of growth which is yet expected to trickle in. So I think, companies like Apollo Hospital, Yatharth Hospital, Spark MediWorld, I think definitely these look interesting. And I think investors can definitely look at these companies, from a medium to long term time.
Okay, fair point. Let's also look at some of the other key stocks that are in focus. Since we were alluding to the crude oil prices jumping yet again, how would you approach the oil and gas space right now, Mr. Korakshakar?
No, I think oil and gas space will remain a little choppy. See, the first quarter numbers from Bangalore refineries has been pretty good. But if you ask me about the near-term challenges, I think crude is steadily moving up. If crude goes above $100 a barrel, that is going to create a little bit of problem for these oil marketing companies. Of course, the upstream companies like ONGC, Salan Exploration benefit. But I would say that here it's better to be a little cautious now because till the geopolitical situation does not get corrected, and if crude at all goes above $100, then I think it could obviously hurt their profitability going ahead.
Okay, fair point. I hope this has also helped you out as well. Let's also focus on the broader markets vis-a-vis the large caps. So far, Mr. Gorakshakar, whatever earnings have come in, about 100 plus companies have already reported their earnings. We're again looking at a fact that the large caps are drawing more attention from investors amidst the earnings season that's underway. We had slowly and gradually seen an uptick and a revival happen in the mid and the small caps. Is there a trend reversal of sorts again? Is large cap coming in focus back again? How are you looking at what's happening in the market cap base approach?
No, I think large caps across sectors look interesting. I think companies from the auto space like Mahindra and Mahindra, companies from the large cap space like Apollo Hospitals, typically domestic facing sectors like even capital good companies. I think have definitely reported good numbers. My sense is that cement is also one area where I think a lot of improvement has come in. I think one number which came out and which surprised the market was India Cement. Numbers were much better than street expectations. So I think you have to be sector specific and you got to be stock specific here. But yes, I think large caps do give a better risk reward. Of course, there are many mid cap and small cap companies which are yet to announce numbers. So the markets will wait for the companies to put out numbers, listen to the management commentaries. But overall, I think again I would like to specify that it's going to be a stock specific market, large cap or small cap. I think it all depends on the earnings trajectory and the management commentary.
Okay, fair point. Any key stocks that have come afresh onto your radar that you'd like to highlight for our viewers? Where are you putting in fresh money of your clients and what's giving you more confidence in and again, markets which are still looking at this big overhang externally that continues to keep the prices capped?
No, I think, frankly, we are positive on the hospital space. Like Park Medi has come to a very attractive level. I think this is definitely a company which one should definitely look at. They have a 3,500 bed capacity, and I think you're going to see a very strong traction in the Q1 numbers, which is yet to come out. So I think here you could look at a fair value of around 340, 350. And another stock which we recently suggested to our clients was Rolex Rings. Now, this is a very niche player which caters to the bearing companies and which is now doing a buyback at around 180 rupees. Again, a very good stock, accumulated by HNIs as well as by institutions. So here also could be a good value opportunity considering that this is going to be a very strong year for them. And plus, I think, they have a virtual monopoly in that product. So typically, investors should look at such companies where there's not much of noise as of now, but definitely one could get a decent risk reward in the next, say, 12 to 15 months.
Okay, fair point. Let's also now look at some of the other big moves that we are looking at in the market. So from the Nifty 500 list, viewers, we have a lot of stocks that are moving up. You have Hester Biosciences up 5%, EQS Limited is up 5% as well. Turtle Mint Fintech Solutions is also up, recently listed stock here. That's also up by about 5% odd. ITDC from the tourism space is up 7% odd. You're looking at Tips Music that's up in the session today. DCM Shriram, Bansali Engineering. You're looking at Cross Limited and Tatva Chintan Pharma. We already marked out for all of you. Mrs. Vector's Foods also continues to tap in onto the move that started last week. And we are now seeing more sectors come up. We have IT, FMCG, Pharma from the defensive pack, all of them up and about in the session. Let's talk IT. Avinashji, how are you looking at the IT space? Is it giving you any indication that these may be good times to enter for long term despite the current challenges?
Yeah, I think, frankly, if you ask me, most of the negatives have been built into the price. And I think, you should look at sectors which are underperforming. When the earnings recovery starts, you could make a very strong alpha in these kind of companies. So we have been telling our clients to actually accumulate large cap like TCS, Infosys, HCL Technologies, even smaller IT companies like Coforge. So I think clearly if the investor has a slightly long runway of say next 12 to 18 months, one could definitely look at these companies because whatever negatives are there is already factored in the price. You require a small amount of earnings surprises, and if that happens, hopefully post September, then I think you could see a good rally. So there's nothing to worry for long-term investors. But yes, in the short term, you could be a little frustrated because the moves here are going to be very limited.
Okay, fair point. All right, Avinash, we'll thank you on this note for being with us on the program and helping us with all your wonderful insights for all our viewers. Good to have you with us as always. Hope you have a fantastic time. We'll see you soon on another edition. All right, viewers, we'll wrap it up on that note as far as What's Hot is concerned. But coming up next is our special show, Mutual Funds Ka Funda, and we're going to be discussing, in case you are a beginner in mutual fund journey, then this is one comprehensive show that will help you understand everything that you need to know about mutual funds, the kind of funds available, how do you really go about selecting the funds for you, what is the strategy as an investor that you must do, and why, after all, mutual funds are always seen as, the best way of, reaching your financial goals and should be definitely a part of your financial planning and investment planning right from the very start. So all of that coming up. Stay tuned with us on Business Today.
A planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today, achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for every one of our country.
First time the private company in India built orbital rocket, brought the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is truly a historic moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment for me and
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Skyroot CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। आपने दो काम किए हैं। एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी।
And the significance of this mission goes beyond reaching orbit. Vikram 1 is designed to prove every critical step of an orbital mission, from propulsion, guidance and navigation to stage separation and flight performance. The rocket will
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today television. I am Sakshi Batra and this is our special focused edition on mutual funds. अब आपने हमेशा सुना है लोग कहते हैं म्यूचुअल फंड सही है बट व्हाट एग्जैक्टली इज अ म्यूचुअल फंड डू म्यूचुअल फंड्स ओनली इन्वेस्ट इन स्टॉक मार्केट्स एंड इज देयर अ लॉट ऑफ मनी नीडेड टू स्टार्ट ऑफ योर इन्वेस्टमेंट्स इन म्यूचुअल फंड्स or can you start off with as little as 500 rupees as well? And with so many options from equity, debt, hybrid, index, ELSS, which mutual fund option is actually right for you? If those are the questions that you always had in your mind, then this is the show that will help you understand everything that you need to know about kickstarting your mutual fund journey. And if you've always wanted to invest, did not know which mutual fund should you be choosing, we will also help you understand the strategies of identifying the right kind of mutual fund schemes for yourself as well in a simple possible way. We will also decode for you what are the different types of mutual funds available, where should you be really looking at getting the best options with the cheapest expense ratio. All of those things will be discussed on this special edition Mutual Fund Ka Funda. So we'll start off by inviting our guest on board. We have Ankit Tikmani, the CIO for PMS Jainam, joining in on the program with us. Hi Ankit, warm welcome. Good morning. First up, for all our viewers who are just joining in afresh, we have started this new series on our personal finance coverage every day at 10:30. Today's topic is mutual funds and the basics of mutual funds. First up, give our viewers a basic understanding of why mutual funds are seen as the best way of growing wealth.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, mutual funds have, last couple of years have not given that kind of returns, but historically, if you have seen, it has delivered, a multi-cap fund, a flexi-cap fund has delivered a return of 12 to 14% kind of return. So hence, I think mutual funds is a good, and instrument to invest because, as a individual retail investor, it becomes very difficult to track stocks and build the portfolio. So rather, it's best to give it to a perfectionist and give the money to them. So that's why we feel that MF is a good instrument. Yeah.
So, Ankit, also help our viewers understand, when one starts off their journey in mutual funds, what is it that they should be really looking at? Many people still have a lot of confusion. They believe the companies that, have a lot of mutual fund schemes to offer are the places where they invest in. So people look at more brand names, whether I'm going for an ICICI mutual fund or an SBI or an HDFC Axis. They do not understand that much that you are actually not investing in the company, but those companies are providing you a lot of schemes that you can invest in. So first up, break that myth for all our viewers. How should one be really looking at, a mutual fund to start off with? Is it important to look at the brand name or is it important to look at the scheme?
So basically, the type of mutual fund an investor should choose totally depends on the three primary factors. Its financial goals. What is the financial goal of that investor? What is the investment horizon? And what is the risk appetite? What is the drawdown that investor can take? So there is no single best mutual fund for everyone nor any scheme. So I'll just elaborate. Example, large caps equity schemes could be suitable for conservative equity investors seeking relatively stable long-term growth. Flexi cap would be appropriate for investors who wants to have a diversified portfolio with the fund manager having the flexibility to invest across market capitalizations. Mid cap and small cap is better suited for investors with higher risk appetite and a long investment horizon, typically 7 to 8 years, as these funds can be very volatile. I'll give you an example. Last couple of years, index have gone nowhere, but we have seen a lot of small caps and mid cap companies have corrected. So it so happens that if you take it from peak to through, I mean, it is a like 3 to 4 year cycle. So even if someone has invested at the top of the cycle at one of the schemes managing small cap and mid cap fund, so they need time to exit. So that is why unless India's growing economy, small cap, mid cap companies are doing well, but then the horizon has to be 7 to 8 years because they are very volatile in nature. Similarly, index funds and ETFs are ideal for investors seeking low cost passive exposure to the broader market without relying on active fund management. Hybrid funds is suitable for investors looking for a balance between equity and debt with lower volatility than pure equity funds. Now, hybrid funds, I'll explain this with an analogy, with a cricket analogy. In an innings, in a cricket batting innings, Dravid gives stability to the innings, and Sehwag takes care of the scorecard, basically hitting the runs and everything. So similarly, a person, an investor who is more who is like who wants to take the benefit of both. For them, hybrid instruments are essential. For debt mutual funds, they are appropriate for capital preservation, regular income, or short to medium term goals. So investors should understand interest rate and credit risk. Yeah.
Ankit, the question that I want to ask you is that simply first help our viewers understand, usually people think that mutual funds is equal to stocks. First help us understand whether this is a big myth there and investors usually believe that mutual funds are risky. Are there also options where one can minimize the risk and yet take the benefit of mutual funds offering better set of returns than some of the very common schemes that investors invest in, like PPF or an NPS, or they go for some government schemes? Why does this option of mutual fund always equates to a lot of risk that people have to take, and how would you advise investors what to think about this?
So, rather, I'll say that mutual fund is one of the less riskier asset compared to equities, because he has a equity. You as a mutual fund manager, they have got a team, investment team. They have got sell-side analysts to assist them, so they can have 20, 30, 40 companies in their coverage. It becomes very difficult for a retail investor to have that kind of diversified portfolio. At max, they can invest in 3 or 4 companies, and also entry and exit is very important for them. To take a call on which instrument in equity to buy and when to enter, when to exit becomes a very tough task. So that is why we prefer mutual fund scores over direct equities in that sense. Now, depending upon the purpose of the investment, whether it is retirement, buying a house, children's education, emergency purpose, etc. The investor can invest in that kind of scheme. For example, now I'll again explain this with an example. Now Diwali is around the corner. Now let's assume there is a trader, not stock trader, but a trader, and a businessman, who will be requiring some working capital needs to stock before the Diwali. Let's assume. So he should not invest. He or she should not invest in equity, because he'll be reading the funds 2 months down the line. So for them, that will come to a play. So it totally depends upon where that person is thinking, what state of life he is. But otherwise, mutual funds are much more simpler, and it's efficient compared to direct equities. That is what our sense is.
Okay. Let me also try and understand from you, Ankit, when people start out first, somebody who has never invested in mutual funds before, what are the categories you advise them to invest in?
So, see, it is not about first investment or second investment or third. Let's assume he is or she is at 20 to 22 years old, and he has that kind of money flow. He having that kind of money flow, so he can take that risk of equity. For another person who is sitting at 55 and 60, he's already retired and he wants an ideal steady state inflows. Then for them, the debt funds is play a role. So at what stage of the life you are, whether you are a trader. Let's assume one more example I'd like to give to explain the viewers. Let's assume I am into stock market. Let's assume, okay, I'm getting my bread and butter through the stock market. Now, and let's assume the market, God forbid it doesn't happen, but let's assume that Nifty falls by 30%, 40%, and I have already invested, say, in equities comes. So that way, it is not diversifying. Rather, it is like consolidating my risk. So for me, it makes sense to invest in debt funds. So it totally depends, upon what age he is, what is his income. One more example I like to give. Let's assume I'm a jeweler. I'm already having 50 kgs or 30 kgs, 50 kgs kind of gold in my inventory, because that is how the business functions, right? Whether it is B2B or B2C. Now, I'll typically not invest in a commodity and mutual fund scheme that has got exposure to commodity, because God forbid again, if the gold prices comes down, I'll take a inventory hit as well as take a hit on the MF scheme that is having more exposure to the gold thing. So it is totally dependent upon that particular person. What is his risk profile? That way. Yeah.
Okay. Let's also try and understand, a lot of people usually think about ELSS as the best way to invest in mutual funds because it offers investment and tax saving opportunities as well. But how would you really look at the ELSS option at a time when 90% or more people have already shifted to the new tax regime? Does it really make sense to look at the ELSS options?
So again, it depends upon what bracket you fall in, whether you fall in the 30% bracket. What is your this question has got more to do with the taxation part, again, individualistic thing. Let's assume I'm sitting at 20 lakhs package, then it doesn't make sense for me to go through that ELSS route, because anyways the government has increased the tax bill. Now let's assume I'm sitting at 50 lakhs for and at a higher package. Then at that point of time, maybe I would look for an old regime and I'll take ELSS into that consideration. So that again is very individualistic. There are a lot of portals on the website. They assist you. Investor can take guidance from their CA. There are a lot of personal finance programs like what we are conducting. So maybe that should be helpful for them to take a call on that part.
Okay, let me also try and understand, when it comes to a lot of themes, people usually get attracted with when they say a particular thematic or a theme is working well in the stock markets. People usually go for those. Say for instance, defense, infrastructure, power space. Whenever we see a strong run up in a particular theme in the stock markets, there are a lot of new fund offers that are announced by a lot of mutual fund companies, and therefore people think that those are the right times to invest in those themes. When should a thematic fund become a part of your portfolio?
See, historically, more often than not, so it's not a rule, but it's a guideline that, and what we have seen being associated with the equity markets last 20-25 years. Whenever a new sectoral scheme comes, most often we have seen in the 2000 cycles, we have seen that there were a lot of IT schemes launched, and we had seen post 2001, 2002, this NAVs coming at 10 rupees becoming 2 rupees, 3 rupees. So it so happens that it is a human psychology. It's got more to do with behavioral finance. As the theme is more on the limelight, it becomes very easy for the investors to put money. It becomes very easy for the mutual funds to launch schemes in that particular schemes. So we should be very selective in that sense. If something is in limelight, that doesn't guarantee that it will generate a return from there itself. Rather, we should think from a pinch of salt. So that has been my experience. So for the viewers, I would like to say that we should not blindly invest in a sectoral scheme, especially when the sector has been very hot for last 4-5 years. Because what we have seen is that after every 4-5 years or 6 years, there is sectoral rotation that happens, and God forbid if someone gets stuck, then there is a problem. So that's my opinion to the viewers.
Okay. Also trying to understand from you, what is the right mix between market cap based funds, say large caps, mid cap, small cap funds? what should be the ratio there? Then there are these multi-cap funds, that we look at as well. So how should one be deciding what is the right way of approaching or having the best diversification in market cap based funds in the portfolios?
So best and the simplest way is to invest through flexi cap schemes. Let the flexi cap schemes, more than 65% has to be invested in the equity schemes, and it is a good blend or mix of small cap, mid cap, and large cap companies. If the investor doesn't have to take a call on the which part of the segment that market will move. Let's assume it so happens that every 1.5, 2 years, sometimes large cap outperforms the mid cap, small cap companies. Sometimes mid cap, small cap companies outperform the large cap. So if the investor is able to read that cycle well, then he can do a direct investment in mid cap and small cap companies. And if he doesn't want to take a risk, then he can invest in flexi cap. And the third thing is that let's assume that he doesn't want to take he is of he or she is of the opinion that Nifty will give, let's assume 12, 13, 14 kind of CAGR kind of return, and he doesn't want to take a bet on the fund managers active calls. Then there are ETFs also, where index based funds also where the investors can invest. So it totally depends actually.
Okay. Also trying to understand, when it comes to selecting the mutual funds or selecting the mutual fund, companies or houses as well, what are the top 2 or 3 things that you advise clients to look at when they go for a fund? And, if you could also explain, there is always a confusion between whether you should go for direct or for regular. If you could help us understand, how should one be looking at those options?
So when deciding, in which mutual fund to investors should evaluate, a combination of quantitative and qualitative factors rather than focusing only on the past returns. Because every fund manager, every scheme have their own style of investment. Some are value focused, some are growth focused. So it sometimes so happens that 2-3 years the value stock will outperform, 2-3 years, 4 years the growth stock will outperform. So immediate history should not be immediate 1 year or 3 year history return should not be construed as the future performance. So then what? Then the next question comes: if not this, then what? So we should ensure that the fund's objective aligns with the financial goals. Whether the investor is opting for wealth creation, income, tax saving, etc. Then for fund category, I have already explained, flexi cap, large cap, when to invest. Hybrid also, we have already discussed, giving the Dravid and Sehwag analogy. Then we should also look at risk-adjusted returns. SEBI has started this thing, which is wonderful. Every fund house should give their risk metrics like Sharpe ratio, standard deviation. So these are some of the factors that needs to be taken care of. So ultimately the best mutual fund is not necessarily the one that has given highest recent returns, but the one that has consistently aligns with investor goals, risk tolerance, and time horizon. Some mutual funds have got this risk-taking ability, so they deliver good returns, say from 5 to 7 years perspective. But we have seen some mutual funds. I will not quote, but we have some mutual funds have given good returns 5 to 7 years perspective. But last 2-3 years they have not performed because in that case, if the risk appetite of the mutual fund investor is less, then maybe they should look for another. So it totally depends upon the time horizon, risk tolerance, ability, everything. The broader risk,
Okay. Time up, and we'll have to thank you, Ankit, right here. Thanks for being with us on the program and giving us all your insights there. Viewers, we'll wrap it up on that note, but we'll continue to get you market coverage on the other side of this break.
Thank you so much.
and hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today, achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for everyone of our country.
First time the private company in India built our rocket, brought up the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is a truly historic moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment personally for me.
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Skyroot CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। आपने दो काम किए हैं, एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी।
And the significance of this mission goes beyond reaching orbit. Vikram 1 is designed to prove every critical step of an orbital mission, from propulsion, guidance and navigation to stage separation and flight performance. The rocket will deploy customer payloads into a 450-kilometer low Earth orbit, carrying satellites up to 350 kilograms. The mission will validate India's indigenous launch technology and lay the foundation for future commercial space missions. From government-led missions to private-powered breakthroughs, India's space journey has entered a new orbit. Vikram 1 is not just a rocket that reaches space, it is a launchpad for a new generation of Indian innovation, enterprise and ambition.
And we have reached space on our first.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Ahead of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust in the Parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the very issue.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसकी सरकार ने भगवान राम को धोखा दिया है। उनका चंदा ही नहीं चुराया, उनकी विश्वास और आस्था पे डाका डाला है। और इसीलिए सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे हैं, यही हमने कहा है कि चंदा चोरी का मुद्दा।
The special investigation team probing the Chanda Chori is expected to submit an interim report to the Supreme Court on Monday. Police intensively questioned the key accused Ram Shankar Yadav alias Tinnu and his nephew Manish Yadav. During the grilling, both the accused admitted to stealing donations. Tinnu even admitted to misusing Champat Rai's ID to issue VIP passes for Ram Mandir, while Manish used the theft money to organize bhandaras, buy expensive gifts and land. Police are now examining all those involved in the temple's daily operations. Police lens is on the 50 people involved in counting currency donated by the devotees at the temple. The Temple Trust will be holding a crucial executive committee meeting in Ayodhya on July 22, 2026. The meeting is set to appoint the temple's first full-time CEO, reconstitute 5 internal committees and review the final probe report regarding the alleged embezzlement of temple donations. The opposition is determined to corner the government on this sensitive issue. The big question remains who will respond to the opposition's attacks on the issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
A planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for everyone of our country.
First time a private company in India built orbital rocket, brought up the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big historic moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is truly a historic moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment personally for me as well.
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Skyroot CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। दो काम किए हैं, एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी।
And the significance of this mission goes beyond reaching orbit. Vikram 1 is designed to prove every critical step of an orbital mission, from propulsion, guidance and navigation to stage separation and flight performance. The rocket will deploy customer payloads into a 450-kilometer low Earth orbit, carrying satellites up to 350 kilograms. The mission will validate India's indigenous launch technology and lay the foundation for future commercial space missions. From government-led missions to private-powered breakthroughs, India's space journey
Hello and a warm welcome, ladies and gentlemen, on Business Today Television. We are smack in the middle of July, and this is absolutely the right time to look at fund portfolios, spaces which are outperforming, spaces which should find mention in your long-term portfolios, and broadly what the funds have done over the last one and a half months or so. We are joined by Miss Shweta Rajani. She's the head of mutual fund business at Anand Rathi Wealth and a very well-known tracker of funds. Namaste Shweta ji, and obviously a very warm welcome. It's always such a pleasure to host you. Tell us how funds are stacking up, especially the mid caps and the small caps in the month of July. What have been the net additions which in the funds that you have tracked, and what is the broader picture to your mind?
Namaste, good morning. Yes, so if we see in the month of July, I'll also talk about the broader flows as per what we are tracking in specifically the mid cap segment. Now, if I compare for let's say half the month of July, our reading says this could be somewhere closer to 16,000 number, 90-95% of the universe captured. And if I compare this to June, same time, first half of June, the numbers would have been around 14,000. So clearly there is approximately 11 to 12% increase from the previous month in terms of flows. This is overall. Now, if I talk about specific categories, if I am, looking at the numbers, for mid cap specifically, it's looking in line with what it was in June. So overall for the month of June, we'd seen somewhere closer to 6,000 crores in mid caps. So half of that, if I take, would have been closer to 3,000 crores. We are sitting at numbers like 2,900, 3,000 crores even in first half of July so far. If I talk about other categories, which kind of even small cap also, if you see, is in line with what we've been seeing in the previous months.
Okay, so broadly, the fund flows continue unabated into mids and smalls, and more or less, many fund managers have utilized this inflow by buying the market cheaper, and many clients and customers would have benefited immensely. Shwetaji, what stands out in terms of sectoral rotation between mid and small cap funds, especially in the 14 that you advise?
So broadly, what we are seeing is, in terms of the sectoral shifts, as well as I'll also highlight on the market cap shifts that we've seen. So first talking about, let's say, the mid cap segment. In the mid cap segment, now we've seen a little bit of a reduction in the small cap allocation, and that allocation is going towards balance between a large and a small cap. So in fact, if I would say roughly 5 to 6% small cap reduction, of which they would have seen a 2% odd increase in the small cap, and the rest of it going towards large cap. That's the the reason for this one would be because of the AMFI change in the universe, where they went through their half-yearly rebalance, and companies themselves have seen some amount of change. Plus, given how mid-caps have behaved over the last 1.5 years, they've clearly been an outperforming sector. That shift today to balance between the risk and the return potential is one reason behind the changes that we've seen. Small caps per se have maintained broadly their market cap mix to have 80-82% of small cap in the portfolio, rest between mid-large. Coming to the sectoral shifts that we have seen now, at a broader level, what we are seeing is fund managers are marginally increasing their allocations towards banking and financial services. That's mainly one, and a slight improvement in their healthcare exposure. If I have to just list down, what the top 2 or 3 sectoral changes could be. Now, this again, I think is, if I am trying to look at the underlying earnings numbers, the result season is also on, and we have seen that the banking and financial space, pretty much from a profitability standpoint, is going very strong with 20% plus earnings being declared. So I think there are fundamental reasons of fund managers making those changes, and even the view is that banking, financial services, or broader capital market may end up being one of the top performing in terms of profit growth. So it looks like a good shift there. In terms of where they have been reducing their allocations, sectors where there is some amount of, I would say, global impact, IT, we've seen them reducing their allocation. Oil and gas space, we've seen them again reducing their allocation. And some amount of a shift we've seen in telecom. So if I just have to see the top 3, bottom 3, this is how it's stacking up. Here again, IT, if I look at it from an earnings projection, of course, IT has been going through a lot of struggle. Plus, the earnings forecast looks like a single digit, somewhere between an 8 to 10% profit growth potential. So from a future potential, I think the sectoral allocation is in line with what we are reading on the consensus estimates on profits.
Okay, fair point. Shwetaji, just a few days ago, Mr. Aziz was on the show. He's, of course, heading the wealth team. And he mentioned that you've added, the research team at Anand Rathi Wealth has added a couple of new funds that they are advising to their clients. Would you care to name them?
So, see, this is, an ongoing process where we keep looking at funds, and we try and see where, in as a normal rebalance process. So, yeah, some funds in consideration, of course, may not be very different than what we've been recommending in past. But, if I have to name a few, I think we've been focusing on something like a Bandhan Large and Mid Cap or an Invesco Focus Fund. These are, few of the schemes we've been talking about, at least in the recent our research. They have stood out to be good funds in the respective categories.
Absolutely. What attracts you to Invesco focused?
So, one thing in the focus category, clearly you're betting upon the fund managers' high conviction picks. Within that space, what we've seen is where Invesco stood out very different was while SEBI allows them to have up to 30 stocks in the portfolio, they built it with their high conviction 20 stock basket. So it's for the more concentrated and only with, deep dive research of the fund manager, they have further shrunk that universe. Of course, they're saying between 20 to 25 stocks. Clearly, growth oriented strategy of where, which are the kind of companies they want to participate in, the kind of, the rationales that they have of filtering out the companies stood out to be if you want to be in that maybe slight aggressive portfolio which can have a good upside but also have a good amount of downside for shorter time periods. The fund turned out to score in those aspects. So for us it was a good blend to have in the overall portfolio that we suggest to clients.
Fair point. This is not to nitpick, but this is a 5,700 crore rupee fund in terms of managing the corpus, and the top 4 or 5 stocks are ICICI Bank, L&T, HDFC Bank, Indigo, and Nuvama Bell. So 9 plus 7, 16 plus 6, 22, 28 plus 5, 33% in fairly well-known names. Be that as it may, I'm sure they'll outperform. The second one you say is Bandhan large and mid cap.
Correct.
What were the salient features that your research team found out about Bandhan large and mid cap?
Yeah, so Bandhan, I think, it's a fund that we've been tracking, at least I've been tracking it for 3 years before it finally was something that convinced us to go ahead. And over the years, we'd seen, I'm going to add more than the fund. I'm also going to talk about the importance of the fund house here. Because, Bandhan went through a change in the CIO and fund management team. So when such changes happen, even for investors, it becomes a very important point. So I'm highlighting here that when you have such changes, they could lead to strategy changes, churn in the fund management team, and that's where it becomes important that you look at those finer aspects as well, the inputs that could lead to the output in terms of return that we may see. So we've taken our own time to understand how money is coming in, what were the changes in the way they research, how their stock universe of what they had under their coverage went up from almost 190 stocks to today closer to or 400 odd stocks that they cover. The stability of the fund management team, how new fund managers got added, and then specifically what they've done in the respective funds, a minor change in the strategy that they may have done. It's a good blend, again, of, I would say, it's growth at reasonable price that they follow in this, the large and the mid-cap fund. Given the peer group, there has been consistency in the performance in the portfolio that they are managing. It's a well-diversified portfolio here. So both in terms of the risk aspects, the research coverage, the underlying, earnings potential of the basket that they have turned out to be, again, within among the top quartile for us compared to the peers. So that's how, those are various factors that we considered, at least when we were evaluating fund.
So Bandhan large and mid cap fund is quoting at a net asset value of 165 rupees, and as Ms. Rajani mentions, the returns have been outstripping the peer group. And of course, over the longer term, this fund was launched somewhere in August of 2005, a 13% CAGR from then. But in the last 10 years, the CAGR has been 16%, actually 16.8% over the last 10 years. And it has not only beaten its peer group, but also has ranked third out of 18 funds over a 10-year period. So it's in the upper quartile, and of course strong portfolio banks amongst the top 4 stocks, and of course Paytm being the other stock which is in the top 5. Shweta ji, any additions to your kitty in terms of a new small cap fund or a new mid cap fund?
No, we're pretty much holding on to what we've been talking about. So no changes there as of now. Of course, it's a continuous evaluation process, so we'll keep seeing if there's something more that can be added to the kitty.
Okay, fair point. So those are Kotak mid cap, HDFC mid cap, Invesco mid cap, and what was one more that you used to advise?
Invesco small cap is what we've been talking about. HDFC small cap as well. That we've spoken about. There are a few other schemes which are worth considering, but there's a restriction on the flow. So you have something like an SBI small, but there of course there's a restriction on the flows that can come in.
Okay, fair point. Ma'am, what has been the cash situation in these funds? In your opening remarks, you mentioned that SIP inflows continue unabated. So the float that the fund manager has to buy into the market is of course at his disposal. But have funds trimmed down on their cash?
Yes, definitely. If I'm looking at the last 2-3 months, they have trimmed down on their cash allocations. If I'm comparing between, let's say, what was it in Feb, March versus what it is today, most of these funds that we're talking about have also seen proper cash deployment, that they've been taking place, new flows coming in. July is a month where, at least at a broader industry level, we are seeing some slowdown in the purchases. So for the month of July specifically, not talking about these specific schemes, they have been, if I look at the month-end portfolios, it's showing that their cash allocations have gone down. But at an industry level, if I see cumulatively when we started off for the month of June, just to give you the overall numbers, we were sitting at somewhere around 1,83,000 crores of cash. This is all equity funds put together. Now, if we assume that there's roughly 15,000-16,000 crores of inflow that's come, the NSE data on what has been bought by mutual funds in the equity market is showing somewhere closer to a 6,000 crore number. So roughly, it could mean that there's 10,000 crores more of cash, which they have received in terms of flows, but is not yet deployed in the market. So overall level, there could possibly be this month, if they don't deploy it in the next few weeks, we see a slight increase in the cash positions. So that's a possibility. But if I am comparing it on a 3-month basis, yes, fund managers have been deploying their additional cash.
Okay. Shweta ji, because you track many funds very, very closely, what is your gut feel about the mid and the small cap category? Is the worst behind us?
I would say definitely yes, the worst is behind us, and these are two categories where even when I am seeing the earnings, coming back to fundamentals, if I break it up into fundamentals and then liquidity flow supporting them, fundamentals in last years, if I see profit growth, Nifty 50 companies at 3 to 4% profit growth. Mid caps were closer to 20% profit growth. Small cap companies at an index level, just the small cap 250 index, saw 10% profit growth. Within small cap, the diversion was huge. So you will find, for FY 25-26 reported numbers, many companies which were upwards of 15% profit growth as well. Right now, also so far with the earnings season, too early to speak, but we are seeing Nifty 50. 40% of the universe declared result at 8% profit growth. Mid and small cap, closer 10 to 12% companies declared result, but they are sitting at 27 to 30% profit growth. Projections, Bloomberg forecast for this year is also suggesting that mid-small could have a significant outperformance to large cap from a PAT growth perspective. Valuations pretty much are reasonable across the segments. Of course, case specifics, there could be an overvaluation, but broader companies, you'll find a lot more companies which are attractively priced as well. Lastly, when I'm looking at the liquidity support, across the last few months, we've been seeing that mid and small cap continues to be in the top 3-4 categories in terms of the flows that are coming in. Even the SIP money that's coming in, approximately what we are seeing is 6 to 7,000 crores each is entering into the mid and the small cap space. So if I have to see all three aspects of earnings, valuation, and liquidity, they are suggesting that mid small could have a good potential to add a little bit of the kicker compared to a large cap to your overall portfolio. So meaningful allocation towards mid small should be there. Keeping in mind that yes, in very shorter periods, so few weeks, few months, there could also be higher volatility in this segment. But if you're talking about from a medium term perspective, the categories do deserve a good allocation.
Fair point. So that's the broader structure that you've talked about. Now, within the 3 or 4 mid-cap funds that Anand Rathi Wealth suggests and an equal number of small-cap funds, what are the positive changes that have happened in the last month, Shweta ji?
In terms of at the fund level, if you see, here I'm going to break it up again into in terms of their outperformance. They've continued to have a good amount of outperformance to, let's say the benchmark. Now the benchmark, I could have looked at Nifty 500 or, respective benchmarks. So there've been consistency. If I'm looking at the beta of the portfolios, beta again is slightly on the lower side, which means I'm saying, you could be at a 0.9, 0.95 beta to the benchmark. So the funds have been managing the risks very well. Downsides have been lower compared to the benchmark. We already spoke about the sectoral changes and the market cap shifts that we were seeing in the funds over the last 1 month. So I think fund managers are holding steady. A lot of the allocation that they're doing is in the existing stocks where they're finding good opportunity rather than doing a lot of churn. So we are not seeing excessive churn, but we are seeing building on to the existing portfolio that they have. So that's roughly what's happened in the last 1 month.
Fair point. My final question to you, of the top 4 small caps and the top 4 mid cap funds that are there in the portfolio, where do you see maximum new additions of stocks? If you can just name a few stocks that have been added to fund portfolios, that would be immensely helpful.
Sure. So, if I talk about some of the stocks that have been added, we've seen something in something like Vedanta Aluminium, or you could have some consumer durables names in the electronics space. So we've seen ICICI Bank getting added. We've seen some bit of media and entertainment companies getting added. In terms of the decreases, there's been some amount of profit booking, I would say, or reduction in the allocation in names like Adani Greens, Adani Entertainment, Adani Enterprises, Vari Engineers, Vodafone. So these are few exits that we've seen in the portfolio. So if you just talk about the top and the bottom stock changes.
Fair point, Shweta ji. Now for some, motherhood statements on investments. For the new clients that you are bringing into Anand Rathi Wealth, what has been their level of expectations? How are you allocating their money into the 14 funds that you advise on?
So, for newer monies, what we've been doing is we're right now managing or looking at having a almost equal split between large and the mid and the small. And mid small, again, we've broken up to have almost an equal allocation so that the risk is managed as well as the potential, the return potential I'm benefiting from all all the three market caps. So that's where, and then within the schemes, trying to be at allocations which could be maybe equal or closer in a way that we get to the underlying market cap mix. So that's how we are looking at doing those allocations. And clearly, I think from an expectation standpoint for any investor entering today, should be from that the holding period, at least in equity, because the nature of the asset class is such that you need to have clearly, I'd say 4 to 5 years holding period at least to benefit from, the cycle of equity playing out. So that's what we've been maintaining. And, if you look at the historical data, while there are fundamental reasons to be in equity today, given, how the valuations stand, also, if you see on a financial year basis, there've not been 2 consecutive years of bad performance by Nifty, over the last few years. So you would have one negative year, but the next year markets tend to rebound. And that's what we've been seeing even this year. Last year you had a -5, and this year, the year prior to that also was just a mediocre 5% return. So the mean reversion to play out also holds a very strong reason. So we're just asking them to come in with a 4 or 5 year perspective.
Fair point. I think that's very sensible. Even if you look at year to date, Nifty is down, and to that you need to, I'll just tell you the year to date value on the Nifty. It's down about 6.9%. So not only do we have to recover 6.9% from today's value, we also have to add 12%, which is the annual uptick if earnings are to be believed. So there's an 18 percentage point uptick left on the table. Let's see how the mean reverts. That of course is one of the key workings of how the internal workings of the market, that the mean reversion always takes place. A word of caution, Shweta ji, what is it that you're not liking in the world of mutual funds as of now?
So, I think what I would not be liking is if I have to pin something, is there could have been a lot more active management. I think that of course, if I am looking at the fund managers, there's an outperformance to Nifty 50. There is, if I'm checking how much portion of the portfolio is being actively managed, that's good enough. Even in a pure large cap fund, you'll easily find 30 to 40% of portfolio that's outside different weightages, actively managed component of the portfolio. But I think in funds, most of the time there are that set of the portfolio which is buy and hold, which the fund managers tend to hold for a longer time period. Maybe even in that segment, if there can be more active management, that could lead to maybe instead of a 3-4% outperformance, a 5-6% outperformance. So that's like a wish list kind of a thing. But I think that's where. Otherwise, I've been seeing that in the recent months, risks have been managed beautifully. There've not been excessive cash calls, or that was been very tactical calls. So those are the good parts of how the active management space is working.
Wonderful. As always, Shweta ji, half an hour falls short to understand your thought process as far as the world of funds is concerned. We'll be touching base again, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Ms. Shweta Rajani, Head of Mutual Funds at Anand Rathi Wealth. Thank you for watching. I'll be back shortly.
Recognition to Sriman Mallikarjun Kharge ji, member and the leader of the Indian National Congress Party in Rajya Sabha, as the leader of the opposition in Rajya Sabha with effect from 26th of June 2026. one more on. I have to inform members that a communication has been received from the Dr. Dharmasthala Virendra Hegde, member for grant of leave of absence for the entire sittings of the current 271st session of Rajya Sabha on medical grounds. Thus, he has the permission of the House for remaining absent for the duration of leave which he has sought. Permission to remain absent is granted. I have to inform the members that I had received letters from 7 members, namely Srimadi Sunetra Ajit Pawarji, Sriman Thiru C.V. Sanmugamji, Sriman Debasis Samantrai ji, Sriman Sugant Segar Rai ji, Miss Susmita Dev ji, Sriman Prakash Singh Paraik ji, Srimadi Rukmini Malik ji, resigning their seats in the Rajya Sabha. I had accepted their resignations with effect from 6th of May 2026, 7th May 2026, 25th of May 2026, 8th of June 2026, 10th of June 2026, 11th of June 2026 and 16th of July 2026 respectively.
But you've already sworn them in before.
I have accepted the dates. I have already told you the dates.
Now.
You are not following.
This is impropriety.
You are not listening to me what I have to
This
do.
is impropriety,
On different
sir.
dates they have been resigned. I am telling you the dates also. You are not listening to my full speech. What I can do? Now, matters to be raised out. Okay. Yeah. Let.
Sir.
Let him. Tomorrow you are moving. Okay.
Sir, I am thankful to you. You have given me an opportunity to put forth my views about this paper leak and NEET examination घोटाला and no चंदा चोरी तो है ही है, सब उसके समर्थक उधर बैठे हैं, लेकिन सर ये स्टूडेंट का मामला है, ये स्टूडेंट का मामला है जो लाखों बच्चों की जो भविष्य है उनके भविष्य के बारे में मैं बात कर रहा हूं और उसके लिए आज यहाँ जंतर मंतर पे हजारों बच्चे वहां पर आए हैं, वहां लाठी चार्ज हो गया है, गवर्नमेंट मारने की कोशिश कर रही है, गवर्नमेंट दबाने की कोशिश कर रही है, गवर्नमेंट निकलने की कोशिश कर रही है और
Ahead of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust in the Parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the very issue.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसकी सरकार ने भगवान राम को धोखा दिया है। उनका चंदा ही नहीं चुराया, उनकी विश्वास और आस्था पे डाका डाला है। और इसीलिए सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे हैं, यही हमने कहा है कि चंदा चोरी का मुद्दा।
The special investigation team probing the Chanda Chori is expected to submit an interim report to the Supreme Court on Monday. Police intensively questioned the key accused Ram Shankar Yadav alias Tinnu and his nephew Manish Yadav. During the grilling, both the accused admitted to stealing donations. Tinnu even admitted to misusing Champat Rai's ID to issue VIP passes for Ram Mandir, while Manish used the theft money to organize bhandaras, buy expensive gifts and land. Police are now examining all those involved in the temple's daily operations. Police lens is on the 50 people involved in counting currency donated by the devotees at the temple. The Temple Trust will be holding a crucial executive committee meeting in Ayodhya on July 22, 2026. The meeting is set to appoint the temple's first full-time CEO, reconstitute 5 internal committees and review the final probe report regarding the alleged embezzlement of temple donations. The opposition is determined to corner the government on this sensitive issue. The big question remains who will respond to the opposition's attacks on the issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
A planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for everyone of our country.
First time a private company in India built orbital rocket, brought up the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big historic moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is a truly historic moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment personally for me.
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Skyroot CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। दो काम किए हैं, एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे दूसरा, जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी.
And the significance of this mission goes beyond reaching orbit. Vikram 1 is designed to prove every critical step of an orbital mission, from propulsion, guidance and navigation to stage separation and flight performance. The rocket will deploy customer payloads into a 450-kilometer low Earth orbit, carrying satellites up to 350 kilograms. The mission will validate India's indigenous launch technology and lay the foundation for future commercial space missions. From government-led missions to private-powered breakthroughs, India's space journey has entered a new orbit. Vikram 1 is not just a rocket that reaches space, it is a launchpad for a new generation of Indian innovation, enterprise and ambition.
And we have reached space on our first.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Ahead of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust in the Parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the very issue.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसकी सरकार ने भगवान राम को धोखा दिया है. उनका चंदा ही नहीं चुराया, उनकी विश्वास और आस्था पे डाका डाला है. और इसीलिए सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे हैं, यही हमने कहा है कि चंदा चोरी का मुद्दा.
The special investigation team probing the Chanda Chori is expected to submit an interim report to the Supreme Court on Monday. Police intensively questioned the key accused Ram Shankar Yadav alias Tinnu and his nephew Manish Yadav. During the grilling, both the accused admitted to stealing donations. Tinnu even admitted to misusing Champat Rai's ID to issue VIP passes for Ram Mandir, while Manish used the theft money to organize bhandaras, buy expensive gifts and land. Police are now examining all those involved in the temple's daily operations. Police lens is on the 50 people involved in counting currency donated by the devotees at the temple. The temple trust will be holding a crucial executive committee meeting in Ayodhya on July 22, 2026. The meeting is set to appoint the temple's first full-time CEO, reconstitute 5 internal committees and review the final probe report regarding the alleged embezzlement of temple donations. The opposition is determined to corner the government on this sensitive issue. The big question remains who will respond to the opposition's attacks on the issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
Hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launchpad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for everyone of our country.
First time the private company in India built orbital rocket, brought up the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is truly a historic moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment for me.
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Skyroot CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। आपने दो काम किए हैं, एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी.
And the significance of this mission goes beyond reaching orbit. Vikram 1 is designed to prove every critical step of an orbital mission, from propulsion, guidance and navigation to state separation and flight performance. The rocket will deploy customer payloads into a 450-kilometer low Earth orbit, carrying satellites up to 350 kilograms. The mission will validate India's indigenous launch technology and lay the foundation for future commercial space missions. From government-led missions to private-powered breakthroughs, India's space journey has entered a new orbit. Vikram 1 is not just a rocket that reaches space. It is a launchpad for a new generation of Indian innovation, enterprise and ambition.
And we have reached space on our first.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Ahead of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust, In the parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the very issue.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसकी सरकार ने भगवान राम को धोखा दिया है। उनका चंदा ही नहीं चुराया, उनकी विश्वास और आस्था पे डाका डाला है। और इसीलिए सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे हैं, यही हमने कहा है कि चंदा चोरी का मुद्दा।
The special investigation team probing the Chanda Chori is expected to submit an interim report to the Supreme Court on Monday. Police intensively questioned the key accused Ram Shankar Yadav alias Tinnu and his nephew Manish Yadav. During the grilling, both the accused admitted to stealing donations. Tinnu even admitted to misusing Champat Rai's ID to issue VIP passes for Ram Mandir, while Manish used the theft money to organize bhandaras, buy expensive gifts and land. Police are now examining all those involved in the temple's daily operations. Police lens is on the 50 people involved in counting currency donated by the devotees at the temple. The Temple Trust will be holding a crucial executive committee meeting in Ayodhya on July 22, 2026. The meeting is set to appoint the temple's first full-time CEO, reconstitute 5 internal committees and review the final probe report regarding the alleged embezzlement of temple donations. The opposition is determined to corner the government on this sensitive issue. The big question remains who will respond to the opposition's attacks on the issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
A planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for everyone of our country.
First time the private company in India built our rocket, brought up the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is truly a historic moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment personally for me as well.
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Skyroot CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। आपने दो काम किए हैं, एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी।
And the significance of this mission goes beyond reaching orbit. Vikram 1 is designed to prove every critical step of an orbital mission, from propulsion, guidance and navigation to stage separation and flight performance. The rocket will deploy customer payloads into a 450-kilometer low Earth orbit, carrying satellites up to 350 kilograms. The mission will validate India's indigenous launch technology and lay the foundation for future commercial space missions. From government-led missions to private-powered breakthroughs, India's space journey has entered a new orbit. Vikram 1 is not just a rocket that reaches space, it is a launchpad for a new generation of Indian innovation, enterprise and ambition.
And we have reached space on our first.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Ahead of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust in the Parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the very issue.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसकी सरकार ने भगवान राम को धोखा दिया है। उनका चंदा ही नहीं चुराया, उनकी विश्वास और आस्था पे डाका डाला है। और इसीलिए सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे हैं, यही हमने कहा है कि चंदा चोरी का मुद्दा।
The special investigation team probing the Chanda Chori is expected to submit an interim report to the Supreme Court on Monday. Police intensively questioned the key accused Ram Shankar Yadav alias Tinnu and his nephew Manish Yadav. During the grilling, both the accused admitted to stealing donations. Tinnu even admitted to misusing Champat Rai's ID to issue VIP passes for Ram Mandir, while Manish used the theft money to organize bhandaras, buy expensive gifts and land. Police are now examining all those involved in the temple's daily operations. Police lens is on the 50 people involved in counting currency donated by the devotees at the temple. The temple trust will be holding a crucial executive committee meeting in Ayodhya on July 22, 2026. The meeting is set to appoint the temple's first full-time CEO, reconstitute 5 internal committees and review the final probe report regarding the alleged embezzlement of temple donations. The opposition is determined to corner the government on this sensitive issue. The big question remains who will respond to the opposition's attacks on the issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Business Today Television. I'm Sakshi Batra and this is your favorite show, Daily Calls, a show that answers your specific stock queries on the program. In case you're here for the first time, the WhatsApp number is on your screen. Send us your questions here along with your name, location and contact details. You can also join us live on our YouTube platform, Business Today. And of course, join us on the Daily Calls Live. Use the comment section there to send me your queries. I'll be happy to address them with our top market experts who will be joining in shortly. Our first update is on the markets as we are approaching the half-time trade. The market started off on a back foot and we are continuing to remain and hover in a very small range. 24,180 is where we are at as far as the Nifty is concerned. Let's see whether 24,200 can be seen protecting in the second half of the session today and whether there is any sign of a pickup. You can see it's the PSU banks versus the private banks move that you're seeing in the markets that is contradictory to each other. Private banks being the heavy weighted space is declining, but PSU banks is the top moving sector, 1.2% higher. You're looking at pharma, metals, media, oil and gas, infrastructure, all of these sectors also contributing positive. Now, IT has also slipped into the red, IT, auto, real estate and private banks. Those are the big categories or the sectors that are declining in the session today. Let's also pull up the key movers as far as the top Nifty gainers on the session are concerned for all of you to see. Again, you will find a lot of names like Cipla, Trent, JSW Steel post earnings, that's moving higher. The quantum of gains is just between 1 to 2.5%. Bharti Airtel, NTPC, Nestle are the other stocks that are up and about in the session. You're also looking at ONGC, Power Grid, kind of names that are higher. But on the declining side, of course, it's the heavy weighted stocks like HDFC Bank, ICICI Bank, which has, in fact, ICICI Bank was up, but HDFC, Kotak and Axis, all of these three stocks are declining, with Axis Bank being the top laggard now. Maruti, Jio Finance, Bajaj Finance are other names that are also declining, but Reliance Industries that reacted to its stock, the earnings performance on Friday evening, and the stock moved up, in fact, about 1% higher. Let's see how the session is going for Reliance Industries as well at this point in time. So the stock is just holding up minor gains now, 0.3% higher at 1330 odd levels. Let's now welcome our guest on board. We have Nilesh Jain joining in from Centrum Research to give us more understanding of how to look at the markets currently. Welcome to you, Nilesh. Good afternoon and good to have you at the starting of this week. Give us an understanding of what augurs well for the markets in this fresh and new week. The earnings continue to hover, take a lot of spotlight even now. We have about 150 companies that are going to be reporting earnings this week also. The sentiment did take a hit after fresh US-Iran tensions erupted on the weekend and some more pressure on the private sector banks, as a lot of banks reported NIM pressure this time around. So that is pulling down the sentiment. But your sense of where do we go from here?
Sakshi, well, absolutely. In fact, after banking, majority of the banking came out with the numbers. We have seen some bit of selling pressure today. So banking is a laggard, no doubt about it. But Nifty is managing to sustain about 24,100 mark. That's the 21-day moving average support. So overall, the broader structure is still looking positive. Today, we have seen a decent correction after Friday's breakout. So the broader structure, as mentioned, as long as Nifty trades about 24,000, 24,100 level, we can expect a gradual uptick towards 24,300, 24,400 going forward. Although banking is still stuck in a range. So the 200-day moving average support is at 57,300. As long as that is protected, there are high possibility of a pullback move in the bank Nifty as well towards 58,200 to 50,500. So overall, more sort of a range-bound session we are expecting today on benchmark indices. But yes, stock-specific action continues in the broader markets where we are witnessing some bit of outperformance in the Nifty mid-cap and small-cap space. So pharma will be one space where the focus should be on looking at the market volatility, and another space would be FMCG. So these are the sectors that are looking positive, looking at the high volatile market, and stock-specific action is something that we are focusing on as of now in the market.
Okay. Let's take the next question. We have our viewers now writing in, Nilesh. We'll start taking those questions. Anuj Singh first has a question on Kernex Microsystems for you. He says, इसका शेयर उन्होंने 1699 के रेट पर लिया है, 100 शेयर्स हैं इनके पास, अगले एक साल के लिए इस शेयर पर बने रह सकते हैं, क्या सलाह होगी आपकी Kernex Micro में?
Well, Carnex is right now trading at 2,130 rupees, and looking at the broader setup, it is still looking strong. और मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है कि यहाँ से अगले एक साल के पर्सपेक्टिव से काउंटर में पोटेंशियल है कि ये 2600 से 2800 तक की रेंज में जा सकता है। तो ओवरऑल बाय एंड डिक्लाइन शुड बी दी स्ट्रेटजी जब तक काउंटर अपने 50 डे मूविंग एवरेज जो कि 1890 के आसपास प्लेस है उसके ऊपर ट्रेड कर रहा है। यहाँ पर अगर किसी के पास लॉन्ग पोजीशन है तो बने रह सकते हैं, बट एक ट्रेलिंग स्टॉप लॉस यहाँ पर जरूर मेंटेन करें। ग्रेजुअल अपटिक टुवर्ड्स 2400 इन द शॉर्ट रन एंड पोजिशनली 2600-2800 तक के लेवल देखने को मिल सकते हैं।
Okay, let's take the next query. We have Manoj asking you the next question. He wants to buy e-clerks. क्या इसे बाय कर सकते हैं सर? अगर 1 मंथ के लिए ही निवेश करना हो तो और इसका टारगेट क्या होगा? ई-क्लर्क्स में अभी आप चार्ट्स पे क्या देख पा रहे हैं नीलेश जी? क्या अगर एकदम शॉर्ट टर्म का ही व्यू हो 1 महीने का, अभी खरीदना बेहतर रहेगा?
देखिए 43% का जंप जुलाई मंथ में अब तक हम ऑलरेडी देख चुके हैं और काफी ओवरबॉट हो चुका है। थोड़ी बहुत प्रॉफिट टेकिंग स्वाभाविक है, तो बेहतर होगा कि अगर थोड़ी डिक्लाइन मिलती है तब इसे ऐड करके चल सकते हैं। बट यस, हैविंग सेड दैट द अंडरलाइन स्ट्रक्चर इज पॉजिटिव। काउंटर में अभी भी स्ट्रेंथ नजर आ रही है, 2100 से 2150 तक की अपसाइड हमें देखने को मिल सकती है। बट बेहतर रिस्क एंड रिवॉर्ड के लिए थोड़ी सी गिरावट पर इसे ऐड करके चल सकते हैं। यहाँ पर स्टॉप लॉस अब निकल के आ रहा है 1800 के नीचे का।
Okay, let's take the next question. This one is from Kamlesh Narkhede. ये लिखते हैं नीलेश सर, हेल्थ केयर या हॉस्पिटल स्पेस में से कोई ऐसा शेयर बताएं जो लॉन्ग टर्म के लिए भी आपने इन्वेस्टमेंट कर सकता हूँ।
देखिए लॉरस लैब एक पर्टिकुलर काउंटर है। ये काफी स्ट्रॉन्ग चार्ट पैटर्न है इस पर्टिकुलर काउंटर का। लगातार एक सीरीज ऑफ हाई टॉप एंड हैबिट ऑफ फॉर्मेशन बना रहा है, बट बेहतर होगा कि इसे एक स्टैगर्ड वे में आप ऐड करके चल सकते हैं। अगर करंट लेवल पर ले रहे हैं तो थोड़ी सी जगह नीचे के स्तर पर आपके पास होनी चाहिए ऐड करने के लिए। और अंडरलाइन में स्ट्रेंथ नजर आ रही है टुवर्ड्स 17-1800 तक की अपसाइड हमें नियर टर्म में देखने को मिल सकती है। स्टॉप लॉस यहाँ पर अब 1440 का रखना होगा, गिरावट पे खरीदारी करके चल सकते हैं।
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from again one of our viewers जो कि हमारे साथ YouTube पर हैं। लार्सन एंड ट्यूब्रो पर इनका सवाल है। 10 शेयर्स हैं इनके पास, 3870 पर खरीदा है। अब क्या करना चाहिए? क्या अभी करंट लेवल्स पर और भी ऐड करना चाहिए एल&टी को इनको अपने पोर्टफोलियो में? ये आपसे जानना चाहते हैं।
देखिए अगर पोजिशनल लिहाज से होल्ड कर सकते हैं तो अब बिल्कुल एक पोर्टफोलियो काउंटर है। हालांकि मार्केट की वॉलेटिलिटी और जिस हिसाब से मिडल ईस्ट वॉर का एस्केलेशन अभी भी बना हुआ है, टेंशन बना हुआ है, तो उसके चलते यहाँ पर हमें थोड़ा बहुत दबाव देखने को मिल सकता है। बट अगर पोजिशनल नजरिया है तो बिल्कुल यहाँ पर एक स्टैगर्ड वे में इसे एक पोर्टफोलियो में ऐड करके चल सकते हैं। निचले स्तर पर 3600 के नीचे का स्टॉप लॉस रखना होगा। और ग्रेजुअली रिसेंटली हमने देखा था कि 40 to 4300 तक का एक मूव देखा था। सिमिलर काइंड ऑफ मूव गोइंग फॉरवर्ड हमें फिर से नियर टर्म में देखने को मिल सकता है।
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from again one of our viewers. This is Momita from Kolkata. She says, hi Sakshi and Nilesh sir. Hello to you as well, Momita. The question that she has is on Aadhar Housing Finance. 537 पर इन्होंने ये खरीदा हुआ है शेयर। अब पूछना चाहती हैं आपसे, यहाँ से आगे कैसे देखते हैं आप आधार हाउसिंग फाइनेंस को?
देखिए शॉर्ट टर्म का स्ट्रक्चर फिलहाल साइडवेज टू वीक थोड़ा नजर आ रहा है। 500 इनफैक्ट स्पेसिफिकली 495 495 का यहाँ पर एक स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट है। वहां पर सबसे पहले आपको स्टॉप लॉस रखना होगा। और गोइंग फॉरवर्ड अगर ये 525 के ऊपर निकल जाता है तब यहाँ पर फिर से मोमेंटम 540 560 तक का देखने को मिल सकता है। बट फिलहाल के लिए थोड़ा सा रेंज में फंसा हुआ है और साइडवेज नजर आ रहा है। एक स्टॉप लॉस के साथ एक बार के लिए बने रह सकते हैं।
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी ले लेते हैं। ये सवाल हमारे पास आया है एक और हमारे दर्शक का, और जो कि हमारे साथ व्हाट्सएप के ज़रिए पूछ रहे हैं सवाल। अर्पण है कोलकाता से, लिखते हैं सर, आई वुड अप्रिशिएट योर गाइडेंस ऑन BPCL एट द करंट लेवल्स। प्लीज एडवाइज फॉर शॉर्ट टू मीडियम टर्म व्हाट कैन बी द प्रोबेबल टारगेट। Nilesh, yet again we are seeing that the crude oil prices are yet again elevating. So you're seeing $90 a barrel, and every time we see crude prices rising, there is pressure on the oil marketing companies like BPCL, HPCL and IOCL. Today again, this entire space is under pressure because of the sharp spike in crude prices. Your sense of how would you look at BPCL?
Absolutely, Sakshi. So once again, looking at the kind of escalation, fresh escalation, the crude oil prices have started moving higher, and looking at the undertone and structure of the Brent crude, I think this momentum should continue, which will be having a negative impact on OMC counters. So as far as BPCL is concerned, the only positive I see in the recent time is that the counter has reclaimed its all short-term moving averages. So just in case if it breaks above 321, then it will be considered as a consolidation breakout. Then target on the upside will open up for 340 plus. So keep an eye on 321 level on the upside and 300 on the lower side. That's the 50-day moving average. So that's the range as of now, 300 to 321. Whichever side it will break, we can expect follow-up move of 15 to 20 rupees in that particular direction. But if you see, because of the rising crude oil prices, the oil upstream companies like Oil India and ONGC, both the counters after forming a good base formation started moving higher. So keep an eye on oil upstream companies where we continue to remain bullish.
Okay, let's take the next one. This one is from again one of our viewers. Okay, we have Aman wanting to know about windless biotech. At this point in time, how do you view this stock and what is the future outlook on this share, windless biotech? Currently at 865, the stock is up by 2.5%. But last 6 months are probably just sideways with a slight momentum. Your own sense here, Nilesh ji?
Well, Sakshi, this counter is looking sideways as of now, but what I see on the chart is that there is little bit less volume, and counter has formed a good base formation. So the counter has in fact surpassed all key short-term, long-term moving averages as well. So the setup is turning positive. If already bought, then keep a trailing stop loss now at 836. Stay put. Just in case if it breaks above 900, that will give a confirmation of a long consolidation breakout. Then the target on the upside will open up for 1000 plus as well. So overall, setup is looking positive. Stay put with the trailing stop loss.
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is again from one of our viewers, Vijay from Chennai. He says, hi Nilesh sir, can you please give me some understanding on Medi Assist? I bought at 580, but it has fallen sharply. It's now trading around 350. What should I do with my losses on the counter? Medi Assist पर इनको काफी नुकसान हो रहा है. क्या करें निलेश?
Well, still not looking that promising. The structure is constantly indicating a weakness. So in between, we saw some bit of a pullback. That pullback was not able to sustain at the high levels overall. Looking at the setup, quite possible that it may continue to witness time-wise correction. And the next important support I can see on the chart is somewhere around 348. So if it breaks below 348, then you should get out from the long position and shift to the better options available. But this particular counter looks sideways as of now. And just in case if it breaks above 375, that will give a confirmation of a breakout. Then upside will open up for 400 plus.
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from one of our viewers again. This is Raju Tiwari. He wants to know, which are the stocks I should invest in amid the current Q1 season? Have any stocks become more attractive or value buys for long-term investors? Anything that has come onto your radar from the earnings that have come in so far, last about 2 weeks or so? And we have seen that many of the stocks have reported better than expected numbers so far, and your own sense of where would you approach for value buying at this stage, Nilesh?
Sakshi, result season have just started, so it will be too early to jump into buying as of now. So I would rather wait for another month or so. Let the majority of the numbers come out, and but whatever space that is available that is looking positive, I can see the focus is shifting toward defensive. So pharma will be in focus. Apart from that, FMCG consumption that will again back into the action. So keep an eye on consumption and pharma as of now, and also healthcare and hospitals. So this space as of now, looking at the market volatility, are looking better placed. Within private sector bank, we saw a very good number from ICICI Bank. So that is one counter that is looking attractive on technical front as well, but not advisable to chase the momentum at the high level. Better strategy would be to buy and decline.
Okay, let's take the next one then. We have this question from Saleem who wants to know on Piramal Pharma from Nilesh. 2,000 shares is what he has at 168. He needs a view for short to medium term on Piramal Pharma.
PPL Pharma, so that's right now trading at 178. And looking at this setup, some bit of positive uptick can be seen going forward towards the levels of 186 to 190. So if already bought it, then stay put. Keep a trailing stop loss now at 171, and the setup is looking positive.
Okay. I hope that this has helped you. Let's take the next query then. This one is from one of our viewers, Sandeep from Hyderabad. He says, I have NAM India shares in my portfolio at 800 levels, and I want to know whether the current market price is giving me opportunity to add more stocks at the current juncture in my portfolio. NAM India.
Right. NAM India,
yeah.
Right. NAM India right now is at 1172 rupees, and the setup is looking positive. Although due to the recent run up that we have seen for the last couple of days, there could be possibility that we may see some bit of consolidation. But from a positional perspective, I think there is some more room left on the upside, maybe towards 1220, 1250 kind of levels can be seen in the near term. It has a very good support at 1120. That should be a stop loss if you are buying at current level. And if you have already bought it, then also keep a stop loss at 1120. Stay put for upside move towards 1230, 1250.
Okay, let's take Shrikant's question now. He's from Mysore and he wants to know about HDFC Bank. Can he buy the stock now for short-term perspective only? We have seen the stock react negatively today, right after the earnings have come in. Many brokerage houses have constantly put in even more, seen that the stock can underperform even going forward from here. The stock has already been in a big underperforming zone. Today it's down by 5 odd %, trading at almost 779 odd levels. And we have many, brokerage houses that have given positive outlook also, and there is a mixed set of outlook going forward from here. So let's try and understand on HDFC Bank what exactly should one fathom. The company's management has said that the bank constantly feels the pressure from competition at this point in time as well. NIMs have been under pressure. This is despite the fact that asset quality continues to improve. How would you really look at HDFC Bank that has been a big underperformer so far, and what should investors do?
Today we saw a gap down opening post numbers. Clearly, a sharp negative sentiment can be seen in this particular counter. We have also seen a sell crossover on momentum indicators and oscillators front. So, kind of a breakdown. Not advisable to take any contraband as of now because there might be possibility that the counter may slip further towards 760, 750 on the lower side. So, ideally, if somebody is looking to make a fresh entry, then wait for a dip maybe towards 750 to 730. That can be a good entry point from a position perspective. Again, if somebody is looking to make, take a trading bet, then also I would advise, stay away for the time being. You have better options to play in the private sector bank that, as I mentioned, ICICI Bank that is looking strong on the chart. But one can avoid HDFC Bank from a trading perspective. But having said that, positionally for next 1 year perspective, I think this counter can be added in a staggered manner. So buy and dip for positional perspective, from a trading perspective, avoid.
Okay, got that. I hope that this has helped you out. Let's take some more questions from our viewers then. We have the next question coming in from Sunil from Karnataka. He says, Ujjivan Small Finance Bank, how do you view this and what can be the target in the near term for Ujjivan Small Finance Bank?
Near-term target could be somewhere around 68, 70 on the upside, and stop loss should be placed at 60. So that's the range as of now, and it is also on the verge of a breakout. Just in case if it breaks above 68, we'll get a confirmation. Then target on the upside will again open up for 72 to 75 as well.
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from GD Rao from Andhra Pradesh, who says, we eagerly wait for your show daily calls. Thank you so much, Mr. Rao, for writing in such warm words. I truly hope that this show is helping you out in your investment journey with guidance from top market experts like Nilesh on our program. We'll help you out with your query today as well. You've asked on Grow shares, and you got this stock at 213 levels in your portfolio, and you want to know that despite it delivering good results, the stock is now somehow cooling off. So should you average or not? What are the support and target levels that you could be advised? Okay, Grow shares को कैसे देखते हैं अभी आप नीलेश जी, और currently जो अभी थोड़ी सी dips नजर आ रहे हैं, क्या इसमें और add करना चाहिए position?
बिल्कुल ऐड करके चल सकते हैं, प्रोवाइडेड 790 के नीचे ब्रेक नहीं होना चाहिए। 790 का एक स्ट्रॉन्ग स्टॉप लॉस आपको मेंटेन करना पड़ेगा, वो एक स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट है। और हालांकि 220 का एक स्ट्रॉन्ग हर्डल भी है, तो 190 से 220 का एक 30 पॉइंट का रेंज है इस पर्टिकुलर काउंटर का। करंट लेवल पर सिंस ये अपने सपोर्ट के पास अप्रोच कर रहा है, तो रिस्क एंड रिवॉर्ड थोड़ा फेवरेबल है। तो बिल्कुल यहाँ पर एग्जिस्टिंग लॉन्ग पोजीशन को होल्ड कर सकते हैं, बट 190 का स्टॉप लॉस जरूर मेंटेन करें।
Okay, let's take Piyush Arora's question next. He's from Delhi and he says, could you please advise me on Meesho shares? I got this stock at 188 in my portfolio and I want to know what's next for this company. Of course, here also the charts are limited for you, but the stock has actually started to perform well over the last couple of weeks. Your sense on how would you look at Meesho?
Well, certainly we have seen some bit of positive development coming in this particular counter on technical front, and the immediate support is currently at 187, so that should be your stick stop loss. Bought it recently, I guess there could be possibility of a move towards 195 to 200, and just in case if it breaks above 200, so there will be another breakout and target on the upside will open up for 210 to 220 as well. So stay put, keeping a very small stop loss at 187.
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from Subbu from Madhya Pradesh. Wants to know about LTTS, L&T Technology Services. At 3800, got the stock and wants to know what is the trend looking like going forward and what could be the target going forward from here on LTTS.
Well, LTTS is looking sideways. Recently, we saw good momentum, but that again got fizzled out because 200-day long-term moving average resistance is placed at 3637. So 3637 is acting as a strong barrier as of now. So if already bought it, then keep a tight stop loss now, which is placed at 3250. So 3250 should be your stop loss, and if you get any pullback towards 3600 again, so that's the area where ideally one should, exit and book profit.
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from one of our viewers. This is Srikant from Bengaluru, who says, I have a question on SBI. I bought this at 770. Is it good to average or should I book my profit?
See, we saw a couple of PSU banks numbers that were on a positive side, and today as well, we can see some bit of carnage in a couple of private sector banks, but SBI is still holding on to its gain. So setup-wise looks positive. Continue to hold your existing long position, keeping a trailing stop loss now, which is placed at 1030. So 1030 should be your stop loss, and we may see a pullback move towards 1070 to 1100 going forward. So positionally as well, it's a good bet to stay put in your portfolio. And if you want to stay put, keeping a broader stop loss that's coming somewhere around 1000. So that's the long-term 200-day moving average support, which is at 1000. So you can keep that as a stop loss. From a positional perspective, we may see a gradual uptick towards 1150 to 1200 as well in next 1 to 1.5 years.
Okay, let's take. Okay, we'll now ask you for your top choice of stocks. If you could advise, Nilesh, for all our viewers watching.
Right, so I have a couple of buy recommendations. First of all, IDFC First Bank, that is looking positive for 83 to 85 levels on the upside. So keeping a stop loss below 79.50, IDFC First Bank is something that is looking positive on the chart. Apart from that, within pharma space, as I mentioned, pharma, healthcare, hospital stocks are looking comparatively better placed. So Divi's Lab will be another pick on a long side. We are expecting a move towards 7600 to 7800 in the near term. Keeping a stop loss below 70 to 50, Divi's Lab is also buy.
All right, okay, so you have these two stock ideas coming in from Nilesh, where he sees constant pressure and constant up move. You can totally see that both these stocks are at the day's high point and some more move is expected going forward from here. Thank you so much, Nilesh, for being with us on the program and helping us with all your guidance to our viewers. Always a pleasure. Thank you. Viewers, we'll look at how the markets are trading, any more big moves that we can spot in the markets today. We'll look at the Nifty 500 moves to see where the momentum is. We saw Tattva Chintan Pharma hit a 20% circuit. Now it's opened and it's trading at 18% right now. You're looking at Cross Limited shares about 14% higher. Mrs. Bector's Foods also continues with a positive move, 11% up. You're looking at Turtle Mint Fintech Solutions about 10% higher today. Then you have names like Jana Small Finance Bank is up by 7 odd percent. You also have names like Tips Music, 6.5% higher. In fact, the stock is also in momentum because of a buyback news that the company is looking at. So you can clearly see that the stock is on an upward move right now. Then you also have many other names that are pointing out to strong momentum at this point in time. We also have Advait Energy Transitions, that's up in the session. So those are some names that are actually doing well in an otherwise session, which is seeing the Nifty continue to just hover around 24,177 odd levels as well. Let's actually look at some of the other big names that we can track. IT space has in fact seen some profit taking. You can see a 0.25% lower action there. On the declining side, keep a mark. You can see HDFC Bank constantly declining 4.5 odd percent. You have Gensol Engineering that's down. Then you also have names like Jaiswal Nico that's declining in this session. You also have Campus Activewear that's declining. Some of these stocks are under pressure right now. But let's welcome our next guest on board. We have Mr. Kranti Batini joining in to share with us a fresh take on the markets. Warm welcome to you, sir. Thank you so much for taking the time out. First up, we'll take a fresh view from you on the markets. Do you see some more risk coming ahead on the recovery journey of the markets because the crude oil prices have jumped yet again above the $90 a barrel level as well? Do you think that is posing yet another risk or capping the upside potential of the markets that was on an upward trajectory just a couple of weeks ago?
Yes, actually, yeah, it has become the new worry right now. And a fortnight back, we were thinking the low global crude oil prices are back. But contrary to that view, today the crude oil prices are inching upward right now. The crude is above $90, as you rightly mentioned, Sakshi. We're having a strong domestic liquidity. And the earnings season, there are very few misses, and it is completely dominated by the positives only. The earnings season has been quite positive till the time, and this week is going to be a full packed earnings week. More than 250 companies are going to announce the results this week. So by and large, the earnings has been good. There are very less negatives in this earnings season. It is positive that has been holding the market, helping the market to sustain the range of 24,100 level, at least the 24,000 level. That is seems to be the strong support zone for the market in the medium to short term. But crude, how it's going to behave in the next couple of weeks, what is the how the way these geopolitical escalations are going to escalate further or de-escalate further, everybody crosses their fingers, Sakshi. By and large, definitely Indian markets are buy and dips kind of a market. Sakshi, one thing we need to take away is the Q1 quarter was a challenging quarter for everyone. We have witnessed the crude oil prices hitting towards $120 per barrel. But despite of this geopolitical environment and high inflationary environment and high crude oil environment, we are having a decent quarter in terms of the results are concerned. So by taking that norm, I expect the Indian market to sustain by and large 24,000 levels. That's what I'm expecting until unless if there is a high activity in terms of the geopolitical escalation is concerned, then that's going to be creating the extra pressure on the market. By and large, market should sustain the range of 24,000 level or consolidate somewhere in this range.
Okay, let's take the next question. We have some more questions coming in, Kranti sir, for you. So we'll start taking some of our viewers' questions now. We have Rohit Jain first asking you on Affle India. If you could suggest a target for this one. He's bought this stock in his portfolio at 1,050. Any suggestion on Affle?
With respect to Affle is concerned, Sakshi, last few years the stock was in a consolidation phase, and in the recently the stock has again still it's in a consolidation phase. At this point of time, Affle India, for a medium to longer term perspective, I advise the investor to hold on to the position at this point of time.
Okay, let's take the next question. Avdish Thakur has the next query, and this one is on Vishal Mega Mart. Wants to know from you, how do you view this stock? 124 is the level at which he has bought this. For a medium-term perspective, is it good to hold this one?
Sakshi, in terms of the performance is concerned, the stock had some kind of a speculative activity in the medium to short term. And after touching the all-time high of 150, the stock is in a consolidation phase. It is a kind of a stock, sell and rallies kind of a stock, Sakshi. But wait until the results. Last quarter has been a sluggish quarter for Vishal Megawatt. Right now, just wait for the results and exit on the rallies in a medium to short term perspective.
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from Raj, who wants to know, hi Sakshi and hi Kranti sir, how are you both? Very well, thank you so much for asking. Hope the same for you, Raj. The question he has is on Trans-Rail lighting, and he wants to know, how do you view this stock, and is there any uptick that you believe the stock can give over the medium to long term perspective? Trans-Rail lighting.
Actually, the stock is in a consolidation phase from the last 6 months.
Yeah.
In fact, this stock has been underperforming the broader indices is concerned, and the power equipment companies are concerned. It's a decent stock, actually, but the stock has been in a consolidation phase, and the order book has been good. The company order book is increasing quarter on quarter basis, but the execution capabilities is the real challenge. We think for the results in the medium to short term perspective, but for the long term is concerned, one can hold on to the stock given the kind of the current valuations and the rising order book is concerned.
Okay, let's take the next query then. This one is from Amit Kumar, who wants to know, says, good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon to you also, Amit. Says, I want to know about delivery shares. I have 220 shares in my portfolio at 516. Should I continue to buy on dips for the long term? Would you advise that from the logistics space, delivery?
With respect to delivery is concerned, Sakshi, the stock, it was in a buzzing zone earlier, but in the recent past, the stock, we witnessed the stock is going towards 100 and 550, 520. From there onwards, we witnessed the stock to come down. The last quarter results have been good for the company. We witnessed the company posting last 2 quarters, increasing their profitability. On a medium to long term perspective, given the kind of the focus with respect to the logistics business is concerned in India, the company is expected to do well. But the key concern is its valuations is one of the real challenging one. This stock is suitable for the high risk appetite investors. If the investor have that high risk appetite, he can hold on to delivery.
Okay, let's take Bhaskar Ram's question next. He's from Hyderabad and he says the expert views on the companies for our portfolios that is truly helpful for us small retail investors on the show. Thank you so much, Bhaskar, for writing in. And he says, I follow Kranti sir for his views. I seek his views today on Union Bank. For accumulating at the current levels, would you advise him to do so on Union Bank?
Actually, all the PSU banks, especially banks like J&K and Punjab National Bank, they have given a strong set of numbers and the stock have delivered well in terms of the results are concerned. Union Bank, actually, the stock is consolidating at the range of 170. The last quarter results are concerned, it's a decent quarter for Union Bank. He can hold on to Union Bank position on a medium to longer term perspective.
Okay, let's take the next question. This one is again from our viewer Gunjan. She's from Jaipur and she says, Kranti sir, please advise a fresh entry in Style Bazaar for medium to long term perspective. Currently, Bazaar Style retail is at 287 odd levels. Today, it's down by about 3.5 odd percent. Last 1 month also the stock has declined about 12 odd percent is what we do know. In the last 1 year also it's been absolutely sideways. But how would you advise? Is there any kind of an opportunity to be had at the current levels on Bazaar Style?
The last quarter results have been quite disappointing for bazaar style retail is concerned, Sakshi, the stock is in a downtrend in the medium to short term perspective. Still, the valuations looks to be stretched for this stock. If the investor is having a long term view, wait for the range of 280. That's where she can start accumulating the stock on a medium to longer term perspective, or else avoid the stock in the medium term.
Okay, let's take the next query. This one is from one of our viewers, Ankur Modi, who says, "Hi Sakshi, hope you all are doing great. Thank you so much, Ankur, for asking, and I hope the same for you. We are very well. Wants to know from you, Kranti ji, that is it really possible to create wealth from markets in 10 years with consistency, with patience and holding on to the portfolio?" That's a good, broader question that, has been asked to you, Kranti sir. You've been tracking markets for fairly long time. That's one question that keeps on coming in the minds of retail investors, especially when we do see that the markets over the last 2 years have, on the Nifty level, not done much. It's been very selective stock picking market, and at the same time investors want to know if they are in the good fundamental stocks for long term, say for 10 years or so. Is it the right strategy? Should they keep on holding it? And can markets truly, make a good amount of wealth for their portfolios?
Yes, actually, on a longer term basis, equities outperforms any asset class. But here the question is, sometimes look at banks like HDFC Bank, which have been fundamentally strong, but not delivered anything in the past few years. So one thing is we need to review the portfolio. There is no single rule that can make everyone to create wealth. But what perspective, what cycle one way are entering into the stock, that also important for the investors to create wealth. So understanding the cycles and when you are buying any stock, which cycle that stock is in currently. So that is also extremely crucial for the investors. And try to have growth stocks which the valuations are compelling, and companies which are reinventing themselves. And it's a blend. One need to have some growth stocks, some value stocks, sunrising stocks, sunrising sectors. So it can be the blend one need to have, and have a constructive portfolio. And this is the time, because nowadays we have too much information, and reviewing the portfolio regularly. These are the strategies one need to have to create wealth in the long term.
Okay, I hope this has helped you out, Ankur, in understanding the approach to the markets. Jatin Dave has the next question. He says, "Hi, Kranti sir, good afternoon. I need your view on Vedanta Power and the rest of the subsidiaries as well that have got listed now for 1 year perspective. And your own sense, of course, Vedanta has now got demerged and all the companies are now listed. 5 companies is what we have from the Vedanta group. We have Vedanta Power, Vedanta Iron and Steel, a lot of these companies that are there. How would your own suggestion be for investors who are looking at a 1 year time frame for these companies?
Actually, by and large, these are all infrastructure-led businesses, and the metal businesses are there, and also the power, gas. These are the pretty long-term businesses. On a longer-term perspective, okay, these businesses looks compelling and promising. 1 year perspective is slightly difficult to gauge these stocks, but the sectors are in a momentum zone at this point of time. If the investor is a medium to long-term investor, keep accumulating these stocks, and Vedanta Group has outperformed the broader indices in the past 3-4 years. So keep accumulating these stocks on a medium to longer term perspective.
Okay, let's take another query. This one is from one of our viewers. This is Sumit Ghosh, who says, "I'm from Kolkata and I want to know about Tenneco Clean Air stock for long term. How is this stock for a long term portfolio perspective? Tenneco Clean Air."
The last quarter results have been quite good, Sakshi, for Tenneco Clean Air is concerned. Recently, they have done a QIP also. On a medium to longer term perspective, one can hold on to the stock. And accumulate the stock on dips.
Okay. I hope this has helped you. Let's take Sapna's question next. Wants to know from you, what's your view on Chambal fertilizers? This time around, the monsoons have been sparse. What exactly should those investors do who usually track these seasonal stocks like fertilizers?
Yes, actually, as you rightly mentioned, the impact of monsoon has been there on the stock, as these stocks have been seasonal stocks at this point of time. And on a valuation perspective, one can add these stocks actually, even though the momentum has been missing. The stock have witnessed a correction from almost from 560s to currently hovering around 440. So one can buy these stocks on a medium to long-term perspective on dips.
Okay, let's take another query, and this one is from one of our viewers again. Anshu Sodhi wants to know from you, Kranti sir, on Indices Bank. He has 50 shares at 1029. Should he continue to hold his position or take an exit right now? Again, this has been a very volatile stock to look at within the banking space as a whole. Last 1.5 years has panned out to be, testing investors' patience here. How would you advise?
Yes, actually. Last quarter results have been good for Indices Bank. Okay, the company also there in the news for the corporate governance issues and all. If the investor have a high risk appetite, he can hold on to Indices Bank. And we are witnessing some kind of a mixed bagger from the private sector banks. We witnessed a positive results from ICICI Bank remaining are at par with the expectation. Indices at this point of time, medium to short term perspective, he can hold.
Okay. Let's also take another query, and this one is from one of our viewers again on our WhatsApp. Also, a lot of people are sending in. Siddharth from Noida writes in. He says, I have 90 shares of Triveni Turbine at 620 levels in my portfolio. Over the next 3 to 4 months, what kind of targets can I expect?
It's actually the stock was in a momentum jump, Triveni turbines are concerned. And in the recent last 1 month and all, the stock has been corrected from the range of 750 to the current range of 620. On a medium to longer term perspective, one can hold on to the stocks. One can expect some 10 to 15% from this range also.
Okay, let's take another query coming in from Saurabh from Pune, who says, I want to know from Kranti sir on Glenmark Pharmaceuticals, what is his view? I have 30 shares of Glenmark Pharma at 2,250 in my portfolio. Should I hold or average? I have a long-term view. What should be my ideal strategy?
Sakshi, the pharma pack has been outperforming in the recent past. Glenmark Pharma last quarter has been, even though despite of their uptick in the top line, the stock had a muted quarter. But on a medium to longer term perspective, one can hold on to Glenmark Pharma, wait for the quarterly results, and he can accumulate the stock on dips.
Okay, got that. I hope that this has also helped you out understanding this. Let me take another query, and this one is from one of our viewers, Mamraj Sen from our YouTube. लिखते हैं कि क्रांति सर प्लीज़ बताइए एक्शन कंस्ट्रक्शन में क्या न्यू बाइंग अभी करनी चाहिए या नहीं, और ओवरऑल एक्शन कंस्ट्रक्शन में आप कैसे देखते हैं अभी आप आगे जाते व्यू और क्या यहाँ पर अपसाइड पोटेंशियल है या नहीं?
एक्शन कंस्ट्रक्शन में देखे तो साक्षी जी लास्ट 1 ईयर में काफी अच्छा परफॉर्म किया, उसके बाद थोड़ा सा प्रॉफिट बुकिंग भी एक्शन कंस्ट्रक्शन में हम लोग विटनेस किया है. फिलहाल इंजीनियरिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन स्पेस काफी अच्छा लग रहा है. लास्ट क्वार्टर रिजल्ट्स एक फ्लैट क्वार्टर रिजल्ट्स आया है, बट आने वाला दिनों में ये इंजीनियरिंग कंस्ट्रक्शन स्पेस अच्छा परफॉर्म करने वाला है. सो अभी फिलहाल एक्शन कंस्ट्रक्शन को होल्ड कर सकता है और डिप्स में एक्यूमुलेट कर सकता है.
ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेरी लेते हैं. ये सवाल नेहा खन्ना का है. लिखते हैं, हाय प्लीज हेल्प मी अंडरस्टैंड ऑन RIL व्हाट्स योर व्यू एंड व्हाट शुड बी द एक्यूमुलेशन लेवल फॉर लॉन्ग टर्म ऑन रिलायंस इंडस्ट्रीज. It's a timely question. The stock came out, the company came out with the earnings on Friday evening. Today, the stock reacted positively, and we saw 1% up move as an immediate reaction to the earnings, and now we've seen the stock flatten out almost. Again, we have seen that consolidated basis, this company continues to post positive results. We've seen even the oil to chemicals business, the EBITDA level here coming at a 4-year high. We've also seen the Jio business continue to outperform. We've seen an increase in the ARPU levels as well for the company, and the upcoming trigger remains Jio IPO as well. How would you look at Reliance Industries, especially because it has been in a far too long consolidative zone? The stock has reacted, in fact, being a negative performer for this year so far. The stock has declined by in double digits as well. Would it, make it an attractive buy at this point in time? Do you believe a lot of upside from here? Are these good levels to accumulate?
Yes, actually, the earnings are quite good for Reliance Industries. We tend to see the earning revival for Reliance Industries after a brief pause, and the OTC business, which has come into the forefront in terms of delivering the numbers for Reliance Industries is concerned, and we tend to see a lot of brokerage and research houses upgrading the stock performance and also increasing the upside potential targets. So it's a stock to buy on dips in the long-term space is concerned. So till from this range also, one can expect 15 to 20% returns with respect to RIL is concerned. So it's a buy on dips kind of a stock at this point of time.
Okay, got that. And towards the end, Mr. Bhatini, anything fresh from your radar that investors can look at? Anything that has come onto your top of your radar, or will you wait for the earnings season to complete before picking and choosing the right sectors and stocks for your clients?
Sakshi, we are tracking the earnings season, and still the space like chemicals looks very attractive to me at this point of time. These stocks had a long consolidation. So the chemical space, by and large, looks attractive to me in terms of the valuations are concerned. Look at names like it's just for the observation, the movements like Tattva Chintan and all in the chemical space, how the stock have delivered well, and today the stock clocked a upper circuit. So chemicals, specified chemicals looks attractive to me. One need to closely observe the stock specific movements are going to be there, and also as India has, there was a news of the private sector entering into the space sector is concerned. There's a lot of buzz around this sector. So a lot of companies which are involved in gas supplier, specific gases to this space also looks very attractive to me. So these are the sectors closely observing and tracking the results in the medium to short-term perspective, Sakshi.
All right. Okay, Mr. Bhatini, thank you so much for being with us on the program then and helping all our viewers out to solve their questions and giving us a perspective on the markets too. Always a pleasure. Thank you so much for being with us. 24,140 viewers on the Nifty. We are now down 193 points, nearly a double century on the lower side. So we'll wait up and see how the markets really progress from here. It's now seeing some more pressure build up, and the markets have slipped below 24,150. When we look at the pressure that's building up, of course, it's from the heavyweight banks like HDFC Bank, Kotak Bank as well, because the index is down by, the private banking index is now down by 2.7%. It's at the low point, and you can clearly see that's where the pressure is really accumulating as far as the markets are concerned. But the pharma stocks are performing well. You can see the pharma index is climbed up smartly, and 1.7% of a move on the higher side can be seen on this one. PSU banks also 1.5% higher for this. Metals, FMCG, oil and gas, these are all the pockets that are actually doing well in an otherwise somber market mood. So let's see how things really pan out from here, and we'll continue to track the markets for you. So stay tuned onto Business Today Television, and don't forget to tune in back at the closing edition at 3 p.m.
A planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for everyone of our country.
First time the private company in India built orbital rocket, brought up the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big historic moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is truly a historic moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment personally for me.
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Skyroot CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। आपने दो काम किए हैं, एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी।
And the significance of this mission goes beyond reaching orbit. Vikram 1 is designed to prove every critical step of an orbital mission, from propulsion, guidance and navigation to state separation and flight performance. The rocket will deploy customer payloads into a 450-kilometer low Earth orbit, carrying satellites up to 350 kilograms. The mission will validate India's indigenous launch technology and lay the foundation for future commercial space missions. From government-led missions to private-powered breakthroughs, India's space journey has entered a new orbit. Vikram 1 is not just a rocket that reaches space, it is a launchpad for a new generation of Indian innovation, enterprise and ambition.
And we have reached space on our first.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Ahead of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust in the Parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the very issue.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसकी सरकार ने भगवान राम को धोखा दिया है। उनका चंदा ही नहीं चुराया, उनकी विश्वास और आस्था पे डाका डाला है। और इसीलिए सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे हैं, यही हमने कहा है कि चंदा चोरी का मुद्दा।
The special investigation team probing the Chanda Chori is expected to submit an interim report to the Supreme Court on Monday. Police intensively questioned the key accused Ram Shankar Yadav alias Tinnu and his nephew Manish Yadav. During the grilling, both the accused admitted to stealing donations. Tinnu even admitted to misusing Champat Rai's ID to issue VIP passes for Ram Mandir, while Manish used the theft money to organize bhandaras, buy expensive gifts and land. Police are now examining all those involved in the temple's daily operations. Police lens is on the 50 people involved in counting currency donated by the devotees at the temple. The Temple Trust will be holding a crucial executive committee meeting in Ayodhya on July 22, 2026. The meeting is set to appoint the temple's first full-time CEO, reconstitute 5 internal committees and review the final probe report regarding the alleged embezzlement of temple donations. The opposition is determined to corner the government on this sensitive issue. The big question remains who will respond to the opposition's attacks on the issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
A planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today, achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back, and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for everyone of our country.
First time the private company in India built orbital rocket, brought up the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is
कृपया सदन को चलने दीजिए. You are senior member of the house, please. प्लीज हम चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार है, चर्चा करने के लिए तैयार है। आप बार बार बाधित मत करिए सदन को, बार बार बाधित मत कीजिए। ऐसा करने से सदन नहीं चलेगा। सदन को ऑर्डर पर लाना है। आप प्लीज बी सीटेड, प्लीज बी सीटेड। नो 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 नो, दिस टाइप ऑफ बिहेवियर इज नॉट गुड। Repeatedly we are doing this. No, 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 madam. No, 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 please, please, no. No, please, please, please be seated. Please be seated. शून्यकाल है, 377 है, आप नहीं चलाने देंगे? 0 ओवर 377, मुश्किल से 20 सांसद को मिलता है मौका। आप इसको भी आप, जनता का मुद्दे है, जनता का मुद्दे आपको मौका मिला है, जनता का मुद्दे है। प्लीज बी सीटेड, प्लीज प्लीज। ऐसे नहीं होगा, ऐसा सदन नहीं चलता है। प्लीज प्लीज, बार बार सदन को इस तरह बाधित करना ये सुस्त गणतंत्र के लिए उचित नहीं है, ये ठीक नहीं है। बार बार आपका हर विषय और ये बैनर पोस्टर, ये क्या नया परंपरा आपने शुरू किया है, ये उचित नहीं है। सदन के लिए सदन का मर्यादा सर्वोपरि है, सदन का मर्यादा सर्वोपरि है। प्लीज प्लीज, अगर आप सदन चलने नहीं देंगे, अगर आप सदन चलने नहीं देंगे, सदन की कार्रवाई 2 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है, 2 बजे तक के लिए।
Ahead of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust in the Parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the very issue.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसकी सरकार ने भगवान राम को धोखा दिया है। उनका चंदा ही नहीं चुराया, उनकी विश्वास और आस्था पे डाका डाला है। और इसीलिए सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे हैं, यही हमने कहा है कि चंदा चोरी का मुद्दा।
The special investigation team probing the Chanda Chori is expected to submit an interim report to the Supreme Court on Monday. Police intensively questioned the key accused Ram Shankar Yadav alias Tinnu and his nephew Manish Yadav. During the grilling, both the accused admitted to stealing donations. Tinnu even admitted to misusing Champat Rai's ID to issue VIP passes for Ram Mandir, while Manish used the theft money to organize bhandaras, buy expensive gifts and land. Police are now examining all those involved in the temple's daily operations. Police lens is on the 50 people involved in counting currency donated by the devotees at the temple. The temple trust will be holding a crucial executive committee meeting in Ayodhya on July 22, 2026. The meeting is set to appoint the temple's first full-time CEO, reconstitute 5 internal committees and review the final probe report regarding the alleged embezzlement of temple donations. The opposition is determined to corner the government on this sensitive issue. The big question remains who will respond to the opposition's attacks on the issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today, achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for everyone of our country.
First time the private company in India built our rocket, brought the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is truly a historic moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment for me and
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Skyroot CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। दो काम किए हैं, एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी।
And the significance of this mission goes beyond reaching orbit. Vikram 1 is designed to prove every critical step of an orbital mission, from propulsion, guidance and navigation to stage separation and flight performance. The rocket will deploy customer payloads into a 450-kilometer low Earth orbit, carrying satellites up to 350 kilograms. The mission will validate India's indigenous launch technology and lay the foundation for future commercial space missions. From government-led missions to private-powered breakthroughs, India's space journey has entered a new orbit. Vikram 1 is not just a rocket that reaches space, it is a launchpad for a new generation of Indian innovation, enterprise and ambition.
And we have reached space on our first.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Ahead of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust in the Parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the very issue.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसकी सरकार ने भगवान राम को धोखा दिया है। उनका चंदा ही नहीं चुराया, उनकी विश्वास और आस्था पे डाका डाला है। और इसीलिए सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे हैं, यही हमने कहा है कि चंदा चोरी का मुद्दा।
The special investigation team probing the Chanda Chori is expected to submit an interim report to the Supreme Court on Monday. Police intensively questioned the key accused Ram Shankar Yadav alias Tinnu and his nephew Manish Yadav. During the grilling, both the accused admitted to stealing donations. Tinnu even admitted to misusing Champat Rai's ID to issue VIP passes for Ram Mandir, while Manish used the theft money to organize bhandaras, buy expensive gifts and land. Police are now examining all those involved in the temple's daily operations. Police lens is on the 50 people involved in counting currency donated by the devotees at the temple. The Temple Trust will be holding a crucial executive committee meeting in Ayodhya on July 22, 2026. The meeting is set to appoint the temple's first full-time CEO, reconstitute 5 internal committees and review the final probe report regarding the alleged embezzlement of temple donations. The opposition is determined to corner the government on this sensitive issue. The big question remains who will respond to the opposition's attacks on the issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
A planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today, achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for everyone of our country.
First time the private company in India built orbital rocket, brought up the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big solid moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is truly a solid moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment for me and
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Skyroot CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। दो काम किए हैं, एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी।
And the significance of this mission goes beyond reaching orbit. Vikram 1 is designed to prove every critical step of an orbital mission, from propulsion, guidance and navigation to stage separation and flight performance. The rocket will deploy customer payloads into a 450-kilometer low Earth orbit, carrying satellites up to 350 kilograms. The mission will validate India's indigenous launch technology and lay the foundation for future commercial space missions. From government-led missions to private-powered breakthroughs, India's space journey has entered a new orbit. Vikram 1 is not just a rocket that reaches space, it is a launchpad for a new generation of Indian innovation, enterprise and ambition.
And we have reached space on our first.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Ahead of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust in the Parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the very issue.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसकी सरकार ने भगवान राम को धोखा दिया है। उनका चंदा ही नहीं चुराया, उनकी विश्वास और आस्था पे डाका डाला है। और इसीलिए सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे हैं, यही हमने कहा है कि चंदा चोरी का मुद्दा।
The special investigation team probing the Chanda Chori is expected to submit an interim report to the Supreme Court on Monday. Police intensively questioned the key accused Ram Shankar Yadav alias Tinnu and his nephew Manish Yadav. During the grilling, both the accused admitted to stealing donations. Tinnu even admitted to misusing Champat Rai's ID to issue VIP passes for Ram Mandir, while Manish used the theft money to organize bhandaras, buy expensive gifts and land. Police are now examining all those involved in the temple's daily operations. Police lens is on the 50 people involved in counting currency donated by the devotees at the temple. The temple trust will be holding a crucial executive committee meeting in Ayodhya on July 22, 2026. The meeting is set to appoint the temple's first full-time CEO, reconstitute 5 internal committees and review the final probe report regarding the alleged embezzlement of temple donations. The opposition is determined to corner the government on this sensitive issue. The big question remains who will respond to the opposition's attacks on the issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
A planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for everyone of our country.
First time a private company in India built orbital rocket, brought up the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big historic moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is truly a historic moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment personally for me.
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Skyroot historic
बहुत
Show using now
A planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for everyone of our country.
First time the private company in India built our rocket, brought up the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is a truly historic moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment personally for me.
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Skyroot CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। आपने दो काम किए हैं। एक तो तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी.
And the significance of this mission goes beyond reaching orbit. Vikram 1 is designed to prove every critical step of an orbital mission, from propulsion, guidance and navigation to stage separation and flight performance. The rocket will deploy customer payloads into a 450-kilometer low Earth orbit, carrying satellites up to 350 kilograms. The mission will validate India's indigenous launch technology and lay the foundation for future commercial space missions. From government-led missions to private-powered breakthroughs, India's space journey has entered a new orbit. Vikram 1 is not just a rocket that reaches space, it is a launchpad for a new generation of Indian innovation, enterprise and ambition.
And we have reached space on our first.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Ahead of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust in the Parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the very issue.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसकी सरकार ने भगवान राम को धोखा दिया है. उनका चंदा ही नहीं चुराया, उनकी विश्वास और आस्था पे डाका डाला है. और इसीलिए सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे हैं, यही हमने कहा है कि चंदा चोरी का मुद्दा.
The special investigation team probing the Chanda Chori is expected to submit an interim report to the Supreme Court on Monday. Police intensively questioned the key accused Ram Shankar Yadav alias Tinnu and his nephew Manish Yadav. During the grilling, both the accused admitted to stealing donations. Tinnu even admitted to misusing Champat Rai's ID to issue VIP passes for Ram Mandir, while Manish used the theft money to organize bhandaras, buy expensive gifts and land. Police are now examining all those involved in the temple's daily operations. Police lens is on the 50 people involved in counting currency donated by the devotees at the temple. The temple trust will be holding a crucial executive committee meeting in Ayodhya on July 22, 2026. The meeting is set to appoint the temple's first full-time CEO, reconstitute 5 internal committees and review the final probe report regarding the alleged embezzlement of temple donations. The opposition is determined to corner the government on this sensitive issue. The big question remains who will respond to the opposition's attacks on the issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
A planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for every one of our country.
First time the private company in India built our rocket, brought up the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big historic moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is truly a historic moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment personally for me as well.
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Skyroot CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। दो काम किए हैं, एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी।
And the significance of this mission goes beyond reaching orbit. Vikram 1 is designed to prove every critical step of an orbital mission, from propulsion, guidance and navigation to stage separation and flight performance. The rocket will deploy customer payloads into a 450-kilometer low Earth orbit, carrying satellites up to 350 kilograms. The mission will validate India's indigenous launch technology and lay the foundation for future commercial space missions. From government-led missions to private-powered breakthroughs, India's space journey has entered a new orbit. Vikram 1 is not just a rocket that reaches space, it is a launchpad for a new generation of Indian innovation, enterprise and ambition.
And we have reached space on our first.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Ahead of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust in the Parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the very issue.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसकी सरकार ने भगवान राम को धोखा दिया है। उनका चंदा ही नहीं चुराया, उनकी विश्वास और आस्था पे डाका डाला है। और इसीलिए सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे हैं, यही हमने कहा है कि चंदा चोरी का मुद्दा।
The Special Investigation Team probing the Chanda Chori is expected to submit an interim report to the Supreme Court on Monday. Police intensively questioned the key accused Ram Shankar Yadav alias Tinnu and his nephew Manish Yadav. During the grilling, both the accused admitted to stealing donations. Tinnu even admitted to misusing Champat Rai's ID to issue VIP passes for Ram Mandir, while Manish used the theft money to organize bhandaras, buy expensive gifts and land. Police are now examining all those involved in the temple's daily operations. Police lens is on the 50 people involved in counting currency donated by the devotees at the temple. The Temple Trust will be holding a crucial executive committee meeting in Ayodhya on July 22, 2026. The meeting is set to appoint the temple's first full-time CEO, reconstitute 5 internal committees and review the final probe report regarding the alleged embezzlement of temple donations. The opposition is determined to corner the government on this sensitive issue. The big question remains who will respond to the opposition's attacks on the issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
A planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today, achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for everyone of our country.
First time the private company in India built orbital rocket, brought up the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big solid point for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is truly a solid moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment personally for me as well.
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Skyroot CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। आपने दो काम किए हैं, एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी।
And the significance of this mission goes beyond reaching orbit. Vikram 1 is designed to prove every critical step of an orbital mission, from propulsion, guidance and navigation to stage separation and flight performance. The rocket will deploy customer payloads into a 450-kilometer low Earth orbit, carrying satellites up to 350 kilograms. The mission will validate India's indigenous launch technology and lay the foundation for future commercial space missions. From government-led missions to private-powered breakthroughs, India's space journey has entered a new orbit. Vikram 1 is not just a rocket that reaches space, it is a launchpad for a new generation of Indian innovation, enterprise and ambition.
And we have reached space on our first.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Ahead of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust in the Parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the very issue.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसकी सरकार ने भगवान राम को धोखा दिया है। उनका चंदा ही नहीं चुराया, उनकी विश्वास और आस्था पे डाका डाला है। और इसीलिए सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे हैं, यही हमने कहा है कि चंदा चोरी का मुद्दा।
The special investigation team probing the Chanda Chori is expected to submit an interim report to the Supreme Court on Monday. Police intensively questioned the key accused Ram Shankar Yadav alias Tinnu and his nephew Manish Yadav. During the grilling, both the accused admitted to stealing donations. Tinnu even admitted to misusing Champat Rai's ID to issue VIP passes for Ram Mandir, while Manish used the theft money to organize bhandaras, buy expensive gifts and land. Police are now examining all those involved in the temple's daily operations. Police lens is on the 50 people involved in counting currency donated by the devotees at the temple. The temple trust will be holding a crucial executive committee meeting in Ayodhya on July 22, 2026. The meeting is set to appoint the temple's first full-time CEO, reconstitute 5 internal committees and review the final probe report regarding the alleged embezzlement of temple donations. The opposition is determined to corner the government on this sensitive issue. The big question remains who will respond to the opposition's attacks on the issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
A planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today, achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back, and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for everyone of our country.
First time the private company in India built our rocket, brought up the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big historic moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is truly a historic moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment personally for me as well.
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Skyroot CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। दो काम किए हैं, एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी।
And the significance of this mission goes beyond reaching orbit. Vikram 1 is designed to prove every critical step of an orbital mission, from propulsion, guidance and navigation to stage separation and flight performance. The rocket will deploy customer payloads into a 450-kilometer low Earth orbit, carrying satellites up to 350 kilograms. The mission will validate India's indigenous launch technology and lay the foundation for future commercial space missions. From government-led missions to private-powered breakthroughs, India's space journey has entered a new orbit. Vikram 1 is not just a rocket that reaches space, it is a launchpad for a new generation of Indian innovation, enterprise and ambition.
And we have reached space on our first.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Ahead of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust in the Parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the very issue.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसकी सरकार ने भगवान राम को धोखा दिया है। उनका चंदा ही नहीं चुराया, उनकी विश्वास और आस्था पे डाका डाला है। और इसीलिए सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे हैं, यही हमने कहा है कि चंदा चोरी का मुद्दा।
The special investigation team probing the Chanda Chori is expected to submit an interim report to the Supreme Court on Monday. Police intensively questioned the key accused Ram Shankar Yadav alias Tinnu and his nephew Manish Yadav. During the grilling, both the accused admitted to stealing donations. Tinnu even admitted to misusing Champat Rai's ID to issue VIP passes for Ram Mandir, while Manish used the theft money to organize bhandaras, buy expensive gifts and land. Police are now examining all those involved in the temple's daily operations. Police lens is on the 50 people involved in counting currency donated by the devotees at the temple. The Temple Trust will be holding a crucial executive committee meeting in Ayodhya on July 22, 2026. The meeting is set to appoint the temple's first full-time CEO, reconstitute 5 internal committees and review the final probe report regarding the alleged embezzlement of temple donations. The opposition is determined to corner the government on this sensitive issue. The big question remains who will respond to the opposition's attacks on the issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
A planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today, achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for every one of our country.
First time the private company in India built our profit, brought up the launch pad, took off from Indian soil. It's a big soil point for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is truly a soil moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment personally for me as well.
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Sky Route CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। दो काम किए हैं, एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी।
And the significance of this mission goes beyond reaching orbit. Vikram 1 is designed to prove every critical step.
Hello and a very warm welcome on Business Today Television, ladies and gentlemen. 24,200, 24,100, 24,000 is proving to be a good support for the Nifty, given the way the West Asian crisis has flared up and the fact that Indian markets are showing resilience on the back of a fairly decent Q1 so far, and the fact that lots of sensible people are using all dips to get back into the market or add to existing positions. To discuss the way forward as far as the sentiment in market is concerned, we are joined by Mr. Nishchal Maheshwari. He's a very well-known stock picker and has been an investor in the markets over the last three and a half decades. Namaste Nishchal ji, and a very warm welcome. Sir, good afternoon. This flare-up that's happening in the West Asian conflict has again added a bit of a question mark on sentiment at Dalal Street. Oil has flared up back at 90. How are you watching this flare up?
So I think at some point of time we will just take into our stride basically and move on, as we have done with the Ukraine war. It was not that Russia was a small producer of oil. It also was around almost 10% of the oil production in the world. And still I think market moved on. I think here also I think market will move on. People will find different ways to mitigate the issue of the Gulf oil. I think India has done it, others will also do it. Yes, temporarily you will have these kind of flare-ups in the oil prices, but it's going to slowly subside. And why I'm saying so is basically because fundamentally oil, there is huge amount of surplus oil across the world. So temporarily you can say, yes, the flare up is there, but people are going to find a way out of it.
So what do we do on Indian equities? As has been seen over the last 2.5 months or maybe the last fortnight or so, foreign funds have turned less bearish. You see some sensible buying coming in from them, and more importantly results have by and large been better. So is this a space where you are comfortable with in terms of valuations?
Yes, definitely. I think selectively we have been comfortable as far as valuations are concerned. I think a few large sectors seem to be in a good spot. And they have been punished by the selling of FIs. So I think those sectors one can definitely look at it. And why I'm saying so is obviously I think FIs have also realized some point of time that the AI trade is reversing and it cannot go at the same pace what has happened in the last 2 years. So some money is getting taken off the table. So I think South Korea is down 15 to 20% from the top.
Yes, correct.
And similarly, Taiwan is down. So I think money is getting taken out there. And people will eventually find value. We have seen good results coming from most of the banks. Last week, even Reliance posted decent set of numbers. So I think the sentiment seems to be turning around. I just want to make a disclosure here, basically, that I personally have a few banks and Reliance in my portfolio.
Fair enough. Especially the banks, Mr. Maheshwari, how are you seeing their credit growth exceeding deposit growth? That's true for the PSU banking sector. At this point of time, where does value lie? Where would you sort of bet a sizable chunk of your money within the banking sector?
So I think that is the reason why basically you are moving away from the PSU banks to the private sector, because the deposit growth is not as strong as the lending. And in case of private sector banks, the deposit growth is pretty strong. And I think in the current quarter, the lending was also stronger. So though, albeit we have seen a few of them, they are focused more on the corporate side, and that's why you are seeing a few banks NIMs reporting a lower NIM. And I think that's why the market has reacted negatively for them. But I think overall the growth seems to be pretty strong for most of these banks.
Where do you think growth is coming for these banks? Because we've seen, when you look at quick indicators, there seems to be a crisis on the salaried side. Lots of people are talking about the IT sector crumbling a bit, and that's also visible in some real estate spaces. Where are these private banks or maybe public sector banks soaking so much of credit growth?
So if you really look at it, I think the current quarter has been the corporate side. It is not the retail side basically where they've been growing, and that's why the NIMs are a bit under pressure for most of these banks. I think if you really look at it, I think economy has been doing well. I think last quarter number was more than 7.5% last quarter number, and that is because of easy liquidity conditions also in the market. And the current dispensation in RBI also wants to see that liquidity continue to remain easy. So I think that is where the growth is coming from. A good credit growth, good industrial growth basically is what we are seeing.
Okay. Are you by and large satisfied with the numbers that have come in, especially from the IT side? We've had about 6 major IT companies reporting their first quarter. What's been your distillation from their guidance or maybe from their thought process, their con calls?
So as far as numbers are concerned in IT, barring I think I think most of them have been as expected. I think there were a couple of them basically which are better than expected. Now there are 1 or 2 observations in the IT results. I think one is Indian IT companies have started to figure out how their business model is going to evolve post this new AI era. So a lot of these companies basically, when they have been talking in this current quarter, they have been telling us basically how they see the industry evolving in the next 3-4 quarters, next 2-3 years. So there is a very clear role basically all these companies will have. Now some of them will definitely pivot and they will be able to find their way. But I think there will be a few basically which will fall by the wayside, but I think that's the way the business is. So I think the fear of saying that the Indian IT industry is gone and nowhere to go, I think that is hugely exaggerated.
Okay. Within your portfolio, what are your IT bets?
So I'm looking more mid-cap IT bets, the larger mid-caps basically. And the reason are two basically, that obviously the larger ones, the large caps will definitely take more time to pivot. I'm not saying that they will not be able to, but I think it will take more time to pivot, and market may not be as patient with them. And the smaller ones basically may not have the wherewithal to pivot. So that's why the larger mid caps is basically where my focus is, and that's what I hold in my portfolio.
Okay, fair point. Mr. Maheshwari, over the last 2 months or so, since the time we spoke, what have been the changes in your portfolio? Have you been a net buyer or a net seller?
So I've always been, whatever allocation I've done in my equity portfolio, I've always remained fully invested. So what I do keep on changing is basically the allocation to the industries. And the one new industry which I've added into my portfolio is IT this time. So in the last 2 months, basically, I have added IT, though it is not a significant weight, but definitely it has started showing up in my portfolio.
Okay. And these are large mid caps that you refer to?
Yes, large mid caps.
Okay. Is this a tactical purchase, or you think the worst is behind them?
So I wouldn't say that I am fully confident the worst is behind us, but definitely I see that the bottom has been made.
Basically, value to price is attractive.
Valuation wise, it is attractive basically, but it may retest the bottom. That is one thing basically one has to keep in mind.
The rupee somehow doesn't seem to be working the way government hopes for it to appreciate or so, but this FCNR deposits is creating waves, and 30th September is the last date for our NRI and PIO friends to apply. What is your gut feel? What have banks said in their con calls when it comes to FCNR?
So I think it is slightly lower than the earlier one. That is what the bank's thought process is. Basically, on the call, I think some of them called out saying that it is not going to be $60 to $80 billion, but closer to around $50-55 billion. And there has been issues. I think there is some tax issues as far as US and Europe is concerned. And then obviously the Gulf issues are basically because of the issue happening in the Gulf. So you are seeing lower traction there. But I am very hopeful that you are going to see pickup in August and September strongly. And but I think the number which now people are working with is around $50-55 billion rather than actually 60 to 80, which was an earlier estimate.
50 ही आ जाएं, that will help the rupee in a dramatically better fashion and also add liquidity to the system. Mr. Maheshwari, you are a big believer in quick estimates and you track a lot of quick indicators as well. Where are you seeing signs of life, signs of green shoots as far as the broader economy is concerned?
Sorry, the dollar economy?
No, the broader economy.
Broader economy, sorry. So I think broader economy, I clearly see signs in the consumption side. Consumption, whether it is the autos, so you are continuously seeing month after month good numbers getting rolled out both on the two-wheeler and the four-wheeler front. So autos seems to be doing well. Even in case of retail, there has been huge, a very good response as far as retailing is concerned. So you are seeing good signs basically as far as consumption is concerned across the board.
Is that also a reason why a lot of internet plays are finding mention in fund purchases? A lot of stocks have shown fairly decent upticks over the last 2.5 months. Do you have some of them as a part of your long-term portfolio?
The e-commerce is what you're talking?
Yes.
Yes. So I have a couple of them in my portfolio basically, and they have been long-term bets for me. And I continue to believe basically that there is a long way to go for these companies.
So which side of this consumer / internet play are you on?
So I hold Zomato and Urban in my portfolio. The Zomato is a very old holding of I think 4 to 5 years for me, and I continue to believe basically as far as quick commerce is concerned, it's a market leader and nobody is close to them. And slowly, I think the second and third player are throwing the towel in. So they will be Zomato will be gaining further because of its very strong execution. Urban obviously is another market leader out there basically, but it is got a lot of competition. So I think there the stage is as yet a bit opaque, but given that Urban is a market leader and has got several services basically in place, I think it will come, it will find its way. So these are the two large e-commerce companies which I have in my portfolio.
Old smokestack isn't doing anything. Metals came up. They had a fabulous rally, and now they seem to have quietened down. Nobody talks of cement any longer, Nishchalji, and this is rather surprising given the fact that we have a construction boom across industries. How come cement finds no mention anywhere these days?
So I think cement, I think the one obviously this current quarter is going to be a monsoon quarter, so not much of excitement there. But I think cement on the whole, I think there is an overcapacity in the system. There are 2-3 now aggressive players basically which are consolidating and aggressively growing and trying to figure out who's going to be number one. So I think that is the competition basically which is keeping the prices down and surplus in the system. So I think that's why you're not seeing much action happening as far as cement is concerned.
Does cement find a place under the sun in your portfolio?
No, I do not hold any cement, neither any metals basically. So I think those plays are at the moment not interesting.
What would be the biggest sector in terms of allocation within your holdings?
Which one? Sorry, I couldn't.
What would be the biggest sector in terms of representation as percentage in your holdings?
So I really am not very sector specific. It is more bottoms up because largely my portfolio is mid and small caps. So, but I think finance BFSI is one large sector basic which I can tell you is a large part of my portfolio.
Within the broader economy, Nishchalji, what is still not clicking? What would worry you?
So I think basically still on the broader side, if I look at it, I think the capex on the private side is still not up to the mark. I think that is a peeve of the government also after giving so much incentives. The private sector capex doesn't seem to be picking up. Now we have to really go back and understand, and sector by sector we have to understand where is the issue. But the private sector capex still doesn't seem to be putting its weight behind the economic growth.
What would be ailing them?
I would only say basically it is either the opportunity basically which the private sector doesn't see in this, or possibly they are afraid of the competition. So I think these are the only two things I can see basically, given that the economy, India is the best economy, best growth as far as the economy is concerned.
Okay. Given the fact that in your earlier comments you mentioned that there is some bit of unraveling happening in the AI trade, and some bit of positivity seems to be seeping into FII numbers. Once this September 30th deadline is over and the rupee seems to stabilize, would you imagine a net buy on a monthly basis?
I don't see, I think the FIs are really bothered about the rupee part of it. Yes, it is just giving one more excuse. As an equity investor, I think the person, the fund manager obviously looks at whether he's going to really make money or not. And as and when he finds that India is attractive, I think money will come whatever the level the rupee is. So I do not see basically the rupee plays a very important part. Yes, you can say it plays a negative part to an extent basically that you will want to find an excuse, but otherwise, if the Indian market, Indian equities market would have been very attractive, I think you would have found a lot of people coming in, despite wherever the rupee is.
Broadly as a market, we don't seem to have done anything out of the ordinary to attract FIs, except for that tax that had changed a couple of months ago. From the government side, there hasn't been any major intervention to prove that Indian markets are more attractive. We are just waiting for others to collapse so that we may become a little more attractive.
No, I don't think so. Basically, others collapsing is going to help India. Basically, I think at the end of the day, it is not a relative market. Most of the FIs come in to make absolute returns and not relative returns. So until unless either our earnings pick up significantly enough for it to become interesting, or the valuations fall. So one of these two things has to happen. I think valuation wise, you are in a comfortable zone, but earnings have still not picked up. So I think to an extent basically where it becomes attractive for people to come in. So I think we have to just keep on pushing at it. Once the earnings also start showing up more strongly than what we have, you will see FI flows reversing.
Fair point. Sir, by and large, are you now comfortable with the way how Indian markets have reacted to this escalation of crisis? It seems that we are now saying कि भाई अब ये कैसे सुलटा लें आपस में, ये इनकी प्रॉब्लम है. Let's now move ahead, if not move up.
Yeah, I see basically the market is much more mature, even though we've seen a flare up in oil basically going from 73, 74 to 90. I think there's been a very sharp flare up, but I think the stock market is at the moment ignoring them. Maybe if oil crosses 100, then you are going to see a much more severe reaction as far as the stock market is concerned.
Okay, perfect. And my usual question, will Diwali, Christmas be better than this stagnant monsoon that we see in terms of just the broader market structure?
So I think as far as the economy and the earnings are concerned, I'm quite sure that Christmas is going to be better. Stock market, as you know, basically there are too many moving parts. You don't know basically there is going to be a third front which opens up in the world somewhere and is going to spoil the party. But I'm very sure basically that the economy and the earnings are going to be better definitely from the second quarter to the third and the fourth.
And basically stock markets follow earnings, and domestic fund flow has been fairly good. Let's hope for the best. Mr. Maheshwari, in this last 3.5 months, what has also happened is that the retail investor hasn't lost faith either in fund managers or in mutual funds, and the intensity of SIPs, etc. continues. Many people have actually blamed the market's woes on this monthly injection of 25,000, 30,000 crore rupees into the market. Which side of the equation are you on in this battle?
You are saying basically because of the SIPs, the FIs have been able to sell so much?
Yes, and that the markets haven't gone down, so it's like end without it's horrors without end rather than a horrible end.
I think it's a flawed argument basically because FIs would have anyway sold. It is nothing to do with the SIPs flows coming in or not. If SIP flows were not there, basically the market would have collapsed much more. Maybe it would have gone to 20,000, who knows. That could have been there, but I think with this kind of this thing, it just shows maturity. And if you look at it, basically go back to economies which have gone past us and are much larger ones, there are these inflection points basically where people have surplus investments, and those surplus investments slowly trickle down to equities. And I think that's what is happening in India. There is anything different basically. So you are a $4.5 trillion economy today, and people have a large amount of surplus basically. And after a point of time, how much you will invest in gold and FDs. And equities, if you really look at it, I think like there is a 50-year history that equities deliver, I think 13-14% kind of a return. But people have to be there for a longer period of time. This is not an FD that every year something return is going to come.
Wonderful. On this very positive note, Nishchalji, we'll call it time. Thank you as always. Such a pleasure speaking to you. And let's hope we meet in person soonest in Mumbai. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks a lot.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was Mr. Nishchal Maheshwari, a very well-known market expert, discussing not only his portfolio but the way forward in the market. 228, the market is improving, 24,256 for you, down just 78 points on the index. And my bet is that in the last 1 hour, you will see a green tick on the Nifty. Thank you for watching. Ahead of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust in the Parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the very issue.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसकी सरकार ने भगवान राम को धोखा दिया है। उनका चंदा ही नहीं चुराया, उनकी विश्वास और आस्था पे डाका डाला है। और इसीलिए सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे हैं, यही हमने कहा है कि चंदा चोरी का मुद्दा।
The special investigation team probing the Chanda Chori is expected to submit an interim report to the Supreme Court on Monday. Police intensively questioned the key accused Ram Shankar Yadav alias Tinnu and his nephew Manish Yadav. During the grilling, both the accused admitted to stealing donations. Tinnu even admitted to misusing Champat Rai's ID to issue VIP passes for Ram Mandir, while Manish used the theft money to organize bhandaras, buy expensive gifts and land. Police are now examining all those involved in the temple's daily operations. Police lens is on the 50 people involved in counting currency donated by the devotees at the temple. The temple trust will be holding a crucial executive committee meeting in Ayodhya on July 22, 2026. The meeting is set to appoint the temple's first full-time CEO, reconstitute 5 internal committees and review the final probe report regarding the alleged embezzlement of temple donations. The opposition is determined to corner the government on this sensitive issue. The big question remains who will respond to the opposition's attacks on the issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
Planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today, achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back, and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for everyone of our country.
First time the private company in India built orbital rocket, brought up the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is truly a historic moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment for me as well.
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Skyroot CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। दो काम किए हैं, एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं, और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी.
And the significance of this mission goes beyond reaching orbit. Vikram 1 is designed to prove every critical step of an orbital mission, from propulsion, guidance and navigation to stage separation and flight performance. The rocket will deploy customer payloads into a 450-kilometer low Earth orbit, carrying satellites up to 350 kilograms. The mission will validate India's indigenous launch technology and lay the foundation for future commercial space missions. From government-led missions to private-powered breakthroughs, India's space journey has entered a new orbit. Vikram 1 is not just a rocket that reaches space, it is a launchpad for a new generation of Indian innovation, enterprise and ambition.
And we have reached space on our first.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Ahead of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust in the Parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the very issue.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसकी सरकार ने भगवान राम को धोखा दिया है। उनका चंदा ही नहीं चुराया, उनकी विश्वास और आस्था पे डाका डाला है। और इसीलिए सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे हैं, यही हमने कहा है कि चंदा चोरी का मुद्दा।
The special investigation team probing the Chanda Chori is expected to submit an interim report to the Supreme Court on Monday. Police intensively questioned the key accused Ram Shankar Yadav alias Tinnu and his nephew Manish Yadav. During the grilling, both the accused admitted to stealing donations. Tinnu even admitted to misusing Champat Rai's ID to issue VIP passes for Ram Mandir, while Manish used the theft money to organize bhandaras, buy expensive gifts and land. Police are now examining all those involved in the temple's daily operations. Police lens is on the 50 people involved in counting currency donated by the devotees at the temple. The Temple Trust will be holding a crucial executive committee meeting in Ayodhya on July 22, 2026. The meeting is set to appoint the temple's first full-time CEO, reconstitute 5 internal committees and review the final probe report regarding the alleged embezzlement of temple donations. The opposition is determined to corner the government on this sensitive issue. The big question remains who will respond to the opposition's attacks on the issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
A planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today, achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for everyone of our country.
First time the private company in India built orbital rocket, brought up the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a great historic moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is truly a historic moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment personally for me and
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Sky Route CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। दो काम किए हैं, एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी।
And the significance of this mission goes beyond reaching orbit. Vikram 1 is designed to prove every critical step of an orbital mission, from propulsion, guidance and navigation to stage separation and flight performance. The rocket will deploy customer payloads into a 450-kilometer low Earth orbit, carrying satellites up to 350 kilograms. The mission will validate India's indigenous launch technology and lay the foundation for future commercial space missions. From government-led missions to private-powered breakthroughs, India's space journey has entered a new orbit. Vikram 1 is not just a rocket that reaches space, it is a launchpad for a new generation of Indian innovation, enterprise and ambition.
And we have reached space on our first.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Ahead of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust in the Parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the very issue.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसकी सरकार ने भगवान राम को धोखा दिया है। उनका चंदा ही नहीं चुराया, उनकी विश्वास और आस्था पे डाका डाला है। और इसीलिए सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे हैं, यही हमने कहा है कि चंदा चोरी का मुद्दा।
The special investigation team probing the Chanda Chori is expected to submit an interim report to the Supreme Court on Monday. Police intensively questioned the key accused Ram Shankar Yadav alias Tinnu and his nephew Manish Yadav. During the grilling, both the accused admitted to stealing donations. Tinnu even admitted to misusing Champat Rai's ID to issue VIP passes for Ram Mandir, while Manish used the theft money to organize bhandaras, buy expensive gifts and land. Police are now examining all those involved in the temple's daily operations. Police lens is on the 50 people involved in counting currency donated by the devotees at the temple. The Temple Trust will be holding a crucial executive committee meeting in Ayodhya on July 22, 2026. The meeting is set to appoint the temple's first full-time CEO, reconstitute 5 internal committees and review the final probe report regarding the alleged embezzlement of temple donations. The The opposition is determined to corner the government on this sensitive issue. The big question remains who will respond to the opposition's attacks on the issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
A planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for everyone of our country.
First time a private company in India built orbital rocket, brought up the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big sorry moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is truly sorry moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment personally for me.
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Skyroot CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। आपने दो काम किए हैं, एक तो आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी।
And the significance of this mission goes beyond reaching orbit. Vikram 1 is designed to prove every critical step of an orbital mission, from propulsion, guidance and navigation to state separation and flight performance. The rocket will deploy customer payloads into a 450-kilometer low Earth orbit, carrying satellites up to 350 kilograms. The mission will validate India's indigenous launch technology and lay the foundation for future commercial space missions. From government-led missions to private-powered breakthroughs, India's space journey has entered a new orbit. Vikram 1 is not just a rocket that reaches space, it is a launchpad for a new generation of Indian innovation, enterprise and ambition.
And we have reached space on our first.
Bureau Report, India Today.
of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust in the Parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the very issue.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसकी सरकार ने भगवान राम को धोखा दिया है। उनका चंदा ही नहीं चुराया, उनकी विश्वास और आस्था पे डाका डाला है। और इसीलिए सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे हैं, यही हमने कहा है कि चंदा चोरी का मुद्दा।
The special investigation team probing the Chanda Chori is expected to submit an interim report to the Supreme Court on Monday. Police intensively questioned the key accused Ram Shankar Yadav alias Tinnu and his nephew Manish Yadav. During the grilling, both the accused admitted to stealing donations. Tinnu even admitted to misusing Champat Rai's ID to issue VIP passes for Ram Mandir, while Manish used the theft money to organize bhandaras, buy expensive gifts and land. Police are now examining all those involved in the temple's daily operations. Police lens is on the 50 people involved in counting currency donated by the devotees at the temple. The Temple Trust will be holding a crucial executive committee meeting in Ayodhya on July 22, 2026. The meeting is set to appoint the temple's first full-time CEO, reconstitute 5 internal committees and review the final probe report regarding the alleged embezzlement of temple donations. The opposition is determined to corner the government on this sensitive issue. The big question remains who will respond to the opposition's attacks on the issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
A planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy worth $44 billion, Vikram 1 signals that the country's private space ambitions have truly taken flight.
Today, achievement is a great achievement for the Indian space sector. A startup company which is just started, Skyroot Aerospace System, started just 8 years back and developing a orbiter launcher and making a successful mission in the first attempt. It's really a great achievement, great satisfaction for everyone of our country.
First time the private company in India built our rocket, brought up the launch pad, and took off from Indian soil. It's a big soil moment for India, and also a very, very important moment for the global space sector. And this is truly a historic moment for India, and also a very, very proud moment personally for me.
The celebrations at Sriharikota were followed by a message of appreciation from Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who personally congratulated Skyroot CEO Pawan Kumar Chandana and the young team behind the historic mission. His message was short but carried the weight of a nation's pride.
सबसे पहले तो आपको बहुत बहुत बधाई। आसमान में नए पौधे गाड़ दिए हैं और दूसरा जमीन में भी उस रूट्स को आपने मजबूती दी है जो देश के नौजवानों को आगे आने की प्रेरणा देगी।
And the significance of this mission goes beyond reaching orbit. Vikram 1 is designed to prove every critical step of an orbital mission, from propulsion, guidance and navigation to stage separation and flight performance. The rocket will deploy customer payloads into a 450-kilometer low Earth orbit, carrying satellites up to 350 kilograms. The mission will validate India's indigenous launch technology and lay the foundation for future commercial space missions. From government-led missions to private-powered breakthroughs, India's space journey has entered a new orbit. Vikram 1 is not just a rocket that reaches space, it is a launchpad for a new generation of Indian innovation, enterprise and ambition.
And we have reached space on our first.
Bureau Report, India Today.
Ahead of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust in the Parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the Prime Minister's silence on the very issue.
ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी, इसकी सरकार ने भगवान राम को धोखा दिया है। उनका चंदा ही नहीं चुराया, उनकी विश्वास और आस्था पे डाका डाला है। और इसीलिए सबसे ज़्यादा पहले मुद्दा हम लोग उठा रहे हैं, यही हमने कहा है कि चंदा चोरी का मुद्दा।
The special investigation team probing the Chanda Chori is expected to submit an interim report to the Supreme Court on Monday. Police intensively questioned the key accused Ram Shankar Yadav alias Tinnu and his nephew Manish Yadav. During the grilling, both the accused admitted to stealing donations. Tinnu even admitted to misusing Champat Rai's ID to issue VIP passes for Ram Mandir, while Manish used the theft money to organize bhandaras, buy expensive gifts and land. Police are now examining all those involved in the temple's daily operations. Police lens is on the 50 people involved in counting currency donated by the devotees at the temple. The Temple Trust will be holding a crucial executive committee meeting in Ayodhya on July 22, 2026. The meeting is set to appoint the temple's first full-time CEO, reconstitute 5 internal committees and review the final probe report regarding the alleged embezzlement of temple donations. The opposition is determined to corner the government on this sensitive issue. The big question remains who will respond to the opposition's attacks on the issue. Bureau Report, India Today.
A planned hold, a few anxious moments, and then history created.
And we have liftoff of Vikram 1, India's first private orbital launch vehicle.
At exactly 12:05 p.m., Vikram 1 thundered off the launch pad at Sriharikota. With the successful injection of its payload into orbit, Skyroot Aerospace became the first Indian private company to place an orbital rocket in space, opening a new era for India's commercial space ambitions.
Every Indian is feeling proud. And then, of course, congratulations Skyroot for having become the first ever private player to have executed this launch from Sriharikota. But let's not forget, the most of all credit goes to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Had he not taken that courageous out-of-box decision about 5-6 years back of unlocking the space sector and opening up the gates of Sriharikota to private players, we would not have been witness to this event today.
Mission Agaman is more than a successful launch. The mission paves the way for commercial satellite launches, strengthens India's position in the global space market, and reflects the success of the ISRO and in-space ecosystem in nurturing private innovation. As India eyes a space economy,
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth creation. Catch India's magnificent rally and make it a part of your booming portfolio. Look out for the next set of multi-baggers at BTTV.
From how the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
India is young and the Nifty is younger still. We are at the cusp of greater glory and phenomenal wealth.
Look, this investment guru tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Presented by National Stock Exchange. ICFA University, building tomorrow's leaders today.
Good afternoon, dear viewers. You're watching the Business Today show with me, Sakshi Batra. This is where I get you all the stock market closing action on the Lal Street. But first up, let's take a look at what's hot in the corporate and the financial world. Markets recover from the day's lows as hopes of diplomacy emerge after Iran's foreign ministry has said it has received proposals from the mediators in the conflict, with the US now also looking at the same. Sensex cuts losses to 400 points, near 77,700 now, while the Nifty is also down 90 points to trade at 24,250. Pharma gains, while financials remain under pressure. Oil-sensitive stocks recover as Brent crude slips below $89 a barrel. Oil marketing companies, IOC, BPCL, HPCL, along with aviation stocks, Interglobe Aviation, have trimmed the losses as crude oil prices ease. Private banking stocks are under pressure after mixed June quarterly earnings. HDFC Bank is leading the decline after disappointing on the margins front, while ICICI Bank, Axis Bank and Kotak Mahindra Bank are also trading lower amid profit booking and weak global cues. Prime Minister Narendra Modi says India remains the world's fastest growing major economy, despite the West Asia conflict disrupting supplies of crude oil, petrol, diesel, LPG, fertilizers and even chemicals. He's also said India has clocked in 7.7% growth despite the global headwinds. And India has approved its first dengue vaccine, with Japanese drug maker Takeda's Qdenga receiving the regulatory clearance. The vaccine protects us against all 4 dengue virus strains and can also be administered without prior dengue testing. We'll straight away look at how the markets are trading at this point in time. Viewers, we are off the low point of the session, so you have seen some pickup take place, and that's on the back of improved performance of the PSU banks in today's trading session. 2.8% rally coming in on the PSU banks. That's pulled up the Nifty from the low point, even though the Nifty continues to remain into the red right now. But the PSU banks are hovering near the high point, and that's lifted some sentiments. Pharma index also up by 1.5% is supporting the sentiment today. We're also looking at metals, oil and gas, infrastructure stocks and even broader markets with slight gains in the session. But the heavyweights are in fact pulling down the markets, capping the kind of an upside that we have. You're looking at the private sector banks post the earnings, where there is a sharp downturn on the likes of HDFC Bank, Axis Bank, Kotak Mahindra Bank. These are the stocks that are dragging the private banking index down 2.3% in the session today. You also have the financial services, autos and even IT pack that is declining in the session. Let's actually pull up the top winners and the top laggards in the session today for all of you to see where the money is moving. Well, on the Nifty, where the big move can be seen, there are names like Trent, Power Grid, Cipla, all from various sectors that are up anywhere between 1 to 3% odd. NTPC is up, JSW Steel post the earnings, and you're looking at Bharti Airtel also up by 1.5% odd. HCL Tech, SBI and Hero MotoCorp are the other stocks that are up and about by 1.5% odd. On the declining action, no surprises. Axis Bank, top loser, 5.5% lower. HDFC Bank, 5% cut there. Maruti Suzuki also down by 2% odd. So the auto pack is also in the slow lane today. You're looking at Kotak Mahindra Bank, Jio Finance and even Infosys declining a tad bit. Let's actually welcome our guest on board. We have Sneha Poddar Poddar, the Vice President for Research Analyst at Motilal Oswal Financial Services, joining in. Welcome to you, Sneha. Good to have you. Your sense of how are you looking at the markets when it began? It looked pretty difficult and somber in the markets, but soon the markets have picked up some pace and we are looking at 24,200 now. Seems that we'll be protected right now, and we have covered up almost 100 points of a loss in the session today already on the Nifty. Your sense of where are we headed?
Hi, good afternoon. See, the markets currently is showing a lot of resilience despite the renewed tensions between the US and the Iran, and the crude prices have climbed really sharply to almost 91 levels, though they have cooled off a little. But then, despite this renewed tension, the Indian markets are showing quite a good resilience, and I believe this is largely one of the reasons can be attributed to solid fundamentals of the Indian economy and the overall earnings season, which has kicked off last week. So though it has been a mixed bag, but still the numbers has been quite decent, with few companies really outshining in that space. So I believe that is giving some sort of confidence to the market that the overall Q1 numbers should be quite healthy, and that will provide some sort of the support to the markets. Also, if you look at the FI activity, that has kind of softened a little. So the aggressive selling is not being witnessed, with buying seeing on some of the days, as they realize that the other markets are too concentrated for long-term investment, while the Indian market is well diversified. So probably these could be few reasons which is keeping the Indian market quite resilient.
Sure. All right, Sneha, we'll come back to the key moving parts in the markets, but there's a breaking news coming in, viewers, with respect to the parliamentary news that's coming in. No proposal to privatize the PSU banks. That's what the Finance Ministry has said as far as the parliamentary proceedings are concerned. They've also talked about no plan to scrap the LTCG tax on equities. The government's written reply has come in as far as the parliament is concerned. They've also talked about how the government has collected 2.01 lakh crores via the equity LTCG in FY25 and 2 lakh crores capex loans earmarked for states in FY27. Those are the details that are coming in out of the parliament right now. This is as far as the written reply in parliament is concerned for the government on various queries that have been raised so far. No proposal to privatize PSU banks. Also, no plan to scrap the LTCG, the long-term capital gains tax on equities. It is here to stay. That's what the government has said in its written reply in the parliament. The government has also talked about how over 2 lakh crores have been collected via the equity long-term capital gains tax for FY25. That goes on to show how the tax collection remained buoyant and investors' preference on equity as an asset class is constantly growing. They're talking about capex loans have been earmarked for states for FY27 as well. Those are the details coming in. Let me quickly look at also some of the other key stocks and sectoral impact that we are looking at into the markets. Sneha, we'll take your view on the private sector banks today, although that's where the pain has emerged since morning. Most of these companies, heavyweights, HDFC, ICICI Bank, Axis Bank, Kotak, all of them reported their earnings. There's been a clear contrast between what ICICI Bank has reacted in terms of its earnings report today. The stock is up by over 1%, but all the others have declined in the session. We are seeing also HDFC Bank further decline after having consolidated for a far too long period as well. And there have been a lot of debates around as to every quarter we believe the things will bottom out. The management commentary points out to so, but the stock price has taken a massive hit there. How are you looking at these private sector banks?
So Sakshi, basically, among all the four large banks that reported the numbers over the weekend, ICICI Bank clearly stood out. And in fact, if we look at, they have been the consistent, they have been consistently delivering on the numbers quarter after quarter, and it's not a just story of few quarters, but if we look at the long history as well, they have been consistently steady with their numbers. And even this quarter, they continue to outperform the entire private sector space. Now, when we talk about the other three banks, in case of other three banks, while the credit growth was quite decent, the main pain point was the asset quality deterioration deteriorated a little, and the NIMS, the pressure was clearly seen across the three banks. And going ahead, though the banks are talking about that the NIMS would start improving from here onwards, this is more of a seasonal play. But it has to be really seen whether they are actually able to revive it, or the pressure still continues, because the cost of borrowing for these three banks still continues to remain a little elevated. Though Kotak was comparatively better off, but yeah, the pain point still continues for these three.
Would you, have a buy rating on any of them post the earnings? Would you advise investors to buy the dip that we are seeing on the banks?
See, I mean, I would clearly, the first preference stands out for ICICI Bank. So if one has to look at one bank, then it's ICICI. Otherwise, HDFC can be seen, but then one has to take a very long-term view, because over next 2 years, their high-priced borrowings will, get mature, post which the, in a phased manner, the cost of borrowings will gradually come down for them. But then it's a long period of 2 years, which I'm talking about. So still, some pain is left with HDFC.
Yes. Well, we'll focus now on the pharma story as well, viewers. As we highlighted, a major breakthrough in India's first fight against dengue is being seen. The country's first dengue vaccine has received regulatory approval, with Takeda's Qdenga getting the green light now. What does this mean for patients? The vaccination plans ahead, and the other vaccine makers in the pipeline as well. We'll try and understand all of that with my colleague Neetu Chandra Sharma, who's been standing by with more details. Neetu, first up, big win against the fight of dengue. We're looking at this Qdenga's, of course, participation coming in. Does this approval pave the way for other dengue vaccine makers in India as well?
Yes, absolutely, Sakshi. This approval is significant not just because the Qdenga is the first dengue vaccine to be cleared in India, but also because it establishes a regulatory benchmark for the entire category. So until now, what we know, there was no approved dengue vaccine in the country, despite India carrying one of the world's highest dengue burdens. So with the regulator approving a vaccine backed by extensive global clinical data, it is expected to boost confidence among other developers as well. And it will also, it could help accelerate regulatory discussions for vaccines that are already under development. And at the same time, each new vaccine will still have to, independently demonstrate its safety, efficacy, and quality before it can actually receive approval going forward, Sakshi.
So, Neetu, which companies are next in queue, and how competitive could this market become now?
Yes, so among other Indian companies, if I were to talk about, the most advanced program is from Panacea Biotech, which is developing an indigenous dengue vaccine in collaboration with the Indian research body, which is Indian Council of Medical Research. So the vaccine candidate is currently in the phase 3 clinical trials. And beyond Panacea, a number of Indian vaccine makers have expressed interest in dengue vaccine development, although most of them are still at the earlier stages of research. So what industry experts have said that, and they believe that the approval of Qdenga could encourage greater investments in this space, because India represents one of the world's largest potential markets for dengue vaccine, as I said. So over the next few years, we could also see both multinational and domestic companies competing not just on efficacy, but also on pricing, manufacturing capacity, accessibility, and particularly if the government eventually, considers including dengue vaccination in the public health programs, actually.
Absolutely. Thanks a lot, Neetu, for getting us all of those details there. A quick word from Sneha. How are you looking at the pharma story developing from here? Now, after the weight loss drugs, this is the other major, segment that most of the pharma companies will be probably seen entering, both domestic and international. Neetu points out Panacea Biotech is the first one after Qdenga that she expects to be in the queue. And of course, the rest of them will also make a beeline. How do you see this as an opportunity for the pharma story? And any key stocks on your radar?
So Sakshi, definitely this is a big development, and this development really reinforces the India's growing status as a global hub for the vaccine manufacturing. So basically, by leveraging the local manufacturing through various partnerships, the companies can actually capitalize on this big opportunity. Currently, the players, the listed players which can benefit is Panacea. But then if we take a bigger picture, then Zydus Life Science could be another major company which could benefit in the future, because they have a huge R&D pipeline and they have various innovative vaccine technologies. So probably they could be the ones who could really capitalize on it. And probably another name which I can think of it post this is Gland Pharma and Syngene, who could also be at a later stage look at participating in this.
All right, we can all pull up those stocks right there, which are on top of the radar for Sneha amidst this, and she believes these are the companies that could probably be the first ones to really tap this market going forward from here. So we'll keep an eye out on these companies as well. Let's also focus on, of course, how the ethanol story has been developing, and we've been getting you all aspects there on the program on Business Today as well, viewers. It seems like India may soon also see a new fuel option in kitchens now. Reports indicate the government may be working on a policy framework to probably introduce ethanol as a mainstream cooking fuel now that could aim to cut dependence on imported LPG and utilize the country's growing ethanol surplus as well. What could this mean for households, for fuel companies, India's energy security? Let me go across to my colleague Aishwarya Patil for getting us more details now. Well, Aishwarya, first up, it was the cars that were being seen and vehicles that were seen as the first point where a lot of, flex fuels, biofuels, have already started to get introduced to cut our, export usage of fuel or dependence on fuel. Now it's going to be kitchens. We have actually seen both our dependence on heavy crude oil imports and even LPG imports as well from the recent, West Asia crisis. What are you hearing from your sources?
Well, this is just an initial report, and what it's suggesting is that the Ministry of Petroleum and Natural Gas may be contemplating introducing ethanol as a fuel for cooking as well. During the West Asia crisis, alternative methods of cooking was suggested by the Petroleum Ministry as well, electronic cooktops, even some coal usage was also something that was told by the ministry during this period. So what we're hearing is that around September, maybe if the plan goes well, and this may be just on the drawing board as of now, but if that fructifies and is being able to execute in Indian households as well, in the kitchens as well, is something that the ministry is looking at, is what this report suggests. Now, there are some stuffs that are ethanol based in the market already globally present, but we'll have to see which companies are really working towards supplying this kind of cooking fuel and stuffs in the market going forward as well. We'll keep an eye on if this does reach our homes and kitchens as well.
Absolutely. That's a very, big development if it really comes true, that we will have to track very, very closely with Aishwarya getting us all of those details. Thanks a lot for that initial report, Aishwarya, to get us all of those details as well. Sneha, how would you look at this expanded universe that ethanol is, targeting, at least the government is targeting with ethanol at this point in time? It was to be the auto sector initially, now it could be the kitchens. And how would you look at, of course, one, the impact on, the oil marketing companies, the gas, companies as well, and how should one be really looking at that entire sector if one is a long-term investor?
Basically, it's a good initiative which the government is thinking on those lines as so currently we have about 20 billion liters of annual ethanol capacity, and another 4 billion liters capacity will come on stream very soon. So that makes us a good 24 billion liters of capacity, of which roughly 7 billion liters remains unutilized. So there's a good way of utilizing those idle 7 billion liters of capacity, and moreover, this will reduce the dependency on the import of the fuel from the global markets, especially given the current geopolitical situation. So, keeping that in mind, it's a very good step. But what really needs from the government side is they'll really have to do a very good balancing act, because there could be years like the one 2026 where the monsoon is a little weak. So then the sugar production could take a hit. So in those scenarios, how they would balance the situation, that is one really key step which the government really needs to think over. But this would be a good step and would benefit the OMC companies definitely. But still, my suggestion would be to avoid these regulated sectors from the long-term trading perspective, because there's so many regulatory risk involved in these sectors that in the long term, somehow it gets neutralized.
Absolutely. We'll focus on some of the other stocks in a bit, but earnings focus continues also on the Business Today show. We're going to be also sharing with you what happens with the technology companies that are reporting their numbers. Tata Technologies, in fact, has come out to talk that how they believe its recent large deal wins are more than just isolated successes. The company says its $100 million 5-year partnership with Tenneco reflects a broader shift in the client demand towards end-to-end engineering capabilities. In fact, Warren Harris, the CEO and Managing Director for Tata Technologies, has said the company's flagship BMW joint venture has strengthened its credentials in the global engineering services market and expects future growth to be driven by customers looking for partners that can take complete product ownership. Let's listen into what he had to say on the sidelines of the earnings conversation.
I think that is going to be representative of similar deals in the future. I think one of the things that we have really celebrated in the last couple of years is the joint venture with BMW. I think that the joint venture is really the flagship for how to run a GCC in India, and I think the halo effect of that transaction is now starting to inform other types of opportunity. And certainly the decision that Tenneco made was very much in support of building something that is similar to what we built for our friends in Munich. We've had a relationship with Tenneco since the pandemic. We started to work with Tenneco in 2020. I think they've been very pleased with the relationship and the quality of service that we've delivered. So there's real confidence in our company, and I think the proof of that is in the award that we secured. But I think one of the things that informs our confidence about the future and about the fact that the momentum that we've established is not just a one-off is that that's just one deal. In the first quarter, we celebrated a number of full vehicle programs that we were awarded. One with a Japanese OEM that we're now starting to scale, and I think what we were going to see in the engineering services market in the future is this bifurcation of companies that can take the full responsibility for complete product, and those organizations that are going to restrict themselves to just delivering services. And we believe that demand in the future will increasingly gravitate towards organizations that can take on the responsibility for key components of the value chain or key parts of the product portfolio.
All right, viewers, let's focus on the markets closing. We are ending the session at 24,241. We recovered most of the losses since morning, and we managed to end near the high point of the session, still into the red. 92 points of cut coming in for the Nifty today, 0.38% lower at 24,241. The Nifty Bank, that's where the pain emerged truly, but the index has managed to recover some of that pain too. 0.9% of an downtick that you could see on the Nifty Bank, largely led by the private banks today. Most of the contribution has actually come in from HDFC HDFC Bank out there that declined by over 5%, leading to a lot of pain on the private sector banking space. Of course, along with it, we saw pain in Axis Bank, Kotak Mahindra Bank. These are heavyweight private sector banking names that declined post their quarterly earnings numbers, and some NIM pressure that we have seen today. Although we've seen smart moves on some of the stocks today, like Mrs. Bector's Food, 11.5% higher. Remember, since last week, this stock has been on an upward move. It's one of the top movers within the mid-cap 100 index that managed to pull up about 0.6% higher. Som Distillery is about 20% higher within the broader markets. Those are the big bang moves that we've seen in the session today. Tattva Chintan Pharma, another specialty chemicals name that moved up, and Himadri Chemicals also about 3.8% higher. These are the stocks that truly moved in the broader markets and led to a lot of gains today. We could see some of these stocks contributing to the overall Nifty, mid-cap index as well as the small-cap index as well. But largely, it's been the losses on the banking space, on the auto space today that declined in the session. Let's start taking some of your queries now with our guest, Sneha. Sneha, we have a first question from our viewer, Preeti Shukla from Kanpur, asking you, will the pharma rally continue over the next 2 to 3 months, and can I continue to invest in?
So yes, the pharma rally seems to continue because the numbers expected from the pharma companies are expected to be quite good. And overall, we are witnessing a structural change in the industry, wherein the growth seems to be a structural growth opportunity emerging in the name of CDMO. Is emerging as a manufacturing hub, and thus the domestic growth story, especially for the pharma companies, is very resilient. So one can really stay invested from a long-term point of view, and especially focus on the companies which have a good mix of domestic plus global growth opportunity.
We'll take the next question. This one is from Raman Jain from Jaipur, who wants to know about private banking stocks. He's been holding them in profits, but should he now look at booking profits, looking at the current decline? How would you advise him?
So in case of private banks, among the large cap banks, I would just stick with ICICI Bank and avoid the other ones. But among the mid-sized private banks, some of them really hold a lot of promise. Like for example, Federal Bank is doing really well, and the numbers that came out has been very, very robust. In case of RIL Bank, it's gradually turning around. The turnaround will take a little time, but that turnaround is visible, especially post the fresh fund infusion from Emirates, and thus probably from second half their numbers should start reflecting that soon. So it's a high risk bet, but then one can, depending upon the risk appetite, one can take the bet from the long term point of view. So these two banks really stand out among the mid-sized banks.
Okay, there's another earnings that have just recently come in, and that's Ultratech Cement from the cement pack. This is the only Nifty company that reported its numbers, and you could clearly see India's largest cement maker reported the June quarterly numbers that have exceeded the street estimates as far as the revenue, operating profit and the net profit are concerned as well. You're looking at a 17% year-on-year consolidated net profit growth to 2,604 crore rupees for the company. We are also looking at revenue that's risen by almost 16% from a year ago period to 24,648 odd crore rupees as well. And EBITDA has seen a jump of 13.7 odd percent. The margins have come in marginally lower at 20.4 odd percent coming in, but the sales volume for the company has seen a 13.1% year-on-year growth to 39.2 million tons. A quick take, Sneha, before we let you go on Ultratech Cement and the cement sector.
See, the cement, Ultratech Cement has come out with a really good set of numbers. It has beaten our estimates. And overall, if I talk about the cement industry, what we are witnessing is the demand is expected to pick up from the second half of FY27 as post the monsoon, as the India's capex story continues and the government's investment on the infrastructure side continues to gain momentum. system, so the demand will definitely pick up. Moreover, the prices which were not sustaining in the first half, the chances are with the good demand pickup, the prices would sustain in the second half, and probably the price hikes can be taken. And on the raw material side, where a lot of pressure was seen, the raw material pricing pressure seems to be easing off, and probably that would also help in operating leverage from the second half. So second half seems to be a really good picture and turnaround time for the cement players.
Thanks a lot, Sneha, for getting us all of those insights as far as the markets are concerned. Pleasure to have you with us. Viewers, in case you have any questions about your investments, then write into us on the number that's flashing on your screens. But before we let you go, and the latest edition of the Business Today magazine is already out onto the stands now. The issue shines the spotlight on India's dairy boom. As the world's largest milk producer, India is now betting big on value-added products from cheese and yogurt to protein-rich and premium dairy offerings to power the next phase of growth. And as consumer preferences also evolve, organized dairy brands are steadily capturing market share from the unorganized sector, driving higher margins and reshaping the industry's future. Go grab your copies on the stands, and in case you want to order in, you have Blinkit, where you can definitely order in the next edition of Business Today.
Presented by National Stock Exchange.
Look, this investment guru's tips will double your money. Just claim the offer.
Double your money from any random group. Pay attention. Promising double returns, they'll lure you in tight. Unverified groups will send fake tips overnight, emptying your pockets before you can fight.
Well said, well said, well said.
SEBI and NSE advise consult only SEBI registered advisors and make payments only to verified accounts or UPI IDs. An investor awareness initiative by SEBI and NSE.
Ahead of the monsoon session, the opposition is gearing up to corner the government over the Ram Mandir donation scam. In a joint letter, Leader of Opposition of the Lok Sabha, Rahul Gandhi, and the Congress President and the Leader of the Opposition of the Rajya Sabha, Mallikarjun Kharge, have demanded a high-level investigation into the alleged theft. The Congress leaders claim that Ram Bhakts who donated their hard-earned income with faith are feeling betrayed by the theft. In the letter, the Congress stalwarts pointed out that while the Prime Minister announced the formation of the Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust in the Parliament, all its members were appointed solely by the government. Opposition has highlighted that all the members of the trust were from the RSS, VHP or its affiliates. Rahul and Kharge also questioned the